In the fourth row, Mauricio Gugelmin from Formula One in his second IndyCar start. And rookie Jacques Villeneuve, the Formula Atlantic standout. The fifth row. Prior to his incident, Willie T. Ribbs was 16th, followed by Alexer Jr., and then Davy Jones, who has retired from competition. And Jacques Villeneuve gets in trouble alongside of Stefan Johansson.
That was the deal where they got the tires all locked up between each other, and sometimes they do that, and it looks like that they have a magnet holding them together. Just keep pulling the cars together and then apart, together and apart. Now, Jacques is the one that lost that war, but it looked like for a while that both of them were going to end up in there.
Well, this is going to be a very expensive trip for a number of teams. Seen probably more damage in this one race than in almost the entire season last year.
Yes, more incidents I think we've seen in a long time, Paul.
Here we're having another look at the Jacques Villeneuve incident. He is the son, he's Canadian by birth. He is the son of Gilles Villeneuve, the great Canadian driver who went to Formula One and was killed tragically in a practice accident.
Jacques just didn't have enough room right there. He was being squeezed into the wall a little bit too much. Bring him in on a flat tire like that, it doesn't do him any good.
Let's see what happened here. Johansson was just going on straight, it seemed, at that point.
Well, Johansson was just squeezed a little bit too much there. He didn't give his partner enough racing room right there, Paul. That's too close. You can't go that fast. You're probably running 180 miles an hour right there, and that's just not enough room to give a guy.
It reminds me of bumper cars.
Finally making his way back into the pits is Adrian Fernandez. He was in 15th prior to coming in. So Mario Andretti is trying to catch Emerson Fittipaldi, and Michael Andretti has led from the green flag. We'll be back with more from Australia after this message and a word from our ABC stations. This track is what they call a bull ring. 1 mile, very flat, very narrow, and rimmed with concrete. It can be tough on the drivers. Take the final practice session yesterday. Nigel Mansell on the right of your screen. He simply spun the car, collected Jacques Villeneuve. Both cars heavily damaged. Now take a look out the back of Nigel's car, the same incident. Villeneuve closes. And is trapped against the wall. Both the crews with a lot of work to do on those cars. A fascinating front row here. Let's meet that front row now with Gary Gerald.
Paul, there was a lot of drama to get to the front row, and it involved two young Canadian rising stars. Paul Tracy, driving for Team Penske, age 25, no stranger here. He's been in the front row many times in the past. The real surprise, however, is next to him. By just 0.02 of a second, Villeneuve is here, and he has had the elation of a 23rd birthday just yesterday, starting in the front row in only his second IndyCar race, then that crash. Crew worked till 1:30 this morning. They've made the repairs. Will the car work in traffic? That's the question now. As for Mansell, let's go to
Jacques Villeneuve. By the way, the pronunciation has changed at the request of Jack himself and of other members of his teams. I know we've been calling his uncle Jacques Villeneuve for years, but this is the way we do it. Off of the fourth turn, they look for the green flag. Jim Swintal has it. And we'll see if he gives it to the field as they come down. They look nicely aligned here. 200 miles lie ahead as the green comes out. Paul Tracy sweeps across the front. Nigel Mansell comes up into the second row. Nigel moves into second place. 3 wide as they come off of the corner.
And you can see that Villeneuve, the lack of experience, he backed right off. But Bozell was one of those who got a superb start. Villeneuve rebuilt this car. They were not that happy with the other spare car that they brought here, so the work went into trying to build the car that he was confident with, because you need confidence on a racetrack like this. Look how close he is still to Mansell.
Villeneuve looking for the opportunity now. Over to the front side again. Fittipaldi patiently waits, running in 4th place. Mario Andretti is 5th. Teo Fabi 6th. Robbie Gordon 7th. Now he's stuck right up in the back. Villeneuve darts to the inside, lets him know that he's there. Through 3, through 4. Laps being turned here at just over 20 seconds a lap.
There's the traffic. Jeff Andretti in the Euro Motorsports car backed by Gillette for this event moves over and lets the leaders through.
5 laps. 5 laps, and the leaders are already overhauling the back of the field. That's another reason they call him a bull ring.
Look what happened there. The traffic allowed Mansell to draw out 5 or 6 car lengths on Villeneuve, but we'll see what he
knows that he doesn't have to lead in the early going.
Well, showing patience and slowing down are two different things here. Emerson comes down under Villeneuve.
Emerson tries on Villeneuve, doesn't get the job done, but he's right there and beginning to worry, the young Canadian. 23 years old yesterday. Currently running in third place. Then Fittipaldi, then Gordon. You saw all of them together.
And of course, everybody expected Michael Andretti to be the leader in the new Reynard camp on these ovals, but it was Villeneuve, who Barry Green speaks so highly of for his engineering ability and feel for this car at such a tender young age. He said a definite star of the future.
Now everybody at the front of the field having to overhaul the back of the field. One of the problems, you're getting a hint of it here. It is very windy. In fact, there are gusty wind warnings in the Valley of the Sun, the Phoenix area, and it's been blowing debris and sand onto this racetrack.
Look at Villeneuve. Now, he said after qualifying his biggest problem will be dealing with traffic. He has never had to do this before in cars this big and this fast. So he is on a huge learning curve here. But I'll tell you what, he is learning fast.
Back onto the main stretch. As he continues to hold off a charging Emerson Fittipaldi. On Beacus, you have an update on Villeneuve.
Well, yes, we do. We speak with Barry Green, and he gave us a thumbs up. He said it looks like all the work we did till the late hours last night had paid off. He's happy with the car. Right now, as you're talking about, he's gaining lots of experience at the front.
Now this despite the fact that they don't have all the poke. How high he gets there and then chops off the corner. Nice piece of driving, just keeping the car off the wall and staying in front of Fittipaldi. They don't have all the pieces on this car they would have liked. They had some special pieces for here at Phoenix, and they were damaged in that crash.
Now that
and Fittipaldi, Al Unser Jr., the yellow has come out. We've got a car against the wall, and it looks to be...
It's a Penske.
Oh, no! Oh, my goodness, how did that happen? The yellow had been out for some time.
Jacques Villeneuve got high, coming through three, up into the gray, and absolutely rammed into one of those stationary cars.
The yellow flags are out everywhere. We've got several cars damaged. We'll keep track of this, and when we come back, we'll let you know exactly what's happened here. Debris all over the third and fourth turn. Derek.
Here's how it starts. Teo Fabi right there. Touches wheels with Matt Schuster. That is an accident all by itself. Watch Tracy now. Stop it right there. Can we stop it right there? Tracy tries to avoid it, and look, he's in the gray. Okay, if we let it run on, you'll see what happens then. Tracy is an innocent victim here. Now it's a three-car crash. As soon as it all stops, remember the gray is the no grip area. The yellow flags are now out. The rest of the cars come around.
And next down the line, Jacques Villeneuve. Look at him go outside.
Now look at this. Now watch the impact. Stop it right there. Can we stop it right there? Villeneuve has now no grip. He's in the gray. He's got dirt on his tires from the accident. He now knows there's a huge impact coming. Watch this violent impact. That is the scariest piece I have seen in IndyCar racing for many years. It is phenomenal that Jacques Villeneuve stepped out and walked away from that Reynard. Michael Andretti said when he drove this car first, this is the strongest racing car I have ever driven. There is proof of the point.
By the way, all
the officials bring it back now where they will take the excess fuel out of the tank, but look at this nose section. This is carbon fiber. Remember, they made a rules change a year or so ago to give the driver more protection up around the foot box. Thank goodness they made that rule change, because that had to be a huge factor in this violent crash for the young Canadian driver. It just ripped the nose literally off of there. That takes tremendous force to rip that away like that. It's very, very fortunate that he was not seriously injured.
That's Villeneuve's car, and we're not talking just fiberglass there. All kinds of deformable structure, carbon fiber. And the Reynards, they seem to have the driver a little further back than even the rule requires.
That's right, and you can clearly see here the complete pedal assembly is gone from that car, which means Villeneuve probably at the point of impact lifted his feet as far back from the point of impact as possible. But that is a huge crash and a superb test of the Reynard chassis.
And look at the bent suspension members, and think of the, you know, it looks like a small piece, but it takes incredible energy to do that kind of thing. Just awesome.
Carbon fiber is lighter and stronger than steel. lighter and stronger than steel. They build a survival cell for the driver to sit inside. You can smash it and break it, but as long as it doesn't get into the driver, you've done your job. Happily, we saw Villeneuve walk away.
Pennzoil.
And it does now seem as though that's the best answer.
Well, there are various composites used, not all carbon fiber, but I think a composite chassis is definitely the way to go. I don't think there's been any doubt about that for a number of years.
Thank you, Nigel. Gary?
Well, here's Jacques Villeneuve, who's just come out of the medical center. Jacques, first of all, how are you feeling after this horrific accident?
Well, a bit stretched, but feeling okay.
Can you tell us what happened? And the question appears to be, the yellow had been out, and you moved up high on the racetrack and then became involved.
Well, when the yellow came up, they came on the radio, and I was already a little high, and I started braking because there was Leyendijk overtaking someone, and there wasn't much room on the inside, and I was braking a little bit on the outside, and then I saw the two cars that were stopped, and I couldn't avoid them.
It has to be an emotional roller coaster to have gone from celebrating your 23rd birthday yesterday, qualifying in the front row, then the late incident, an untested car, and yet you were running so strong. This is an awful lot for a young man to endure in 24 hours.
Yeah, the players, Reynard was going fantastically during the race, and you know, it felt really safe, and I could move up and low in the traffic, and wasn't really, you know, trying to go like crazy, but you know, things like that happen on a racetrack.
I'll tell you, a lot of people say this young man has ice water in his veins. I think maybe I believe it. We're happy you're all right.
Well, thank you.
All right, Paul?
Such a sad smile, though. A young man at 23 who had the racing world by the tail and then involved in that accident. Still much to expect out of him.
It's hard to believe that in such an emotional event as this, racing drivers are so cool to come up with the corporate mention of the players. Reynard is the most important thing that was on his mind, but that is how cool and emotionless some of these drivers can be, and indeed have to be.
Get upside down.
It didn't appear that there was a concern for Mark. He's out of the car and okay.
Smith's car, of course, owned by Derek Walker Racing, who also owns Robbie Gordon's car and Willie T. Ribbs, and they've had any number of accidents so far this year. I think this might make the 7th or 8th, which is very bad luck.
Still looking at that battle as here comes Villeneuve moving up to the inside of Goodyear. Goodyear sees him there, lets him through, but that was close.
Oh, that was an impossible. I think Villeneuve just has to be a young man, and nobody told him that he couldn't do that, so he went ahead and did it anyway.
Villeneuve, of course, the great French-Canadian, is 23. He's the youngest driver in the race here, and he is ambitious. He probably got a little over his head at Phoenix last week when he triggered that multi-car pileup. Didn't observe the yellow flags perhaps the way he should. You see, he is an ambitious driver. Barry Green, the crew chief there, says he is one of the most intelligent chassis drivers that he's ever worked with. Brings back the good information.
But Sam, you won't make a pass like he just made very many times without a little collision.
Without getting away with it, I know.
Is that the patented Bobby Unser move there? We've seen you do that.
I was sitting here crossing my fingers when I saw that thing happening, when I saw him go to the outside.
Yeah, we never had to do that for you, Bobby.
No, I hope not.
And look at him as he loses the back end again. But that's been one of the reported problems with both the Lola and the Reynard. Is they lose the back end. Now he's wandering all over the place. You wonder if he doesn't have a bad tire.
That is a Reynard car he's driving, by the way. The blue car we're talking about in the center here at this battle.
I think there's nothing wrong with that car. It's just the fact that kid is trying hard. 23 years old. He really doesn't know any better yet.
Around Marco Gringo, but then into the wall. Into that tire barrier, loses it, but he keeps it going.
That's what I mean. I'm telling you, that's what's nice to be 23 years of age. He doesn't even know these race cars can fight you yet.
Damage to the rear wing. That's a shortcut into the pits that you are allowed to take if you have a problem in the car. It looks like if he can get rid of that banner, maybe pop rivet that wing back in place, he's going to go again.
Quick thinking to duck into the pits that way.
Remember now, the rear wing is broken. You look at the piece hanging down from it.
We really did
That's
see...
not a livable situation on the racetrack going fast. That's something they'll have to fix.
He was over his head there. It was exciting to watch, but he was over his head.
That's not a car problem, Sam. Just like you said.
Already the team has the spare wing out, and they're ready to go. And we're well, this is a rookie. Great namesake, though. Jacques Villeneuve. His father was Gilles. And he is looking for his first qualification at Indianapolis with a very young age 23.
It looks awful good through 4, and he's got a great team, and he's got a great team manager in Barry Green.
So the warm-up lap went very well. Now he's ready to run. He takes the green flag. From Quebec, Canada, Sam Posey.
Paul, just moments ago, I talked to Barry Green, who Danny alluded to as Jacques' team manager, and I said, what are you looking for? And he said, well, look, conditions are identical to when we ran 2:27 this morning. So he's very pumped. And remember, it was Barry Green that managed Teo Fabi's car that was the only rookie other than somebody way back in the 50s to sit on the pole as a rookie. So we got Jacques Villeneuve out now.
You're looking at Al Unser Jr. as he prepares to go out. He will be next. The first of the Mercedes-powered Penske cars.
And Paul, for the people that are wondering about those wings that seem to droop to the outside, that's on purpose. And what the intention of it is to do is to give some stability to the front end of the car from side winds, especially, or if you're in the corners.
Very, very quick, 226.313 miles an hour on the first lap. 229 miles an hour at the end of the front stretch, down to 224 in the first turn. Down further to 222 in the second, 230 on the back stretch.
But he's got looking very smooth, got great line through 3 and 4. Very conservative. He doesn't look like he's doing anything erratic.
Gary Gerald's now with Robbie Gordon, who waved off.
Just walking back up the road. What was the problem, Robbie?
I think something in the electronics or maybe even an engine. You know, I just never had any straightaway speed at all, and it finally went bang down in turn 3, so I just brought it in.
It's got to be a huge disappointment.
It is. You know, we ran 227 average this morning. We were looking forward to another 4 laps like that, but you know, we'll get it back together and come back out again.
Thank you, Paul.
And Jacques Villeneuve is going faster yet. The second lap at 227.061. As a rookie, he is on the second fastest run of the day.
And Paul, if I had to pick out the best line that I've seen so far today, this is going to be the boy. And would you believe it, a rookie. Now look, he runs clear down through the rumble strips, out close to the wall, very smooth as we watch him through turn 2, right down the rumble strip, out just perfect. He's getting a good shot off of the turn.
Averaging 226.5 miles an hour and looking so very smooth.
Well, he does have a good line, and he doesn't look like he's using up too much road. He's pretty conservative, but he's getting a good line and a good run off 4.
Off the 4th and final turn on his 10-lap run.
That's also the first time he's been that far down on the rumble strips. That's probably why we've seen his speed drop down a little bit.
His final lap now complete, 225 miles an hour. As let's take a look at our Valvoline scoreboard as he averages 226.259 miles an hour. Second quick of the day. Al Unser Jr. is the next out. Al Unser Jr. is on his run. Let's go to Jacuqes.
Well, Jacques Villeneuve, so far, you've got a front row effort. Describe the run, though, in the effects of the wind.
Well, the car felt great. I was flat out from the first lap. The problem was that I was too greedy with the boost and turned it up too much and opened it on the last 2 laps, so my speed came down, but, you know, it was a pretty good run.
Paul? We'll take a look at some replays, see if we can tell what happened.
There's Dobson pinched down tight on the inside. You know he's one of the cars involved.
Now remember, one of the problems when you see an accident like this isn't just the 2 cars that are in the accident, it's all the parts that are flying. The drivers behind are trying to miss all those pieces. They don't know at that speed whether it's big pieces of the car or a race car or little pieces.
Well, and also, Bobby, the big thing with those cars behind them is trying to gently go on the brakes, not too hard, so that they don't spin and get involved in the accident.
There it is again. Mike Groff is the other car. Mike Groff, the other car. Look at that from the Apex cam.
Bobby, one other thing I'd like to say about John. The hardest part is, of course, that the mental drain that you get from running in the Indianapolis 500 really takes its toll. And now to turn on again and go do a 600-miler at Charlotte is going to be awful difficult.
Yeah, Danny, and these drivers live this race for about 3 days after it's over. So it's going to be harder from that standpoint, too.
The blue and white car that we're watching here coming on the inside, Jacques Villeneuve, see him making a terrific pass. That's the highest placed rookie in the field. He has just moved into third place. Son of Gilles Villeneuve, the great French-Canadian driver who was killed in Formula One in 1982, as we see Little Al headed for the pits. I think Penske has more confidence of his cars on the track than he does in the pits. There's Jacques Villeneuve again, running in third right now.
Now, but with those stops, Jacques Villeneuve moves to the front of the field. And Jacuqes, both times the Penske cars came out of the pits, there was an unusual sound. What was it?
Paul, it beats me. I think it may be just the sound of the Mercedes engine as it starts to come up. Now, remember, when we listened to the sound of Al Jr., he literally stalled the car, but the rolling momentum, he had enough forethought to be able to keep going and disengage the clutch. It caught at the last minute. He fired it up and he left.
Jacques Villeneuve leading the race reminds me, this is a rookie, and back in 1983, a rookie, Teo Fabi, also led much of the early stage of the Indy 500. The crew chiefs were the same. The man's name is Barry Green. He's masterminding this rookie's run today.
Well, Jacques Villeneuve picked up the lead of the race only as he crossed over the line and was scored at the last lap, but he did not catch Fittipaldi. Fittipaldi was coming out of the pits, but Jacques Villeneuve appears to be the leader. We're going to check scoring because there seems to be a question. Is it Villeneuve or is it Emerson Fittipaldi? We'll be back.
Roger Penske has won 8 of the last 15 Indy 500s, but he has rarely dominated one of the races as he is today.
Let's take a look at the Valvoline running order after 122 laps and a 15-second pit stop for Emerson Fittipaldi. Now remember, the pit stops have occurred since this running order was given. We look down through the entire field. And Jacques Villeneuve continues to sit in striking distance of the leaders. This young rookie, youngest kid in the field, is driving a spectacular race. Fastest rookie coming into this race.
His dad was killed when Jacques was just 10 years old. He never had the opportunity to learn from him the way the Unsers and Andretti's did from their dads.
So at Indianapolis now, with under 200 miles to go to the finish of the Great 500. We've had a race filled with incidents, but also filled with action. We'll be back. Well, with the stop by Emerson Fittipaldi and Al Unser Jr., Jacques Villeneuve picked up the lead of the race, but he is already on the pit road. As we look at the rookies and how they are doing here today at Indianapolis, one of those things that we covered in the pregame to this race. But now here is young Villeneuve, who is really driving a spectacular race.
What does this remind you of? A young Mario Andretti to me.
I'll tell you, the best rookie I've seen here for a long time.
And Paul, by this fuel stop, this team ought to be able to make the rest of this race in only 3 stops. They're going to take as much fuel as they possibly can. You can see they've dropped the jack, and they're just going to take a full load. 16.5 seconds, a very quick stop.
I don't think you had to worry about him stalling that engine leaving the pits either. He had plenty of rest when he was spinning those tires.
Well, the way the engines are performing in the top 4 right now, Mercedes has 2 positions, Ford Cosworth XB1 and running in 4th as well, Robbie Gordon. After we came back to green, look at this group as they come on the floor.
What a traffic jam down here in 4. They were 3 abreast through turn 4. Whoa, guys, easy on those moves. There's a lot of racing left.
Michael Andretti just veered across the main stretch. Here's his onboard camera now. Boy, I'll tell you, you talk about a traffic jam. He just scared Brian Herta pretty bad there on the outside in the A.J. Foyt 14 car.
I bet Brian really got a surprise right then. He started pulling in the turn, and whoa, Michael was already there.
We got a glimpse from Bobby Rahal's car for a moment. It's still a bit of a traffic jam as they come to the north end, Danny.
Well, it is, and I can't believe it. Little Al's got to be happy to be kind of strung out now a little bit in single file, because that must have looked terrible to him.
Well, finally, they decide single file is a little smarter. Boy, what a set of corners for that group. And much of it not even for position. They were just caught up that way. Bobby Rahal now behind Herta. The order is Fittipaldi, Unser Jr., Villeneuve, Gordon, Michael Andretti, Rahal, and Jimmy Vasser. Let's go to Gary Gerald.
Raul Boisel, you nearly won this race last year. There was bitter disappointment. Now it's disappointment of another kind. Tell us about the problems and the frustration.
Yeah, we lost water from the engine. It started overheating, but already from the start, the engine didn't produce as much power as they should, and I knew it was some kind of problem, and I was just hoping and hanging there to do a steady race, but you know, end up what I was afraid that happened from the beginning.
What about the start of this race, Raul?
I think it was a bad start. You know, the cars not line up properly. They took a long time to put the green, and I even thought they not giving the green flag, the green light. So I was surprised when they did the start.
Is that why you were late to accelerate and the Penske on either side of you and the Mercedes?
Well, they accelerated so much faster coming out of 3 that they couldn't keep it up. So I thought, well, I'm sure they'll not give the start because everybody's not in line, and certainly, you know, they did. So I was surprised.
We look forward to seeing you with better fortune next week in Milwaukee.
Thanks.
Paul?
144 laps are now complete. Jacques Villeneuve runs in 3rd position. We'll take a look at the running order from Valvoline after 143 laps. 3 cars on the leader lap.
Paul, I think one thing important here is that Little Al is back there in that traffic, and his car's obviously not working as good as he'd like. It's taking him time to get through there, and Emerson's got that clean track in front of him.
A long full load stop this next time, and then a splash and go, or the other way around. Right now we're being told that Fittipaldi will take the long stop the next time, and then a splash and go.
Right now, so much of this race is in the hands of the team managers, the chief mechanics, car owners in the pit. The drivers just trying to pace themselves and get to the last 100 miles so that they can be ready to race when we come to the closing laps of the Indianapolis 500. 151 are complete.
And Paul, keep in mind when they talk about the splash and go or the real quick stop, that's still roughly 1/2 of a lap. So the people watching TV, they can just kind of see where the cars are. They're half a lap lost.
So still looking for the sign and when to come in. Here's our Valvoline race summary for those of you that have entered in the Valvoline Indy 500 giveaway. The leader at 150 laps, Emerson Fittipaldi. Stay tuned for the results at the end of the race. 5 cautions accounting for 34 laps. These cars out of the race, a long, long list. So fortunately, with all the incidents today, no serious injuries. Most serious appears to be Nigel Mansell, and he refused to go to the hospital.
And you know, in previous years, the Lola firm dominated the chassis here. There's only one Lola running right now in the top 10. The others are Penske's and Reynard.
And 2 rookies in the top 10. Villeneuve in 3rd, and Brian Herta runs in 9th. This young man could be the key to the race. Just stick your hand up into the airstream at 200 miles an hour as Villeneuve comes in.
Well, it just about tries to jerk it off. If you put your hand out the window of a car, you know what it feels like. Try that at 230 miles an hour.
Here's Gary.
It's going to be very close. We just checked with the engineer, the man who calculates the fuel, Tony Sakali, as the Forsythe-Green goes to work. What a day they've had. It'll take 33 laps on this tank of fuel, and he says it's going to be very, very close to make it to the finish. This is the team that wins the pit stop competition. We've got him away with a full load of fuel and 33 laps to go.
16.4 seconds, and the young rookie is out and back to racing. And the pace car, position 2 is 14 back, which puts him on the leader lap. Let's go to Gary.
Well, that's the key, Paul, the fact that Villeneuve is now on the leader lap. Barry Green, co-owner with Jerry Forsythe. This is a huge break for you. Not only moves you to 2nd, it puts you somewhat in contention. But can you make up those cars that separate you and Al Unser Jr.?
No, it'd be real tough, Gary. I mean, let's face it, you know, the Penske cars are playing on a different ball with a different set of rules, really. We figure we're first in Class B. We're super pleased with how the players' cars run all day, and Jack's just impressed us. Few laps to go yet. I can't see how we could catch Junior unless he has some sort of a problem, but I would think he's okay on fuel now, and we're okay on fuel, so let's see if we can make it to the finish.
And you got to be hugely impressed with this young rookie and what he's done today here under this pressure cooker at Indianapolis.
Super pleased. He's run the whole month. He's done such a great job for us, and just all the players, fans, and all the Villeneuve fans, just keep their fingers crossed here until we get to the finish. Thanks, Gary.
All right, let's go back to Jack.
Gary, things are so great because he's got his momentum, and it's his race to win now.
As they cross the line, 10 laps to go in the Indianapolis 500. The focus is on
Now, Little Al will get a little bit of a lead, and he'll start easing off some more. He's got to have all the guarantees, like Danny said, that he can have.
Little Al pulls away, but what about Villeneuve? What is he doing? Can he get around those cars in front of him? Look up the track. There he is. There's the distance. They're three abreast in front of him.
But don't forget one thing. He's the fifth car back. There he is right there going through the corner. But remember one thing. Barry Green is pleased with that first in class, that second place. I know they want to win it, but they're not going to throw away that second place on some stupid move trying to get by a slower car.
And also keep in mind that he's in the like type of an engine, the Ford Cosworth. He can't just whip out and pass him like the Mercedes can.
9 laps to go. Al Unser Jr. a straightaway over Jacques.
Bobby, I know you said that Al will start easing it back, but I remember when I was in this same situation and I was so nervous and my leg was shaking. The only way to keep it from shaking that much was to hold it down. I ran my fastest lap on the last lap of the race.
We also saw you spinning winning, Danny, so.
We see Shelley Unser, Al's wife, there. You know, Al is in his 12th Indianapolis, but he's only 32 years old. This could very well be the next 4 or 5-time winner here at the Speedway.
Well, Sam, you're not only right there, but also that he has just joined the Penske team. They've got a great record here. He's a young man. He'll be with Penske for a lot of years, and he's got a lot of bright future in front of him in terms of winning the Indianapolis 500.
You saw it, the leader of the race by 9.5 seconds. Again, we look from the leader. Look back for that blue and white car. He still has a great deal of distance to make up. There he is. It doesn't appear that he's making up much at all.
Well, I doubt that he's really trying very hard. He knows that the pass with an engine like he's got is just not an easy one. Whereas little Al is just in clean air and running away from it. So he's probably going to try to guarantee second place.
Does the strategy, Bobby, to be let's drive for second place and see whether or not little Al can finish?
Yes, because little Al could run out of fuel. He can still blow an engine. He could have transmission problems. Remember all the debris we've had trouble with on the track all day. So he's better off to gamble like he is, believe me.
Behind the pace car, 2 laps to the end of the race. Will they get the debris cleared off? Little Al's not going to take any chance whatsoever. He's moving back and forth, and there, the blue and white car, number 12, and that is Villeneuve. You see him there?
Number 12.
And the idea of the whipping back and forth, Paul, is to make sure they have a little tiny pickup tank for the engine inside the main fuel tank. So he's whipping it back and forth to make sure that it keeps the fuel in there. Because when they're running slow, it's not the same as when you're running fast with a fuel tank.
All right, we're here with Jacques Villeneuve, and he is being surrounded, of course, by media from his countrymen in Canada. Jacques, this was a terrific drive today, and we're curious about your emotions and if you had close calls and what it feels like to be the fastest rookie, the youngest driver in the field, and now a second-place finisher.
Well, it feels fantastic. Before coming here, I never dreamed of being on the podium. Actually, I was hoping to, but I was never thinking I could make it. Was highly confident in the team. I knew that they were ready to win and they were capable of winning, and my players, Reynard, was running strongly the whole month. Car had a little problem in traffic. I lost a lot of grip, but I guess that's the same for everybody. And I had a few close calls before the first pit stop because the car was getting quite loose, and I got sideways a few times, and that wasn't nice. Then there was a crash in front of me, and on the front straight as well, there was a lot of traffic at one point when I just backed off and slowed down because the guy behind me was quite a way behind and was running third, and I thought it was stupid to just pull knives out and risk it all.
We just heard, of course, from the winner, Al Unser Jr., and from his dad, who has won this race in the past so many times. What do you think your father would be thinking if he could be here to share this moment with his son?
Well, I think he would be very proud. You know, whenever someone of your family does something good, everybody's very proud. And well, actually, I wouldn't mind seeing him here today and maybe seeing his face or something. That would be great.
Terrific job. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Jerry?
And Herta will quickly have a challenge from behind. Now Villeneuve comes up to challenge the back end of Robbie Gordon. This is a fight for third.
And a fight among two brilliant young drivers. 25 years old, Robbie Gordon. 23, Jacques Villeneuve.
Now the Villeneuve in the car that's in second right here on the screen, a little different blue there. He's been shifting, Sam and Paul. He's been coming out of the
leader of the race, but now he begins to encounter traffic. Bosell comes out to take the slower traffic. Now here comes Robbie Gordon, Villeneuve, and Fittipaldi as they will come into the slower cars, and that will make a world of difference in how they get around.
Now Fittipaldi's going to cause Jacques Villeneuve right there on the right-hand side to go a little bit harder. You see, look at there. Whoa. He didn't either. He just blew right by him.
So Fittipaldi now up to challenge Robbie Gordon. And here comes Little Al. He'll try to dial around the outside of Villeneuve. Then he comes to the inside on the front stretch.
Here
Robbie
we go.
Gordon battles with Fittipaldi. You got a glimpse of it for a second. Here is Little Al as he comes off of two, still trying to get Jacques, and Fittipaldi has passed Gordon. Brian Herta is right there. Nope, that's Mark Smith. There comes Little Al as he gets caught behind Mark Smith.
Well, the traffic in Milwaukee is rough. You know, you're only taking just in the lower 20-second bracket to get around this track. 23 to 24 seconds a lap. Boy, the traffic gets really bad like it is right now.
Gordon has been taking a wide line through the turns all weekend, passing cars in practice. And I think it'll serve him well in the race because he'll be able to make passes on the slower cars that others can't.
Now, you know, a lot of the passing is done as you go into the turns, as you watch Little Al doing it. It's driving deep. The cars the drivers don't use an awful lot of brakes there. They just...
Now to the inside of Jacques.
But what a change in the order of things from qualifying when Raul was on the pole and the Penskes were scattered through the pack to now they're running 1, 2, 3, and he is struggling.
And Raul gets caught behind slower traffic, and in doing so, Michael Andretti gets around. But now we're beginning to see, I think, some tactics, some strategy develop in the pits. Gary Gerould, you can update that.
Paul, indeed, I think we are. It is a long shot. It is a remote possibility. Because there's been so much yellow early, that has enabled Mario Andretti to stay on the track. Remember, when that last yellow came out, most of the leading teams came in and made a stop for fuel and tires. Mario's crew is electing to keep him out as long as possible, because if they can get up anywhere around, say, lap 40, then they're past halfway through the race. And if there's more yellow in the future, this could possibly be a one-stop race for Mario Andretti. Admittedly, it's a long shot, but that's what they're gambling on right now. And I think there may be similar strategy at the other end of the pit road as we go to Jacuqes.
Well, Gary, there is for young Brian Herta and A.J. Foyt's car, but it may have changed just one lap ago. He radioed into A.J. Foyt, Brian did, that the engine began to cough. A.J. told me his...
So Al Unser Jr. still at the top of the field. Paul Tracy chases, followed by Fittipaldi. Nigel Mansell is fourth. Jacques Villeneuve, young man with one terrific season under his belt as a rookie in the IndyCars, currently sits in 5th place. That is a team, the Forsythe-Green operation, with this new driver. They had him, of course, as a driver in the Atlantics last year. They've really come together so well, and they've been so strong all year. Let's go to Gary Gerould.
Paul, we were just checking with Barry Green, who is the co-owner of this team and, of course, such a great fixture in IndyCar racing for so many years. And he's been so full of pride over the performance of the team and the young driver. We asked him how the car had been responding since that first stop. He says, we're hanging on with a big grin. They know that Robbie Gordon is lurking close by, but they were very proud of their pit stop that gained them a couple of positions into the top 5.
There gives you the interval back to Villeneuve. Just behind him, of course, is Robbie Gordon. Nice little fight here right now.
These are two hot young Chargers, and it's good to see them racing together.
We picked it up there around Villeneuve. Now let's take a look. This is an entirely different view of that same stop and shows you how he got trapped.
Watch for Villeneuve.
Whoa.
Yeah, split-second stuff. You know, out on the track, you fall into sort of a rhythm, but in the pits, that never happens.
And the one thing that we didn't see is those right ahead. Look at the tires right out in front of him. That's what was causing the problem. Somebody else's tires for somebody else's pit stop. That's what caused the first part, and then comes by Emerson after the Villeneuve thing. So Nigel was like the civic center down in L.A.
Look, too, at the frustration on the crew when they realized what's happened here.
Yeah, because they know they've lost the spot to Fittipaldi. And it was going to be so hard for Nigel to get by him on the track, and they had it done in the pit, so that's a doubly frustrating thing.
Villeneuve's the one that really did a good job on that. He knew when to stop and not press the issue anymore, and that saved the whole thing.
Let's go to Gary.
Barry Green is watching anxiously for a restart on the green flag. He must communicate to Villeneuve. Was your heart in your throat when he had to jump on the binders and Mansell came rocketing out of there?
Yeah, it was all pretty hectic, a lot of cars in and out, you know, and we were encouraging him to get down here. But it was a good call. I mean, he saved us. We just got a little bit crossed up there.
Okay, we'll let you get back. He's watching
green here, Gary.
Watching anxiously for that green, as we do. Thank you,
Gary, of course, Villeneuve concentrates so hard on his driving, he actually comes out from the pits, I mean, from where the transporters are, with his helmet on. He comes out fully ready to drive, gets in the car, and goes.
Sam, it's something that we've not seen. In Indianapolis, it was amazing because it was at least a half hour before drivers got in the cars. He left Gasoline Alley with that helmet in place. He says it helps him focus. He's done it here this weekend. I think I hear engines escalating.
Bobby Gordon, who runs in 5th place. Villeneuve is just behind him. Jacques had a spectacular year as well, and then Jimmy Vasser. Then Michael Andretti, then Brian Herta, and Mauricio Gugelmin.
Was under yellow. Let's go to Jan.
Jacques Villeneuve just had trouble getting into his pit because he had to go around the outside of Adrian Fernandez. Now they're cleaning his visor, but he was able to keep the engine running, even though it's a very tight turn. We've seen no changes. Oh, Adrian Fernandez was close there, and he's away.
Rahal, imagine it for Grove, because he's always had one step down as Fernandez moves to the inside, grabs the position from Grove.
That's how to make it
to
clean.
The inside as well, looking for racing room.
That's right. That's how to make it clean, Paul. You have to get alongside the other car to make sure they do not have an opportunity to pull in. That's what Fernandez did there with Mike Groff.
At the front, it's still Little Al. 6 cars on the leader lap. And even with that caution, we are still running at a record pace, 106.3 miles an hour. The record's 105.
Paul Tracy behind Villeneuve. That is not a battle for position. Villeneuve is 7th. Tracy is 3rd. But you can see he's almost a full lap ahead of Jacques Villeneuve.
Next car behind Tracy will be Robbie Gordon's Valvoline car. Eric comes off the corner. Gary Gerald's now with Scott Goodyear can maybe update us more on the Herta situation. Whoa, 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 whoa. Well, hang on just a second, Gary, as they're tight once again in the festival corners. And Tracy finally clears Villeneuve. And now he can really set sail. So, Gary, he runs in 7th place. Robbie Gordon is ahead on the race course.
And his team owner, team manager Barry Green is still amazed at how quickly this young man learns new racetracks. He's never been here before, yet he comes here and he's on the pace immediately. Very good with the car. Tony Sacale seems to understand him, give him what he needs. So Barry Green's new team, the Forsythe-Green team, backed by players, probably the best new team addition to the IndyCar ranks for a long, long time.
You know what I like about them is how much fun they all seem to have with their racing. All through the team, Barry Green, the Forsythes, all of the sponsors on the team, including Richard Klein too. I mean, they've just been having a great time and seem to enjoy it. He's finished 2nd, 9th, 7th in the last 3 races. Remarkable driver. Very definitely one to watch.
But Emerson has an advantage as Junior picks his way through the traffic.
Little Al can make that car mighty wide. There's the traffic just ahead of Little Al. And that could mean plenty of trouble for Little Al. We're now down at lap 87 of a 102-lap race. So Little Al can't tarry here.
Oh, you have to be careful here. That's Parker Johnstone in the Acura car. We know that's not that quick down the straight. Villeneuve will try and pass him, and Al Jr. will be all over the 2 of them.
And Villeneuve could actually be the bigger problem for them, couldn't he? Because he runs up there with the front all the time. He's going to be hard for Little Al to get around.
Yeah, and that's Fernandez ahead of him. So this is a freight train here. Al Jr. needs to be really careful. There's Emerson all over his rear wing.
Fernandez comes to the inside of Greco. Johnstone waves Villeneuve by. And Fittipaldi looks for room. Whoa, that's what you got to watch out for. Oh.
How many times have we seen it? Parker Johnstone moves over, takes the line. He's got to get out of the way of the leaders. You need to move over. You need to look in your mirrors.
Of course, Jack is now fighting to try and stay on the lead lap. He currently runs in 6th. Last car on the leader lap.
Double apex corners. It's actually Marco Greco, I believe.
Update, Jan Bicentennial.
Well, you were talking about how important it is for Jacques Villeneuve to stay ahead. In fact, he's had that radio conversation. They said, whatever you do, stay ahead of Little Al, because like you said, that makes a big lap difference here.
And makes it doubly hard for Al Unser Jr.
Now look at this. Here's a surprise. Al Jr. was not able to outdrag the Honda in Parker Johnstone's Acura car on the way down that back straight. Emerson is still there, ready to pounce. Oh, look at this.
Fittipaldi looks to the inside, as does Al Unser Jr. Jr.'s going to go for getting 2 of them if he can. He can't.
Doesn't get by Marco Greco.
But
Emerson comes through.
They both come by Parker Johnstone. Now Marco Greco is the target ahead. But Fittipaldi is looking for opportunity.
Whoa, look at Al Jr. It took him a full lap to get by Parker Johnstone. Now let's...
5.2 for the record. We're now running at 107.38. And the Penske cars have led every lap here, either Tracy or Fittipaldi or the current leader and the pole sitter, Al Unser Jr.
And FYI, the fastest man all day here has been Al Unser Jr. 61.1 was his fastest lap. Emerson's fastest lap was a 61.2. However, that was earlier. Emerson is now running 0.2 of a second quicker on the last lap again than Al Unser Jr. And Jr. still is caught in a traffic jam.
So Jr. and Fittipaldi, the only cars here to run laps at better than 114 miles an hour.
Chase this is for Emerson. As soon as he gets up behind Al Jr., then he gets the bad brakes in traffic and has to make up inch by inch that time and room again, all the way back up to him. But Fernandez and Jacques Villeneuve are in a battle, not for position. Fernandez peels off. Oh, Al Jr. needs to get by Jacques Villeneuve.
Fernandez heads for the pits. Fittipaldi closes in on the back of Little Al once again.
Here we go, here we go.
Now, this is critical for Fittipaldi. Little Al has passed. He hopes that Jack knows he's back there and will give him the room.
Yes, he does. Good move by Jacques Villeneuve. You don't need to be in the fight. Let the 2 leaders get on along their way and fight it out in a clean, good, hard battle. And what a battle it is.
Let's go trackside once again, Jan Bicentennial.
Well, a driver that was just behind that battle was Jacques Villeneuve. And Jacques, you said that you got bottled up in some traffic and that held you back.
Yeah, I was running the first part of the race behind Robbie Gordon, and toward the end of just before the pit stop, I was actually catching him a little bit, but then I got stuck behind Fernandez, and he was quite fast down the straight, and I couldn't overtake him, and most of the race I was stuck behind him and fighting to try to get by him so I could catch up with the leaders, but there was nothing to do.
All right, thank you, Jacques. Let's check in with Gary.
Because it's the shortest distance to the pits, and the IndyCar safety people said, nah, I don't think so. 5th place car, Jacques Villeneuve.
He's really one aggressive driver. The guy in the blue and white car, the player's car there, he's the most aggressive young man I have seen in years, Paul.
And easily, wouldn't you say, Bobby, the discovery of the season?
I think he's the discovery of many seasons that we've had.
Right.
I think he's really good.
He's leading in the Rookie of the Year points, leading Scott Sharp, who's also having a good season, but nothing as spectacular as this young man.
Tom Reynard in the field right now, looking very solid. Just ahead of him is Willie T. Ribbs, a service merchandise car.
Willie is always good for a quote, and I asked him yesterday what it was like to drive around this track. He said, it's as bad as a rough night in Harlem.
Well, there's a good race driver in the Trans Am. Boy, Willie T was untouchable for a long time. Not done quite as well with the Indy cars. He's had a lot of different rides. There you see Villeneuve trying to get by Willie T. But he's going to catch on one of these days, and when he does, he's going to be as tough here as he has been in the Trans Am cars.
Do you think, and in the case of Willie T, that as his teammate Robbie Gordon comes past trying to get his way back up through the field again, that all of that time in Trans Am cars may have hindered him, may have taught him techniques and styles that he's having trouble shaking now that don't apply to the Indy cars?
I totally agree with you, Paul, 100%. I think it's created bad habits for him, and I think he just stayed there a little bit too long. But I also know...
But Al Jr. will be back to challenge another day.
Unser Jr. out on the second lap here on a race course he likes, in a race he thought he would have an excellent chance to win. We are live with 13 laps to go in this Toronto IndyCar Grand Prix, 9th of the 16 races that lead to the IndyCar World Series Championship. Let's go to...
In fact, Friday, he walked away from his car, would not run it in the last session, and this morning, he only ran a short number of laps because he just doesn't like it here.
12 car, Jacques Villeneuve now behind Fittipaldi. Scott Goodyear lined up behind him. Villeneuve running in 7th position. Young rookie with such a great job at the Indianapolis 500. Rookie of the Year there, leads in the points for the IndyCar Rookie of the Year. And he closes on Fittipaldi. Now, is that an indication of some strategy on Fittipaldi's part? Second guy that we've seen be able to close in?
It might be an indication, as we watch a quick glimpse of Scott Goodyear, it might be an indication that Emerson, the changes he made in the last pit stop, he doesn't like them as we go back to our battle for second place. Again, it's Mario and Bozell.
And so we came in for a tire change, and turns out it was something in the suspension, or probably a wheel bearing or something. So that was 2 scary moments for you here this weekend. Well, that's racing, you know. You just got to get back in there, and you got to trust your car. But when things happen like that, you know, it makes you take a deep breath, and you know, and just thank the Lord that you don't hit the fence, because it's pretty fast around here. Thanks, Jimmy. Thank you.
While we were listening to Jimmy Vasser, the fastest lap in the race has been set. Michael Andretti at 227.8 miles an hour as we watch Jacques Villeneuve as he continues to fly up through this field and sits now in 5th.
And don't underestimate what Jimmy Vasser said. He takes a deep breath and thanks the Lord that he made it. That gives you an idea just how knife edge and finger tingling it is to run on the ragged edge here at these speeds at Michigan.
58. Scott Goodyear in there as well. Villeneuve still about 8 cars back. There's Stefan Johansson closing in on the 17 car of Dominic Dobson, but Jack makes his move to the high side.
And it was a decisive move. Johansson, who had out-qualified all the factory Penske's, ran very well in qualifying, not on the pace here. Villeneuve was superb on Friday. Oh, he's in the wall!
Oh, no! You know, not dissimilar, though different placement of the cars from the accident involving Michael Andretti. He'd just come around 7th place. Stefan Johansson skates up to the wall and grabs it. He had such a great run at the Indianapolis 500. Rookie of the Year there, leading the rookie points. He's cut off the whole right-hand side of the car. He appears to be okay. He's moving around in the cockpit, so that's good news. Once again, the engineering of the cars has really protected the driver here.
And now, Robbie Gordon, one of our early pace setters in particular. If Bozell is picked up by the pace car, Gordon goes all the way around and makes up most of the lap, but he needs one more. It also allows Mario, Al Jr., Emerson, and Goodyear to catch up behind those leaders. We could see this coming. He turns into 3. And out of the groove. And smacks and destroys the right side of the car, but hopefully he is okay.
He is traveling at that time across that 780 feet of new asphalt that Penske Speedway's laid down there. Safety crew is keeping Jack in the car, and I assume that this is just precautionary because he was moving around fine at first, but no, they've got the cutting tools on the right side.
He may be pinned in that car. The right front wheel, very often in that side impact, comes in through the monocoque and traps the driver.
Puts you in mind almost of Brian Herta's accident at Toronto.
Watch him go into turn 3. And as he goes onto the new surface, there is a puff of something comes from the right side of Villeneuve's car. Watch what happens right here. Here's the surface change. Oh.
Bottom.
Oh, I think he got a puncture. I think he had a puncture. He certainly had a mechanical failure of some sort. that sent Jacques Villeneuve very, very hard into that outside wall.
No question at the right rear set down. Here's another angle of it. Watch the right rear.
Very clear in that shot. Something broke in the right rear of that car. The top hits the ground, sits down, and Villeneuve, unfortunately, has no control and just clouts that outside wall so hard when you're running at speeds of 240
IndyCar officials
miles an
are
hour.
saying that he has non-threatening injuries. I don't see any injuries at all, so that's good news. As Dr. Terry Trammell, look at him. He gives a wave to the crowd. Dr. Trammell walks him away. Let's go to Jerry. This time it's Jacques Villeneuve. He's with Gary Gerald.
Getting ready to go into the medical center for a checkup. You appear to be okay, Jacques. Can you tell us about how this set up and what happened?
Yeah, getting into the corner, I don't know if it's the rear that collapsed or something went under the car, but the left front of the car went up in the air and just went straight in the wall, so I don't really know what happened. But the monocoque came on me, and I was stuck. My hand was stuck in between the monocoque and the steering, and my suit was inside the carbon, and so I took all the impact with the shoulder and everything.
Did you see the wheel that came back over your head?
No, I didn't see that. I don't know. I don't really know what happened exactly. I just know the front left went up in the air.
Now, yesterday you had a problem with a wheel bearing that went out on the car, and also there was the problem, the fix from Friday involving the rear suspension. Are you concerned that it could have been some type of structural failure?
I don't think it was that, because if it was something like that, I would have made a spin and lost the rear end. So I don't think it was something like that. Just maybe something bent underneath and raised the front. I don't know what it is.
Well, a memorable first visit to the banks of Michigan. We're just delighted that you're okay.
Well, thank you.
All right. He heads in for further treatment with Dr. Olvey and company here, and we'll send it back to Paul.
That's his first DNF since his accident at Phoenix.
Mansell, of course, winless this year after two of the greatest seasons, certainly back-to-back, any racing driver in history has ever enjoyed.
Jacques Villeneuve as he tries to challenge the Honda power in Bobby Rahall's car.
Interesting matchup and experience. Rahal, of course, lives near here, has practiced as much on this track as any man alive. Villeneuve is a rookie here. He's never driven here before. His injuries at Michigan prevented him from practicing earlier in the week, so he is having his first race here ever.
And Villeneuve's in the blue car. Rahal right there in the black and gold car. Rahal has got the Honda engine, for the folks that don't know, and they've been having a lot of problems with it.
Right after the pit stops, they line up with Paul Tracy. We're on Michael Andretti right now. That's Jacques Villeneuve just to the inside. Another car line off his left front. Look how close, and Villeneuve finally forces his way ahead, and that's an ongoing battle for 9th place. But look how crowded it is there and how close they've gotten.
And that's the one turn that Michael had a chance to pass him on the outside. That's the turn that it's easy to pass on the outside, because that's where the groove is.
Michael Andretti going to try Villeneuve again.
And remember the emotions of Michael Andretti at this point. He'd been running solidly in contention for 4th place. Troubles in the pits. He's got to feel excited, anxious, wants to get back into the swing of things as fast as he can. And suddenly he comes up Jacques Villeneuve, who's one of the best young drivers in the business.
You're on board with the 10th place car, Michael Andretti. Teo Fabi is just behind him and continuing to worry him. Now they have the slower car of Hiro Matsushita just ahead of them that they will all have to handle up. And look at that line of traffic that is just behind.
You know that a guy like Matsushita there in the yellow and blue car right ahead, there he moved to the outside. But you know he's got to feel uncomfortable with all these hot dogs right behind him.
Michael Andretti, Teo Fabi just behind him. Then Mario Andretti runs in 12th. Jimmy Vasser is 13th, Raul Boesel 14th, Scott Sharp is 15th. Michael tries to the inside under braking. Villeneuve stays in position, Michael gets him.
Michael squeezed him out a little bit, almost onto the grass. Villeneuve almost hit the grass now. If one tire hits that grass, he's off like a rock getting in a slingshot.
Boy, I'll tell you, when Michael was hired for Formula One by Ron Dennis of McLaren, he hired him because he was one of the great overtakers in the business, and you just saw a really gutsy pass.
But Logan's that way, he'll just be screaming like heck when the race is over.
What a difference a year makes. Last year, Paul Tracy won 5 races, and Al Unser Jr. only 1. This year, Al Unser has won 5, and Paul Tracy only 1.
Well, Paul Tracy, and what I think, Bobby, you viewed as he did everything he could to slow down and keep from passing Robbie in 9th place. then 10th. There's Jack in 9th place. There's Mario in 10th.
I guess if I had a surprise here, it would have to be Villeneuve. I expected him to be a whole lot faster than he has. I think it's probably just not figuring out the Mid-Ohio. There he is, Jacques Villeneuve. Very good car, very good driver, and a very good team. He just hasn't figured out Mid-Ohio road course.
Update on Jack now. Here's Gary Gerald.
Well, one of the problems that they experienced this weekend was the fact that, remember, 2 weeks ago in the race at Michigan, they had the big crash. And so while they were working to repair cars, they missed the test session at Mid-Ohio. That, they felt, really put them behind. So Villeneuve has had a catch-up weekend all weekend long. And all in all, I think the team was very proud of the fact that he was able to qualify as high on the grid as he did.
That was in 6th, of course, and I think they just missed the setup for the race. That's where their testing hurt them.
Villeneuve's fastest lap at 113 miles an hour. You saw it a moment ago. The fastest lap of the race set by Al Unser Jr. on lap 20 at 117.7 miles an hour. Fortunately, with the EDS scoring system, we can keep track of all of those things for you.
Fourth man, question is Villeneuve. Will he stay? Will he go? Well, despite the presence of Peter Collins from Team Lotus of Formula One at his pit in Toronto, Villeneuve is already signed for a 3-year contract to remain with Barry Green in IndyCar racing. So that is just a sample of some of the questions flying around IndyCar racing at the moment.
So many Andretti. And there is Robbie Gordon's camera. And here we come as Roy. Look at Adrian Fernandez loses it on the start. And lots of people, including Gordon, get in trouble. So it's no start. It is a yellow. Adrian continues on down the pits.
And believe it or not, look at Robbie Gordon. He's undamaged, but he's backing down the front straight here, making sure he doesn't hit anything. Jacques Villeneuve and Arie Luyendyk are involved in the melee, though.
Villeneuve's got some real problems to the front of his car that may take him out of the race, but let's not be premature with that. There's Robbie Gordon sitting in his cockpit. This morning, it was alluded to early, Arie Luyendyk sitting against the wall with a lot of damage. Not hurt, you just can't believe it.
Villeneuve went absolutely head-on into the concrete wall, and that's why you see that resultant damage. But Gordon may have got away with it.
Here we go. Fernandez started it.
Adrian Fernandez clearly dropped the clutch, broke the rear wheels away, shot right across the racetrack, and believe it or not, has fully escaped as he comes down the escape road with the Budweiser car. Here's another angle here.
Oh, boy.
Luyendyk was an innocent bystander there. He got dragged in with Villeneuve. You could hear the impact as Villeneuve clouted the concrete wall.
Looking at it again, slow motion now. Again, watch the green and red car of Adrian Fernandez. His best starting position on an oval ever.
He's in 8th place. Villeneuve avoids him. He gathers up. Arie Luyendyk there. Villeneuve got 2 big hits. And it looked like Robbie Gordon actually took a simple avoiding action, and I believe he may have escaped any contact whatsoever. Look at Luyendyk.
Luyendyk's car with damage. Villeneuve already out of his car heavily damaged on the front end, so no start here. Yellow flies, the field circulates, and we'll be back with more from New Hampshire.
Also.
Boy, it didn't take much, did it?
You could see the wheel, you could hear the wheels begin to spin and chirp.
Robbie Gordon's view.
Watch him hit Villeneuve. Robbie Gordon could not avoid Jacques Villeneuve and just plowed right into the back of him.
All right, let's go to the pits. Gary Gerald.
They got Gordon restarted. He took one very slow lap under yellow. He's come in, and now they're going to replace the nose, I think. Yeah, they're making tire changes, obviously. They're going to replace the nose, and then they'll get him back out. But the key here, as you mentioned, Paul, the race has started. So he has already lost ground to the leaders. Let's go to Jan Bikas.
We're standing by with Jacques Villeneuve. Now, Jacques, you took the hardest hit of anyone. First of all, are you okay?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine, definitely.
What happened from your eyes?
Well, Fernandez lost it and came across the track, so I slowed down not to hit him, and then I think Robbie was behind me, and he just hit me, and then there's nothing I could do.
Short day for you today. We'll see you soon. Back up in Canada again.
Well, we got some testing on Tuesday and Wednesday in Nazareth, but it's sad because the car was going really strong in the warm-up this morning, stronger than it had been the whole weekend, so it was looking good for the race.
Thank you, Jack.
Thanks.
Yeah, Forsythe-Green Racing did have a good opportunity there. At least the good news, as we reported earlier, is that he will be back for at least another year, if not several. Let's go back. Scott Goodyear now trying to get around the slower car of Marco Greco. Traffic, always a consideration, but especially when you're on a course that is lined with concrete walls. Marco Greco comes offline. Mario and Villeneuve get together in the corner, and Villeneuve's got some fairly severe damage to the wing.
And unfortunately, he missed the pit in, so he's got to do a full lap all the way around before he can get back to the pit lane. There's the wing, flew off.
Finally, let's go, and it looks like Mario has a further problem as well as Mario begins falling backwards. So one would anticipate the Villeneuve will head into the pits here just any second now, as Rahal and Gugelmin bottle up behind him. Or does he continue with that wing off?
No, I think he'll lose way too much time on the racetrack, so he will probably go and make an early pit stop, take fuel, and take a new front wing.
Well, Mario Andretti has suffered something in that contact as well, because he is falling well behind the pace now. We'll keep an eye on Mario for you. Villeneuve, would he go for a turn in this time? The report from the course now is that Mario has a flat tire. Villeneuve headed off into the pits. Dale Fabi third place with Paul Tracy just behind him.
And right from lap one, this battle has raged here. Tracy, we thought, was a little bit faster than Fabi earlier. Fabi, who now wants to demonstrate how good he still is because he got his marching orders from Jim Hall, but he tells us he does have a very good offer for next year. He won't tell us who it is.
And it's tough to try and guess who it may be.
Speculation has it that a new team may be formed called Forsythe Racing, and Fabi has been successful with them in the past.
There's the Villeneuve car now back in full form with the new nose on, though the pit stop was very costly to him and dropped him out of the top 20. Bobby Rahal, just ahead of him, runs in 10th place. Let's go to the pits. Gary Gerald is with Jacques Villeneuve.
Well, the young man who has been one of Canada's favorite sons in a short period of time, Jacques Villeneuve, the motor went away. How were the conditions for you, and were you pleased with the way you were able to challenge?
Yeah, my players, Reynard was running really strong. The team did a great job this weekend. And the car wasn't that quick in qualifying, but was very quick with full tanks and under race conditions, so we could run with the leaders. But we had a problem at the beginning when I broke my wing when I touched Mario, and there was a lot of traffic, and that lost us a lap. But we gained it back, and then the engine blew, so that ended up our race.
You're going to hear a lot from this young man in the years ahead. Here's a superstar in the making, Paul.
And we've just...
And right alongside in the front row next to Tracy, not more than 6 feet away, the sensational Canadian rookie. What a year he's had, Jacques Villeneuve. This is his best qualifying effort this year on a road circuit. It equals his best start of the season. As you can see, he's down in the cockpit being snugged away right now. This young man, in his first visit to this race facility, came here and tested a few weeks ago. They found a trick aerodynamic change that has given them sensational 200-mile-per-hour straightaway speed. Now, on the downside, when you reduce the drag to get the straightaway speed, the car sometimes has a tendency to be loose in the 14 turns of Elkhart Lake and Road America. We ask him now, how concerned are you about that? Jack kind of wrinkled his nose, got a crinkle in the eyes, and said, well, yeah, a little bit. He could be very, very exciting today, trying to protect a front row starting spot next to Tracy. Let's go back to Jan.
In the Chicago Tribune today said that Teo Fabi is going to be part of a new team with Jerry Forsythe and his group. They come up the hill as Paul Tracy gets a bit of a lead coming up. We're watching for a flag, and they give him the green flag despite the alignment of the front row.
Well, he pulled one over Jacques Villeneuve, but look at this here.
As Villeneuve comes to the outside, tries to sweep in. And coming to the inside, too, Al Unser Jr. moves out, then in, and drops into the position. Paul Tracy leads off now the third corner of the track. Villeneuve there, and then as one car comes way, way off, but gets back on safely. Whoa, that's the stuff you got to watch for. That was Dominic Dobson, who said just before we came on the air, came by our position in the pits and said, say something good about me. Dominic, I hope we can. We are continuing to watch at the front of this field as Al Unser Jr. closes in. Paul Tracy leads it. They're sandwiching Jacques Villeneuve. He's trying to do everything he can to close. Then Robbie Gordon. Here the Indy cars, Road America. Al Unser Jr. still trying to set up Jacques. Now, he's had incredible straightaway speeds throughout the entire weekend, but some people think that he's running the car very loose to be able to accomplish those speeds.
And that's exactly what he does. He will make his car fast down the straights, but it's a compromise, so you're slower in the corners. You slip and slide a little bit too much. But Tracy definitely has the compromise hit on the head at the moment. But remember, Goodyear have brought the softest tires again that they've ever run here at Road America, and there are questions about the longevity of the tires during a full run with 40 gallons of fuel.
Them another fight. It's Al Unser Jr. And Jacques has been able to hold him off, but boy, look how much of the course he's using to do it. They've had some problems with drivers getting off the edge and cutting tires down this weekend. So every time he nicks the edge, he's taking quite a risk.
That is one of the problems here. The circuit is so long. There's the gap. Second to third. The circuit is so long that you're tempted to use curbing, a lot of gravel, a lot of stones, and that is what's actually cutting these tires. They've had a lot of punctures this weekend, but not from cars that stay on the racetrack.
Of course, next year, Goodyear loses its monopoly here in the Indy cars. Firestone will be joining the fight. And so there are very soft compounds in use now as Goodyear gets prepared for the future. And get a stop now. In fact, most of the teams have now laid out, anticipating their cars to come in on this lap. There goes the first indication as Jacques Villeneuve heads into the pit area, climbing the hill in second place. And right behind him is Al Unser Jr. We'll track all of these for you as they come in to make their stops here at the gigantic Road America. And Jacques Villeneuve heads for Jan Bicentennial.
Jacques Villeneuve is coming in. We have checked with Barry Green. They do not expect to make any stops. So far, he has stopped right on the marks. We're expecting a very standard 4-tire change and to take absolutely all the fuel that they can. So far, everything, they clean his visor. They're waiting for the fuel. Jacques waiting for the command. And, it's not in gear. He can't find a gear. Jacques Villeneuve lost all kinds of time. Let's check in with Gary.
Al Unser Jr. got serviced and is out in 13.6 seconds. His teammate Emerson Fittipaldi now being handled by Rick Reineman and the crew.
Again, Jimmy Jam Harris, who's the producer for Janet Jackson, taking in a motorsports weekend with Willie T.
Willie going to be a backup singer now, do you think?
I sure hope not, because he's terrible.
Let's go pit side. Gary Gerald can give us several updates.
Well, let's start with Nigel Mansell. They're now having, because of this misfire in the engine, they're having some fuel economy problems. So that's an added concern for the Newman Haas team with the defending PPG IndyCar World Champion. Also, Paul, we heard the report from Jan about a blister off one of Villeneuve's tires. Al Unser's tires came off, and there was a good-sized chunk missing on one of the rear tires. We talked with one of the Goodyear engineers, asked him, is that from surface buildup? He said, frankly, he did not think so, but of course they couldn't give us much more than that. We talked with Richard Buck, and he said Junior had reported that the car had been loose. There's the possibility that in one of those loose conditions, he may have slid it sideways, build up the heat. That may have caused that blister, but frankly, they don't know, and they're concerned about it. Jan?
How concerned they are about their conduct at an individual event. So here we're ready to go back to the green flag as Paul Tracy accepts the green, climbs the hill, and flashes across the start-finish line. Once again, he got a very good climb up the hill, well in advance of any of the competition. Now Villeneuve comes out in second place and starts to chase him. Al Unser back in third because he did go into the pits and make that stop.
So Villeneuve, we saw from the runs earlier, is not in a position to challenge Tracy on sheer speed unless they've changed the car in the last stop. Tracy has the measure of him, but Al Jr. now tries to pass Matt Schuster.
Very, very careful when you move on this car. Some drivers have been concerned about it this year because they say that sometimes he doesn't seem aware of you, and that seemed to be one of those occasions.
Al Jr. safely around and chasing Villeneuve. If you don't get it done on the racetrack, you may rely on the Richard Bucks of this world to help you make the pass. Al Jr. is well mindful of that. Remember, championship is all he thinks about. Another $1 million he'll get if he wins the championship. That is of prime importance today as opposed to a race win.
Let's get a further update on the second place car. Here's Jan.
We had an opportunity to check in with Barry Green. Of course, he is the team owner for Jacques Villeneuve. It turns out that they lost position last time during the pit stop. This time they decided not to pit, to pick up position, and now they feel that this yellow has given them a bigger fuel window. They can turn it up, use all the fuel they want, but now they know for them it comes down to that final stop.
Well, if there is a team that is developing their skills at making those stops and certainly has the experience within the organization, it is the Forsythe-Green group. Barry Green sitting on top of that team and keeping track of the car and what they will do tactically with the race. So you can't really count on them making any mistakes. You're going to have to race him on the course.
Barry Green also says one of Villeneuve's strongest points is he has an uncanny knack of managing fuel. He is very easy on fuel, which is a tremendous feat when you have a race as long as this and as hard on fuel as this.
You mentioned the presence earlier as we continue to watch this car of Tony Sicali, who is prime skill as an aerodynamicist on this team. And you will notice both in the wing and in the stabilizer fin, it is slightly different. There is a separation within that stabilizer fin and an element not in that wing that is on the other Reynards.
There is ongoing development with this car. This is one of the teams that understands if you can engineer or develop a so-called unfair advantage, it makes your driver's job so much easier. But what a job this team has done this year. Barry Green, in fact, wants to expand this to a two-car team next year. He will split from Forsythe, the Forsythe-Green name we've come familiar with. Barry will go his own way, but does want to try and expand it to a two-car team.
And as we did suggest, the Chicago Tribune this morning reporting that Teo Fabi will hook up with the other part of that split, which is with Forsythe. Of course, Teo had some of his great runs with the Forsythe organization, and then Barry Green as the chief mechanic of the team.
You saw the heavy braking there for Canada Corner. One of the problems Villeneuve has had this weekend is a soft brake pedal. He had to pump it with his left foot before he jumps on it with his right foot. He said one of the things he worried about was forgetting in the heat of the battle to pump that brake and maybe get himself into trouble. Obviously, it hasn't happened so far.
I'm trying to keep a good eye on that fin, and I don't think they're running the fin with a separation here today. So they're counting on the aerodynamic changes strictly to the rear wing on this car. That means that they run the car very loose, as you saw there. But this young man seems to handle that condition with no problem at all. It would fatigue most drivers. This under the full course yellow for Arie Luyendyk's stop. And boy, we've got a trouble with Jacques Villeneuve again. Remember, he came off his last stop. He couldn't get the thing going. Jan, he had the same problem again.
Well, this time it was not that he didn't get it in gear. This time it was that he got it in gear and then stalled it. And the Forsythe-Green crew had to then push him and get him going. We have had an opportunity to check with the crew, and Paul, they believe that Jacques Villeneuve will be able to make it to the end of the race from this point.
Already the pace car heads for the pit area, and they begin to pick up the pace. Paul Tracy has always gotten a good jump on the start here today, and for the third time he screams up the hill, though this time Al Unser Jr. is wise to him and stays right with him.
And the pace car barely had time to get off the racetrack that time, but look at Villeneuve.
Whoa! Look at that as Villeneuve darts to the inside. Paul Tracy is almost knocked off the course. He is battling as Al Unser Jr. sits behind, takes it easy. They bang wheels not once but several times, and Jacques Villeneuve picks up the lead. They will battle down the hill now to the key passing area on the course. Paul Tracy has to be furious that he got jumped there.
Well, 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 sheer talent and bravery pulls one over the Penske super team, and Villeneuve, we know his car is fast down the straight, but look at this, Tracy's under attack again.
Under attack, but Al Unser Jr. is right there, and take a look at Mario Andretti, who brings his way forward in the field. We expected a sprint to the end of the race. I'm not so sure I expected this. Here comes the rest of the field as they climb the hill and turn toward the Hurry Downs.
Well, well, what a turn up for the books here. Something we didn't expect. Villeneuve lost all those positions in the pit lane. First he couldn't get it into gear, then he stalled it. But look what happens here in the slingshot.
Villeneuve moved to the inside around Tracy. And look at that, as it looks like he got together, Tracy together with Al Unser Jr., and then they banged again as they came down here.
Now down here they actually do touch wheels on the run down the hill, but Villeneuve stayed right in there and kept kicking and fighting all the way and keeps the lead. What a move.
Is there prophecy here? With Jacques now the leader of the race. Remember, his uncle scored his only victory here. And we then called him Jacques Villeneuve. But look at this young Canadian who's now solidly in the front of the field.
Here on street circuits, never won on a road course like this. What a turn up for the books it would be for the man who's already locked up the Rookie of the Year honors. But the pressure he's under now to have the super powerhouse behind him, waiting, forcing him into a mistake. We're going to watch his every move.
You'll get a glimpse from time to time of that bright yellow car of Teo Fabi, who runs in 5th now, and he is in tight contact with the leaders of this race. So it's still anybody's game here with 14 laps to go.
14 long laps to go, over 4 miles. If he can settle down, Villeneuve could win this.
And the real question was, he's been running this car so loose all day. Did he have the stamina to continue to run it with the aerodynamics really pretty well flattened out to give him very strong straightaway speed? But what kind of toll is that going to be taking on him?
That's it. Uncharted territory here for this man. Under pressure, hang on to that car. Do not make a mistake. If you do, those two men will pounce.
Nigel Mansell came back into the fight in 17th position, Gary Gerald.
Well, the interesting thing is the fact that they checked the tire pressure on all 4 of those that came off. None of them were deflated. So Nigel may have thought he had a puncture. In fact, it appears he did not.
So that stopped extremely costly for Nigel Mansell, who was running solidly in competition until he came in. 37 laps complete now. Let's get an update from Jan Bikas.
Well, when Jacques Villeneuve took the lead, their crew went absolutely crazy. And you say, well, why? Well, they had the opportunity to watch on a monitor to see our coverage. They can see it right here. They're all huddled around the monitor. Remember, with a 4-mile lap, you wouldn't see the cars very often if you didn't have one of those. They went absolutely crazy. It looked like they were at a hockey match, and they just scored the winning goal. One quick update, they feel they do not have to lean it down very much to make it to the end. They think they've got it right where they want it.
Well, of course, there is that possibility. He may have scored the winning goal with that particular move. Boy, what a brave move it was, though. I can't get over what a super move that was.
The power move of the race was what Villeneuve pulled off. I raced with his dad in Formula One. He was Mr. Excitement all the time. And this young man here seems to have inherited all those genes, the bravery, but he's born with the talent, and Barry Green surrounds him with the car. What a day, what a turn-up this could be if he can hang on. But let's remember, 13 very, very long laps to go.
Paul Tracy seemed to have this race totally under his control. Turned the fastest lap of the race at 132 miles an hour on the 8th lap. Dominated right from the start and through the first pit stop. But boy, that last restart, what a spectacular moment that was. And that gave Jacques Villeneuve the top position, and he seems to be able to hold on to it without any trouble at all. He's almost a full second ahead now, though a full second here doesn't mean much at all.
I wonder, did the pace car have something to do with that start? Because the Penske cars, here it is again. Now look at the brave move down the inside. Now here's Tracy, almost hits him. He might have hit him. And then the run down. Watch this. Wheel to wheel, bang, they touch. And Villeneuve comes off best. He dives for the apex. But I wonder, I did ask the question, did the pace car, you think, have anything to do with this? Because remember, Tracy and Al Jr. could not accelerate early enough off that last corner to get up the hill because the pace car was still there. Villeneuve was a bit further behind. I don't know whether that gave him a slight advantage.
Well, and adding to that would be the fact that for a few seconds there, Al Unser Jr. was past Tracy as well, so there certainly could have been an accordion effect as they came up the hill. But for the moment, the end result is Jacques Villeneuve is running at the top of the field. His best finish on a road course was a 4th at Cleveland. He was 2nd, of course, at the Indy 500 a year ago. Right now, it's a natural terrain road course, 4 miles long, 14 turns. Road America, Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. as Paul Tracy suddenly starts to slow.
He's in trouble, Paul.
Something as he came up the straightaway there. Al Unser Jr. is right there on top of him. Paul Tracy is trying to keep it at speed, but there's some problem in that car. Was it temporal, or will it continue on?
No, he is in trouble. He went by our commentary booth here. There is a broken header or something misfiring in that engine. Al Jr., there he goes.
Well, Al Unser Jr. moves for the pass as they head down the long hill run into the 5th turn. And Al Unser Jr. moves into second place as Paul Tracy takes it off of the race course. Whatever it was, he knew it was terminal. Gary, do they know that in the pits?
No, the crew
gives this man a little bit of breathing room. He came across the line on the last lap about a second and a third ahead of Al Unser Jr. The two Penske cars now in pursuit. And you were right. As they came past, it sounded like a broken header, and that's exactly what they're reporting.
And Villeneuve will now look in his mirrors and see a different helmet color. He'll know Tracy's gone, so his job has just gotten a little bit easier. Now, I'm not sure Al Jr., if he gets close enough to Villeneuve, will take a risk and poke his nose down the inside, because Villeneuve will bang wheels with the best of them when he's going to fight for his first win.
I'll tell you what, you and I are a little different. I'm not so sure looking in my mirror and seeing Al Unser Jr. there is going to make me feel any better at all. Let's go to the pits once again in Jan Vicus.
When you guys are talking about Jacques Villeneuve, the man who talks to him on the radio is, of course, Barry Green, team owner. He asked him 2 laps ago, he says, Jacques, all we need is 8 perfect laps, and this is yours. And, of course, now Barry has told him that one of those persons chasing him is now out of the fight.
Oh, don't put pressure on the kid. 8 perfect laps, no problem. 14 turns here. Good news about this course is most of the turns are relatively classic. There's nothing that's really tricky and off cameras or anything.
And if you get your rhythm, suddenly you click off those laps. But it is nice to come by here and you'll see his pit board count the laps down.
Al Unser Jr., as you saw by the interval, has been closing in. But Derek, is it a chance worth taking?
Oh, I don't know. The door will have to be left wide open by Villeneuve for an Al Jr. to stick his nose down the inside. Remember, he saw Tracy and Villeneuve bang wheels in that first corner, and it looks as if Villeneuve's car does have the legs on Al Jr. down the straight. But under braking, Al Jr. definitely seems to gather him up a little bit.
Something else to remember, Al Unser Jr. is right now in the position that would earn him the championship. If he tangles here and goes off course, that possibility is shot for him. But above all, I always see Al Unser Jr. as a racer. If he sees a hole, he's going through it.
Right, and also remember this. Currently, he has tied the record that Michael Andretti set at 8 wins. He could set a new record by going for the win here.
So Al Unser Jr. with a chance to wrap up the championship here very early in the season with 2 races to go after this. Nazareth next week, we'll have coverage of that. And then, of course, on the 9th of October at Laguna Seca, California, what almost always turns into a free-for-all. And you'll see that coverage here on ESPN. Everybody watching the television now. Hey, Roger, give us a wave. No, he wouldn't do it. It was worth a try, though.
Have a look at the oil on the front of Al Unser Jr.'s helmet when we get a good close-up look. I wonder where is that coming from? Was that coming from Tracy's car? Because we know he is retired with a mechanical failure, but the front of Al Jr.'s car is normally white. And that is very definitely well covered in oil.
Oh, no. Mario Andretti, who was doing so well in 5th place, sits by the edge of the course. Fuel, maybe? Couldn't be.
Well, now that allows Fernandez to move up to that 5th place, and then Bozell, Scott Goodyear, Johansson, and Rahal all behind him, as Scott Sharp now moves up into the top 10.
So Mario's bad news is good news for a number of others. Michael Andretti out of the car. Race over.
So
let's go to the pits, get an update from Gary.
Radio says that Mario had plenty of fuel. The engine just cut out, Paul.
Oh, boy. Michael Andretti, no indication as to why he brought it in and out of the car. Remember, he had 2 tires go down on him, and those the treads of those tires could certainly have done a lot of damage to the car in those runs. But Michael Andretti, after starting 20th, still occupies 17th place, but is going down through the field. Again, another chance to pass, and he can't get it done for Al Unser Jr. Battle for the lead continues now with 2 laps to go.
Junior can't just get close enough to Villeneuve. Villeneuve's car is set up so as it goes through the corner well, but accelerates off well, and it's fast down the straight. Now, under braking, right here, there's no room. Al Jr. doesn't have room to make an attacking move, and he's too far behind him. Here's the carousel. Watch how the gap closes in. Maybe only half a car width. But from here on in, let's follow them all the way down to Canada Corner. Villeneuve was the fastest man down this straight at over 200 miles an hour during practice and qualifying. He doesn't lose Al Jr., but Al Jr. can't get close enough.
Once again, an opportunity to pass missed for Al Unser Jr. By the way, we've got something very special for you next week in the run at Nazareth. On ESPN, you're going to see coverage just like you are now. But those of you lucky enough to have ESPN2, well, there we will have primarily on-board coverage throughout the entire run. It's an experiment, and it sounds like it's going to be a lot of fun. White flag comes out. Jacques Villeneuve on his way to victory. 2 key passing zones ahead. Will Al Unser Jr. try him? Al Unser Jr. may not. If he stays there, he has the championship anyway. But let's remember, little Al loves to race and loves most of all to win.
Great shots as they go away from our cameras. You can see both cars off the racetrack over those very dirty rumble strips. But Villeneuve hanging on. He may make history here. The Canadian newspapers may be full of this man tomorrow, but Junior is closer than ever.
2 incredible possibilities here, a championship and a first-time win for a very deserving young man and a team that has worked very hard all year. Another win in the column for the Reynards this year as well. Al Unser Jr. now really moving into where he has but 1 more chance, and that will come at Canada Corner.
And to satisfy Barry Green, he only has half a perfect lap to do. Look at Al Jr. He's further behind than he was before.
Al Unser Jr., maybe he's set in a position to try to get a little momentum as he runs down through the kink.
If he gets through the kink here, Villeneuve without trouble. Al Jr.'s too far behind. He is too far behind unless Villeneuve throws this thing into the bushes.
1 critical corner, a lot of careful braking here as Jacques Villeneuve makes that turn. The race could be his. The championship looks like it's little Al's. They make the final set of turns. Coming up to turn 14. A championship and a first-time winner decided as Jacques Villeneuve becomes the 212th driver since 1909 to win an IndyCar race, and Al Unser Jr. takes the championship for Penske Racing. Al wins his 2nd championship, his first coming in 1990. And the celebrations will begin at both ends of the pits. Villeneuve pulls off the edge of the race course. Apparently, he stretched the fuel right to the end. Unbelievable. Gary Gerald?
Well,
first car this year to win without any red on the car. Jan Vikas knows how to get an exclusive.
Well, we had the opportunity to catch up with Jacques Villeneuve as he was walking back, waving to the crowd. Now Tony Sacali comes up and gives him the hug. Congratulations. This man, the smile on your face tells it all. Oh, yeah, nice job. As one of the Green brothers congratulates you. Fantastic job. What a great restart. How'd you pull that off?
Well, Paul started too early and got slowed down by the pace car, and then I had a great tow. And there was just a little bit of room to the inside, so I went for it, locked the wheels. Then I was hit from behind and just fought for it, and it worked. I want to thank the team because they did a great job, and in the 2 pit stop, I made big mistakes. I didn't put it in first gear in the first one. I stalled the second one, and they didn't let me down. They did a great job, and so we could win the race.
But tell everyone at home, what does it feel like to win an IndyCar race after just thinking about that your whole career? What's the emotion there?
Oh, it's great. Mostly when you got Junior in your mirrors for the 5-6 last laps, and he's quicker than you. That was tough, but the car was going really well with full tanks and with little fuel as well. So the team just did a great job.
Well, we all enjoyed watching this young man really do a job of driving today. Hey, Gary, what do you got?
Old Jacques Villeneuve, who is so nonchalant, I can hardly believe. Doesn't faze him whatsoever, but for Barry Green to say that he's the best he's ever worked with, what an accolade that is. But I think it also goes to prove a new team like Forsythe-Green Racing, it goes to show you there is no magic to being successful in racing. You just have to have all the parts and then make it work for you.
So our new winner up on the podium acknowledges the crowd. We'll be back with a little bit more. Won when this was a dirt track years ago. And Roger Penske bought it, paved it over. There's our latest winner, Jacques Villeneuve. He runs in 6th.
Something unique about Villeneuve in qualifying, he was the only driver who actually changed gear. He went through turns 3 and 4, or turn 3 in 5th gear, and changed up a gear down this front straight. I don't think he likes to do that all through the race, though.
Move up into 4th place and get right behind Robbie Gordon. There he is, and that's Gordon just ahead.
Gordon without the benefit of his regular engineer, Tim Wardrop here. We now look over Gordon's shoulder. Tim Wardrop from England. At home, his son took ill, so he did the right thing. He's with his family. However, he gives the team the setup before they get here, and they have done a superb job. Look at that outside line again for Gordon. That's Mike Croft down the inside. But Gordon loves to be daring. Now he's outside Villeneuve.
Villeneuve gets down on the inside, splits Gordon to the outside. Now they both come around and are trying to get around. I was going to suggest that they both made it around Matsushita, but only Villeneuve did it, and so that moves him into 3rd place. Gordon got caught.
And you got the view from the driver's seat as Villeneuve, that baby boy on Tuesday named Conrad, got home, was there at the berth. Look at Villeneuve again, sneaks down the inside. Bozell is there, but he's under attack now from Johansson, who wasn't as quick in practice and qualifying because he had wastegate troubles, but he is flying.
And Nigel
right
Mansell peels off and flag racing 25 laps into the record book. Jacques Villeneuve, followed by Bozell and by Johansson. Johansson looked like he washed the back end there for just a second, but he stays in close contact on Raoul.
Well, Paul, I don't know if it would relate to a wheel weight problem, but they did make a huge change on the right front wing for Mario as he made that very quick stop.
Back now, focusing on Jacques Villeneuve as Al Unser Jr. continues to charge on him. Little Al, boy, look at this run, comes up through the field. Now Little Al in 3rd place. Penske
18th position. They were going for the bonus money that Championship Auto Mechanics provide for the car that passes the most positions. He's already gained 15. He's got his eye on more money. Jan?
Speaking about Raoul Boisel, who has moved his way up into 5th place, we said everyone's going loose. Well, we checked with Dick Simon, team owner. He says, well, we're actually pushing. Now, of course, if that car is pushing now, maybe that car will really hit the sweet spot in a few laps. Raoul Boisel on the move.
Well, Boisel trying to battle with Jacques Villeneuve, but a couple of laps ago, guys, you can't believe he was down on the rumble strip. The car gave a big pitch. He got it back under control and continues his pursuit of Boisel.
Oh, that looked like a bit of a scary move to me. When you're 23 years of age, you don't mind sticking wheels on the grass. You won't get away with that very often when you run at this speed between the concrete walls as Rahal, who's obviously in trouble against
Sparkplug Grand Prix, Nazareth, Pennsylvania. R.A. Lyondike just pulled behind the wall. Problems with his gearbox. He is out of the race. Paul Tracy is still the leader, as there you see the rundown at the conclusion of 42 laps. But they run so fast, the leader is already on lap 44. And Paul Tracy and Emerson Fittipaldi are running a race all by themselves, but still moving into that race about 12 seconds behind the leaders is Al Unser Jr., doing everything he can to close in.
That's Johansson that's just about to get passed by Emerson. Gets a good look at the car that he will drive next year, because Tony Bentonhausen will buy 2 of those Penskes for Johansson.
Boy, look at Villeneuve as he drops to the inside alongside Mark Smith.
Well, see what he did. Brakes to the inside, and look how high and wide he washed all the way up to the outside of the groove. You can do that when you're brave, but it's always better when you warm those tires up first.
A move for someone young and brave. Villeneuve runs in 7th place. Adrian Fernandez ahead of him is his target. Paul Tracy, of course.
With Williams, if he gets the last 3 races of this year right. But the interesting political point is that he will have to defer to Damon Hill in order to allow Hill to get as many World Championship points as possible. And Nigel does not like deferring to anyone.
Let's go down to the pits. Robbie Gordon, we mentioned out of the race, Jan.
Robbie Gordon does join us here on pit lane. Robbie, what is it that put you out? We saw smoke from the right rear.
We lost the right rear wheel bearing.
Just a few laps ago, Johansson was able to move up on Villeneuve, and then finally Fernandez was able to get in just behind and continue in a fight with Villeneuve. So this is actually just a lap or two.
82 people back in Poole in England under the guidance of Nick Guzzi, and already the new 95 car Fernandez makes the move on Villeneuve, but already the new Penske for next year is well under construction.
Boy, and what a nice and quick move it was as Fernandez starts inside of Villeneuve and takes over 6th place.
And there are no tricks on Fernandez's car. I spoke to Ed Nathman earlier after qualifying. He said they have no development pieces, no tricks, just a stock basic car that they come to the racetrack with, put him in it, get him as many miles as possible. But that is proving to be very effective for Fernandez.
The position for Fernandez, in fact, 5th place, as now he is being challenged again, and he will move up to challenge Raul Boisel. So the fight stays very close, and look at Teo Fabi coming in here. Teo Fabi in a fight for position now with Villeneuve. Teo looks to the inside. And he can't get that one done. Let's go pit side. Jan Beekes.
You've mentioned the battle about Jacques Villeneuve. We checked in with Barry Green. He says their car now is getting loose, and that is what is dropping Villeneuve back.
Well, there certainly is some indication of that visually. Teo Fabi, they are fighting with Villeneuve, but it's not a fight for position per se. Right now, Villeneuve is running in 6th place, and Fabi is sitting a lap from him with that move. He is now back on the leader lap, so he will come around and try to close that position.
See how slow Villeneuve is off those corners. When the car is loose, you just use all the road, but you can't get onto the power. The man who came here to test 2 or 3 weeks ago, he was the fastest Indy car ever around here at that particular test. Then the tire construction and compound changed, and his car, they haven't quite been able to marry that new tire to the Reynard of Villeneuve.
So Villeneuve with his problems. No problems though for Paul Tracy. Al Unser Jr. is still in 2nd place, about 4.5 seconds back, and another 4 seconds back is Emerson Fittipaldi. The Penske cars are still 1, 2, and 3. So on one onboard camera, we have 2 battles for you.
Well, Ray Hall is a passenger in that Miller Genuine Draft car, because no matter how much horsepower he lacks, he is not fast through the corners, and he is beginning to get himself into difficulties trying to watch what's going on behind him. Just look at these traffic jams. That's what happens here. The slower car has nowhere to go and run and hide, and the drivers at the drivers' meetings will tell you, do not change your line. Put the onus on.
As Fernandez is ready to go back in the fight, remember the flow of the fuel actually controls the time of these spots, and Villeneuve almost gets into the side of Fernandez as he comes out, Gary.
That was pretty close, Paul. There wasn't a lot of room between the two, but young Jacques Villeneuve hit the spot perfectly, and Fernandez had no difficulty as he got through and goes back on course. Tire change already complete. Boy, that was fast. Waiting for that fuel, and as you mentioned, gravity flow tough late in the race. 14.9 seconds, Villeneuve back onto the warm-up lane.
And again, Derek, a substantial adjustment to the front wing.
I lost count of the number of turns they adjusted Villeneuve's front wing, so he's obviously not happy, and Jan Beekes is down with Boisel.
As you can see, we are under yellow. The reason for this incident was contact between Jacques Villeneuve and Adrian Fernandez. It sent Adrian Fernandez careening off of 3 different walls.
Top of the picture, you can see almost an identical crash to Mario. Heavy impact to the inside, but it's not finished yet. Look at this, still 100 miles an hour. Bang, clouts that outside wall. Fernandez, we do believe, is okay, but look at the right front wheel all the way down through turns 3 and 4.
And here was his view.
He goes outside Villeneuve. That's the key. Watch this. He's outside him now. Boom. Villeneuve moves over, hits him.
Into the onboard camera.
Whoa.
Lost steering on that impact with the wall. That turned him to the inside Armco barrier and completely out of control with regard to steering as he came out to the wall. But the good news is there is Adrian. He limps a bit. We hope he's okay. Obviously, he's not life-threatened. What a wonderful run he had going, though, to end it against the wall. Let's go to Gary Gerald.
Barry Green keeping a track of Jacques Villeneuve. Now tell us what you know. Did he radio and indicate there was contact?
Well, all we heard, Gary, was just that he touched wheels with Fernandez. I don't know exactly what happened, and we hit him pretty hard, so we decided we'd come back in and put a new set of wheels on just to be sure. Everything looks okay at the back, but I don't know exactly what happened. We're having a little bit of trouble, just loose.
Thank you. That's a recurring theme. We're hearing that loose story all up and down pit road all afternoon, Paul.
The voice of Goodyear, whose tires get faster. They are breaking track records at every racetrack they go to. And it's all in preparation for Firestone. Al Spire, the competition manager of Firestone, is here. Look at Al Jr. round the outside decisively of Michael.
Let's go pit side. Remember, we had Adrian Fernandez in that accident, and he was limping as he walked away from the car. What's the medical report, Jan? Anything yet?
Yes, we've had an opportunity to check in with the medical center, and he is okay, but he does have a bruised right ankle, and he's waiting for the doctors, Terry Trammell and company, to come in off the course when the race is over for further evaluation. But Adrian Fernandez, okay.
We saw the front of his car as they took it away on the tow truck. He bruises it because he bangs it off the side, not because anything came into the cockpit.
Still, again, that whole issue of energy that ripples into the cockpit. You try to dissipate most of it, but now and then some of it ends up with the driver. Look at this fight now, Derek.
Well, one of the great safety developments IndyCar has done over the last 10 years is to move the driver further from the impact. And the damage we saw to Fernandez to the front of his car never got into the driver's cockpit. That's what IndyCar wanted to strive to attain, and they did now with Fernandez's crash.
Boy, Fittipaldi is not letting go, and Villeneuve was very definitely tenacious there as well, as he wanted to continue to guard his position. He currently runs in 7th place. Behind him now is Scott Goodyear as he finally moves into the top 10.
But I was worried about Robbie, but now it's going to be a little tough for him.
We're just happy you're all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul?
Sometimes things happen so fast that it's a bit confusing, but I think Michael will be surprised to see that right rear lock under braking, and that's actually what started his spin, not contact with somebody behind him.
Focusing on the battle for 2nd place. Jack trying to hold off Nigel Mansell. Mansell very definitely in pursuit here. We'll keep track of this for you. We'd like to go back and look at the start because they seem broken for the moment. As they'll come back, and you can see some of that excess rubber flying off the tires as they come back up to speed now. And the green flag comes out once again, and here we go.
Villeneuve down the inside of Parker Johnstone, who gets to use the Step 5 Honda engine for the very first time this afternoon. Step 5 being the latest of the Honda IndyCar development engines.
Paul Tracy caught the advantage on that restart as he was able to pull away. But now both Villeneuve, Bobby, and now Nigel Mansell have moved past. And so 1st through 4th are all running together on the race course as well. Now, Raul Boisel has to get around Parker Johnstone, and then the top 5 will be chasing the leader, Paul Tracy.
Now, the beauty of different strategies can be seen right here. Mansell, who's currently running in 4th place, has made a pit stop. Everybody in front of him has to stop. Mansell will lead this race. Now, Roger Penske has 3 different choices. So he decides.
PPG IndyCar World Series race of the season, the Toyota Grand Prix of Monterey, featuring the Bank of America 300, as Teo Fabi and Jacques Villeneuve go head-to-head with one another. And Fabi moves into 2nd place. It looks like handling problems for Jacques as now here comes Nigel Mansell looking for a place.
Oh, he blocks Mansell. He sees him come. He goes right, he goes left. But Villeneuve, we saw him get sideways in the braking zone for turn 5. Maybe he's the first car to show that these rear tires are beginning to go away.
At the top of the hill, look how far over to the left Jacques was as they came into the corner. I'm surprised at that. It seems most drivers want to go all the way out to the right and then sweep into the top of the chicane.
And you see Villeneuve unstable entering corners. Mansell is ready to pounce. He doesn't have to take a risk, though. He knows he's going to make a pit stop. Boisel is behind Mansell, also will be forced to make a stop.
Point. but they can resume the battle immediately. Jan Bicentennial?
Whoa, man, we just almost had a crew member here. It looked like that was Kyle Moore. The fueler barely got out of the way as Jacques Villeneuve spun the wheels out of here. Oh, that was, I haven't seen anything that close for a long time. It was a quick stop. They didn't make any changes. Our temporary leader is back on course.
Bank of America 300, Laguna Seca Raceway, just inland from Monterey, California. Beautiful area of the country. We're on our third full course yellow of the day, and this the final race of the 1994 PPG Car World Series. This is what Jan Bicentennial was talking about. Watch the refueling man, Jim Wilson. He just dances and tries to pirouette away from that spinning wheel. You know that can't have been any too pleasant.
I'm not sure if he actually missed that or not. I think Villeneuve might have just kissed him on the knee and the shin, but Jim Wilson, very, very experienced at his refueling job, might have dodged a bullet right there.
And maybe has a place in the world of bullfighting. Now, this is the arrival of that engine in full competition sometime in the middle of next season. A new engine from Toyota. So Toyota, Mercedes, Ford Cosworth. It's going to be a wonderfully healthy season.
And drivers for that Toyota program already in place. P.J. Jones, Parnelli's son, will drive that car alongside Juan Manuel Fangio.
Keeping track of the battle for third place. Nothing's changed here. Villeneuve and Teo Fabi. Teo in his final drive for Jim Hall looking very racy here today. They continue to work with a different rear cowling on their car than any of the others of the mark. And looking back, toilet paper and put the number 1 on it and said, that's the only thing we're making number 1 for next year. Number 1 is a terrible bad luck.
What a fight this is here between Villeneuve and Fabi, and Emerson's right behind them and Bozell. So 4 cars in a line here, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and this is a fight all the way. Gordon is just ahead of them, but he's out of sequence.
Robbie Gordon not in the fight at all, but still spectacular views over his shoulder. Sweeping once again down the hill into the right-hander toward the final turn, leading to the pit straight. Update on Andrew Craig and his drive as Robbie comes almost opposite lock coming through the corner. Let's go to Jan Bicentennial.
Well, talking about Robbie going opposite lock, that's exactly what Andrew Craig does not want to do. I talked to him just before the start of this race. He said he is going to drive Robbie Gordon's car. He says, hey, I want the maximum amount of wing that I can get, the lowest boost that they can possibly dial in, because, quite frankly, I'm a lousy race car driver, but I just want to go out there and have fun.
So he's going to be able to live everybody's dream. The leader, Paul Tracy. That's Parker Johnstone, Honda Power, just ahead.
This has been a battle that has waged all day long, every lap. Look at Villeneuve, goes off the racetrack on the left-hand side. That's the way he likes to line up his braking zone. But Fabi, in his very last run for Jim Hall, having his best run of the year. Doesn't that always happen?
You know, Villeneuve, he's so cool. Going to and from the pits with his helmet on. It was fun yesterday watching him on a bicycle, heading up for his car for practice. Fully dressed, fully ready to go, helmet strapped on. It's one way he kind of isolates himself and gets focused on the race.
When Tracy gets back on the racetrack.
Villeneuve, Fabi, both in adjacent pits.
Oh, this is good.
This could be interesting as they come out.
Villeneuve's car fell off the jacks. Oh, Fabi's is very slow. Back jack won't lift the car.
So they go to the hand jack on the back of Fabi's car. They get the rear tires on that. But Villeneuve heads out, and Fabi is still in the pits. They're still working on the car.
No contest. Didn't get it right. So much time lost here while stationary in the pits. Jan Bicentennial.
Well, what happened there, Derek, as Teo Fabi gets underway, when he tried to come around the front of Villeneuve, he did not get close enough to the pit wall. They couldn't get the air jack to it. They couldn't get the car in the air. So when Derek said, hey, looks like Villeneuve's not in the air, at that stage, they hadn't even started working on Fabi's car. He lost a ton of time here. Good thing it's a full course yellow.
The 5 balls in this fight. On terminate, now here comes the rest of the battle. They're second, third, fourth, and fifth.
Out in the dirt and the gravel and the rubber that's on the outside of the racetrack, Al Jr. had to force his way past Willie T. Ribs, and here comes Emerson.
Fittipaldi around Ribs. Jack drops in behind him, as does Bozell. Fabi coming up behind Bozell now as they climb the hill. Boy, look at Villeneuve all the way off the edge of the course to come around Willie T.
Hold your breath when this man comes into the picture, because if there isn't enough room on the racetrack, he'll use what's off the racetrack, and he gets it done. He's still chasing Emerson, but look how much he lost. Willie T turns the dirt up onto Raoul Boesel.
And Villeneuve kicked the rear end all the way off the course on that corner as well. Now back to there are the two Penske cars as we come forward. Al Unser Jr. and Emerson Fittipaldi and Jacques Villeneuve.
Oh, this is good stuff here. Good stuff. Two Penskes, one Reynard, all equal in speed. Dominic Dobson not in the fight, running 12th. Just ahead of them, hasn't moved out of the way. Al Jr. tried to force away past Willie T. Eventually got it done. But it is risky when you go offline here.
14 laps left in the season as Boesel around Fabi.
50 miles an hour, according to the telemetry readouts. Here's the fastest straight here, 172 miles an hour in qualifying.
But both of the Penskes being very careful in passing. Once again, Villeneuve moves way to the outside, tiptoes, and then brings it back in, trying to dial inside of Emerson Fittipaldi. He's alongside Fittipaldi now. Oh, and he's past him. And Boesel now looking for room to get around Fittipaldi. There's Unser Jr. still second as he's able to ease away.
In this chase of Al Jr.
Remember how careful Al was when he came up to make this pass. In fact, he tiptoed through all the traffic. This is Villeneuve as he made the pass on the last lap.
Very brave. This is difficult. This is where Michael crashed earlier. Right here, forces the issue, sticks the rear wheels on the dirt, and Emerson has no option but to let him through. Bravery made that pass.
Emerson very wisely gave him an opening there. Let's go to Jan Vikas.
Well, speaking of Jacques Villeneuve, he has just got a quick radio communication. Barry Green told him, hey, we think your tires are better than Tracy's and Emo's. Go after them.
Pace car is off onto the pit road. Front row nicely aligned. As Michael Andretti takes the green flag, jumps into the lead. Gugelmin in second. Boesel comes up on the inside, DeFer into the outside.
Perfect start. Now they head down the very fastest part of the track.
All safely through the first turn. Now on to Biscayne Boulevard. Up toward 185 miles an hour. On board with Ray Hall. That's Scott Bruin just ahead as he smokes the tires under braking. Stop, and here is the fight on the circuit. At 15 cars, Christian Fittipaldi, and chasing him is Jacques Villeneuve. It's a battle for fourth place.
Gary, you mentioned Emerson's problems with the radio. He's way back in 13th position. A very bleak day for the Penske team. Al, of course, started badly last year in Surfers Paradise and came on speedily and won the championship. But the feeling this year is things are going to be different for Penske. A much tougher year ahead for them.
Well, you know, Sam, they've been testing all winter, and of course the rumor mills get wild, but they say that they've had problems with the car. Now, the car's not changed much from last year, the Penske car. Minor changes to it from what we read and hear about. But for some reason, they've lost what they had last year. Now, knowing Roger Penske, they won't do this much longer. He'll just change the last year's setup and go with that.
So Christian Fittipaldi and Jacques Villeneuve continue their battle. Right behind
the thing is Dan Gurney and Toyota building their own thing. So Dan Gurney will be back in the chassis building business. I just talked to Kathy Nealon last night. It's almost done.
Here we go, green once again.
So now we're going to find out what condition Michael Andretti's car is in. If he's able to continue out front, we'll know it's probably okay.
That predominantly green and yellow car there is Salazar, with Jacques Villeneuve coming up behind him.
Salazar is Dick Simon's new driver, 40 years old, veteran of IMSA competition. You see the car on the right there, just going through the turn.
And there is... Sullivan looks for room outside. Pruitt closes in. Great fight here.
Sullivan's last win was back in 1993 in Detroit. He's been out of business, so to speak, since then. But this team, which had seemed like a long shot, really, may not be at all. It may be one of the best teams in the business right now.
You know, one of the neat things when you see a group That's as tight as that group was, Sam and Paul. You know that the drivers not only have to look ahead of them, but they're watching both of their mirrors because somebody's trying to get around them on both sides.
Big name out of the race. Here's Gary Gerald.
Well, that big name is Emerson Fittipaldi. Emma, I know you didn't have radio. Then there were problems. Did it relate to electronics?
Yeah, it must be. I mean, I started no radio, and then the engine started to misfire, and then just nearly stop, and we changed all the systems, the electrical system. It's still misfiring the engine. There's no way even to get out of the pit. I'm very disappointed, but beginning of the season, we have the whole season ahead of us, and we should be much stronger in Australia.
Is there a concern that your teammate is having the same problems in Al Unser Jr.'s car?
It looks like, I mean, he already, but his car seems to be running okay now, and we're just looking. I'm looking for Australia for the championship now. That's Miami's going now.
Only a couple of weeks away, and a tough day for a man who just lives 10 minutes away by boat. Thanks, Emma.
Thanks, Ken.
Yeah, definitely a hometown event for Emerson Fittipaldi. Al Unser Jr. is 21st right now, 5 laps behind the race. And everybody is bottled up right now behind Salazar as Jacques Villeneuve looks for any room that he can find. Back to the leader of the race. We haven't seen much of him, and that's because he has been so powerful here at the front of the field. Michael Andretti now 4 seconds out in front of second place Mauricio Gugelmin. There comes Gugelmin off the corner. But look, he's being challenged by Jacques Villeneuve right now. And waiting in the wings is Danny Sullivan and Scott Pruitt.
Villeneuve, remember, in the blue and white car, was a rookie last year, but he won at Elkhart Lake. He had a brilliant pass there near the end of the race that secured that win for him. And today, he is one of the fastest cars on the track. Probably second fastest compared to Michael Andretti.
You know, we're over halfway into the race, and these guys have not let up on this battle right here the entire distance. So the price of racing is going to get pretty rough as we get near the end here.
Mauricio Gugelmin. Jack's just behind him. We could be due for stops any time now. Michael Andretti has gone 23 laps since our 50 laps complete. We are moving up with a brand new leader in IndyCar racing in the person of Mauricio Gugelmin. And we talked about new faces. They are very definitely at the front of the field right now.
You know, this is really working itself up to be a good race. There's Gugelmin right there, Villeneuve right behind him, and a whole bunch right behind them.
Certainly the international flavor is being borne out.
Gugelmin, the Pac West team. Jacques Villeneuve with 1 win in his career so far, that at Road America last year, with a promise of many more to come. We have a terrific battle. These cars, led by the 27 car of Jacques Villeneuve, the rest of that group have all been very, very close together. There's young Jack down with his father Gilles, the late and great Gilles Villeneuve, and his sister. Some family snapshots of him very young. I wonder what Dad would think of him today. He would certainly be very proud. And Jack, by the way, seems to be very much aware of the great heritage that he follows. In second place is Gugelmin, then Bobby Ray Hall, then Scott Pruitt, then Danny Sullivan.
Gilles Villeneuve, Jacques' dad, was known for what's called his car handling ability. He could throw a car around even in the narrow confines of a street circuit like this and still manage to keep from hitting anything. Jacques definitely has that car handling ability. Plus, he's only 23. He has tremendous maturity, and with Barry Green as his crew chief, a terrific brain in the pits to guide the whole effort. And you need a package like that to be good.
What you saw him doing right there was trying to scrub the rubber off of his tires. I hate to interrupt with you, Paul. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Bobby, I was watching him in the paddock the other day, and he was very warm with the crowd. Of course, the paddock wide open, you know, you can get a ticket in there. Full of race fans. They were having a great time, and he spent a lot of time at the fence with them. Let's take a look at this, because it's going to compress up and then go green. Remember, these cars at the front of the field have been very closely matched throughout the going.
Boy, he timed that perfectly. He stole about 3 car lengths on Gugelmin. Good start for Jacques Villeneuve.
Stab at second place Gugelmin. We'll have to wait and see if he's got it.
Villeneuve stamps the throttle. Green flag comes out. Again, he is able to get a bit of advantage, though not as much as he did last time on the restart on Gugelmin. Rahal and Gugelmin stay right there, glued to the back end with 8 laps to go.
And Jack, of course, I think we won't see any stupid moves from Bobby Rahal. 3-time champion, knows how to put these championships together, often a second or a third, particularly if you think you're racing men who may not be as much of a threat over the whole year as others.
We stay with you right to the checkered flag now. stretch into the end of this race. 83 laps gone. Boy, I'll tell you what, that's not much of an interval at all. I know he's commanding it right now, but all it would take is just a little twitch.
Just a little slip. In other words, he wouldn't even have to do very much. He'd get past right now. So he's being very careful. And that's one of the reasons why he isn't pulling away very much at all, is because he's being very careful. The winning is really the only important thing.
I think this race is going to be remembered for the terrific return to racing by Firestone, by the terrific performance of Jacques Villeneuve, and never forget that Pac West, in the form of Mauricio Gugelmin in second place, has suddenly entered the ranks of the top team. So a lot of new things have happened in this race that are significant and are going to give shape to the way the season develops.
So working the final lap now. Jacques Villeneuve may in fact have his second IndyCar race wrapped up. Second place may still be in doubt as Gugelmin is still being attacked by Bobby Rahal. There's Pruitt running under in fourth place. Christian Fittipaldi is going to come home with a fifth if he stays where he is. Boiselle is sixth, Danner is seventh, Vassar is eighth, ninth is Danny Sullivan, and Brian Herta is 10th right now. None of those positions in contest as we watch the leader.
At that early age, it could be his second IndyCar win.
Boy, is this a future champion of IndyCar? Look how smooth. He knows there's a checkered flag waiting for him, and there it is. The first race of the IndyCar season is done. They celebrate. In Jacques Villeneuve's pits, he has taken his second IndyCar victory. Gugelmin comes across the line in second, followed by Rahal, followed by Scott Pruitt, then Christian Fittipaldi in fifth. In sixth place, Raoul Boiselle, then Christian Danner up to seventh. Jimmy Vassar in eighth. Ninth, Danny Sullivan. Brian Herta finished in 10th. Allinger Jr. could only manage a 15th place out of the points. But congratulations to the winner here. As Toyota presents the Grand Prix of Miami, they'll be presenting Jacques Villeneuve with a rather large check as the winner here today. We'll be back to talk with him. Right after this, you're going to see a very happy young man, winner of the first race of this IndyCar season. Boy, take a look at this celebration. Winner's circle. Jacques Villeneuve had just pulled to a stop and climbed out of the car. Jack Arut's right there.
Well, Paul, it's the first victory for this team. Team Green coming together after last year being involved with Forsythe Racing as well. And Jacques Villeneuve, congratulations. First victory of the 1995 season belongs to you.
Sorry, say that again?
Congratulations.
Thanks a lot. I'd like to thank the guys big times because we won the race in the pit stops and they did tremendous pits. During the whole weekend, we lost about 1 hour of track time because of engine problems, so we weren't sure how the car would feel in the race, but it felt great.
A lot of people were a little bit concerned when the announcement came that Forsythe-Green was going to split up, but it doesn't seem as if your part of the operation is missed a beat.
Well, you know, all the key elements stayed in place. There's only a few guys that went away, so the chemistry was still there, the important guys were still there, and it's still a great team.
When you come to victory lane like this, do thoughts go back to your father?
Actually, no, not yet, not really, because I was thinking about all the guys and Players Limited, who's behind me, who's trusting me, and everybody works hard, and it's great that we can finish a weekend on a high note like that.
Well, it's great to see you in victory lane and number 27 as well. Let's check in with Paul Page.
On the balconies of these as we look for the green flag. And here we go. Really the start of lap number 2, but the first lap of racing. And look at Villeneuve. He outfoxes Michael on acceleration, but Michael's got the line going into the corner.
Michael was just going to get in there deeper. That's all it amounts to. He just made up his mind.
And it was clean through that first chicane. Here they are already down into the second.
Allinger Jr. dropped into third place. That's DeFerrin moving up quickly behind Allinger Jr. Rest of the field through safely at this point.
Villeneuve driving a very cautious race.
Allinger Jr. came off the corner alongside of Villeneuve and almost got crowded to the wall. That put little Al back, and DeFerrin moved up. That's Teo Fabi that's right behind DeFerrin in the 33 car.
Bobby has started this race on a harder compound of Goodyear tire than anyone else.
And look at DeFerrin as he moves inside of Villeneuve.
Oh!
And shortcuts the course. Now, there's an interesting rule on this. That will probably be okay, won't it, Bobby?
Well, that is really going to be debatable. You're not supposed to be able to make a gain. Now, he physically made a gain. He passed going in, didn't make it through, had to use that to go across. If I were Wally Dallenbach, I would call that as a gain, which he said this morning in our meeting, you can't make a gain through the chicanes by cutting across. Your turn would have been a bad turn or a wreck or whatever had there been a wall there. So I'm sure Wally's looking at that.
Allenser Jr. moving on Jacques Villeneuve now. This is a battle for third place. Little Al getting alongside and getting past.
Villeneuve uncharacteristically cautious, almost timid here in the opening laps.
Now, he's having a problem, Sam. He's not up to his normal speed. We all have watched the boy run. He's not quite up to speed.
Teo Fabi as he forces Villeneuve to the high side of the course, and that lets Little Al move inside. Now Little Al is running behind Fabi.
Michael is off and away, and right behind him comes young Paul Tracy. He will take on the harder tires as well. Here's Gary Gerald.
15 seconds on the stop for Team Green. Villeneuve back out. He did not pass Michael Andretti. They won it in the pits at Miami. This time they were quick, not quick enough to gain the lead.
High Royal. That's live here April 2nd on ABC Sports. And we've got a car slowing, and it's Villeneuve.
Yes, that's really a sad deal. Whatever his problem is, Villeneuve's running so good. He's going into the pits right now, though.
The winner of the first race of the season at Miami 2 weeks ago, suddenly slowing, coming off the pace and into the pit area. Team Green is there to meet him. And already he starts to take the steering wheel off and climb out of the car. So while running up toward the front for most of the day,
obviously has the transmission and engine out, because when you see him lay the rags on it that are wet, that's so the heat won't burn the paint right off the cars from the engine. And he gets out like that, you know that he's broken either the engine or the transmission.
Again, the view there for a second from the refuel helmet as Gary Gerald going in pursuit of Jacques Villeneuve. Gary, is he willing to talk right now? He could be upset.
Well, we'll find out. Jack, what was the situation? What was the problem?
Well, first, it's the fourth gear broke. After a while, third gear as well, and then all the gears broke.
A lot of teams having transmission problems. You struggled on the first day. Were you confident going into this race that you'd be able to overcome that?
Well, I thought the gearbox would be okay, but since the first day of test we've had problems with that new gearbox, and it seems to be a little too weak.
All right, thank you. Jacques Villeneuve obviously wants to get back away from the crowd of spectators here. He's headed back to his garage.
And great that he's bothering to even take the time. You can imagine how frustrating that is. Let's go to Jacuqes. Hurdle leads him to the green, and here we go. Paul Tracy sweeps down to the inside. Tries to get underneath Fittipaldi, can't do it. Villeneuve now moving very high, almost gets up into the wall as they come off the corner.
Well, that was a close one right there, Paul. That was dangerously close.
Remember, this is Herta's 8th IndyCar race, only his 8th, and he's taken the lead off the pole.
This is the first lap that Herta has ever led in the IndyCars.
Now 20 seconds per lap. Now he's trying to work through it on the outside.
Oh, boy.
And look at it. He's going through this.
And he gets it. Did you hear a little squeal of the Goodyears, though, as he went past, though?
That's where you really have to take a deep breath. There's Villeneuve now in front of him.
That's a hard place to pass. I mean, really a hard place to pass. It's the fastest turn speed that there is on the whole track.
And when you hear those tires chirping and talking to you.
Whoa. On the outside, it's not only hard to pass, it's dangerous.
Boy, oh boy, Robbie Gordon.
He's just carving his way up through the field, now in 5th place.
He's working good up there. Robbie Gordon's really working good there, Bob, but I'll tell you.
Pruitt. Remember Firestone tires, new to the series once again. Last raced here at this track in 1974. And Pruitt has really been doing a great job for him this year. Moving up a position each race, finally comes up with a podium finish.
Villeneuve, of course, had a big wreck here last year. Whether that's on his mind right now or not, I doubt.
Scott Pruitt, the guy in the red and white car right there in the middle of your screen, did all the Firestone testing. That Firestone back in. He really knows the Firestone tires.
Bobby, look at the groove he's able to run compared to Jacques. He's really all over the track, high, low, anywhere he wants to go. Jacques seems to be committed to a more neutral groove.
And as you said, Bobby, they're already beginning to overcome some of the slower cars in the field. And now all of the leaders have to contend with traffic.
But you know, the nice thing about the Phoenix track, Paul and Sam, is the fact that you do have more than one group around it. It might be dangerous passing on the outside. It might be difficult, but it's there if a guy wants to take a chance on it.
Now trying to come back with some power.
There's Villeneuve right there.
There's Villeneuve. That's how close he is.
With Emerson Fittipaldi right behind him. Great Canadian and a great Brazilian running in third and fourth. Canadians, incidentally, as we watch Paul Tracy lead this race right now, have won the last 5 IndyCar races. Between Villeneuve and Tracy, they've won the last 5, and if you count Scott Goodyear's win at the Michigan 500, the last 6 of 9. So the Canadians are on a tear right now in IndyCar racing.
Robbie Gordon.
That's right. There's a whole bunch of those happening here at Phoenix.
And a good fight here is Fittipaldi trying to take third place away from Villeneuve.
Fittipaldi, of course, qualified on the outside of the front row. The first real display of speed by the Penske team so far this year.
And look at the back of this group. Here comes Scott Pruitt, now running in 5th place.
Well, the idea is that those Firestone tires do not seem to heat up quite as much as the Goodyears. They're a little more consistent. So you expect Scott Pruitt to move up the longer the green flag flies.
Sam, that's not really a product of heating up. I have to disagree with you just a little bit. The Firestones have been running just a little bit harder than the others. It's all the rubber on how stable it could be, and Firestone's really done their homework pretty good, Sam.
Okay, got it.
You accept it. This is great. Bobby and Sam are agreeing as we're going to take a few minutes out here on the 75th lap with Michael Andretti, the leader, and Paul Tracy running in 2nd place. We'll be back.
And it just got to be a dangerous situation where I couldn't stop for anything, an incident or anything, so I had to come in and park it.
Good to see you back on the circuit full time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, boy, did you see Jack as he handled a split there, came up behind Teo Fabi. We've been watching Emerson Fittipaldi running currently in 2nd, trying to catch Michael, while at the same time Tracy's been trying to catch Fittipaldi.
It's just like you switched or threw a switch on Fittipaldi. He's just been absolutely flying. I mean, really moving. So something, he must have got a burr under a saddle, Paul.
Well, as he asked, can he start using 6th gear?
Well, 6th gear, just so everybody knows, 6th gear is a higher gear than 5th. It's normally higher. It's to get better fuel mileage. Maybe their engine, for example, just working a little bit better, lower RPM.
Let me write this down. 6th is higher than 5th. Got it.
Well, but you see, these gears, you got to remember, you can put ratios any place. You can have 6th in 1st or 1st in 6th. And so normally speaking, 6 comes after 5, and the way the shift pattern works is usually higher.
And of course, they could have put in a 6-speed gearbox a reverse and then have a 5-speed.
That's right.
Enough of that.
We talked about how much that penalty would hurt Brian Herta. He is now back.
They make it also on the backup car so they can interchange them quickly. We watch this fight for 4th. Pruitt, Villeneuve.
They actually set the cars up, Paul, identically the same. They measure them today almost with micrometers, so they can just move the pieces over, set them the same. They've got pieces remaining from the car that got wrecked. They moved those over, but they're always just exactly the same.
Get a view there of that yellow Pennzoil car of Gilles Villeneuve, who is closing on Pruitt. Villeneuve's now running in 6th place, so very shortly, especially with this traffic ahead, he's probably going to join this battle.
Villeneuve is the young Brazilian driving for Jim Hall this year, who has absolutely no experience on ovals. This is his first ever oval race, and he is handling it beautifully.
He reminds me this year very much as Villeneuve did last year. He's a rookie. Villeneuve is a rookie. So was this man right here last year, and he was absolutely fantastic. Well, that's the way Villeneuve's been looking this year.
Still under the caution. Let's go down to the pits and Jack.
Well, Paul, first it was a wrecked Alumex car for Tony Bettenhausen's team in practice, and now a second one. Stefan Johansson, what happened?
Well, I was just minding my own business, you know, going through turn 3 and 4 at the same pace, keeping my line, and all of a sudden Jacques Villeneuve was there on the outside trying to pass in about a 2-foot hole. I don't know.
Gary Gerald, let's check in with you before we go back to green.
And very quick.
We have 2 minutes. Villeneuve
Gordon sitting right behind him. This is a battle for 4th place.
Gordon, of course, is one of those that did not qualify that well. He was back in the 5th row. He's now worked his way up to 5th place, and if he is able to pass Villeneuve, it will be for 4th. This is the ability to pass that we were talking about.
Now again, just so everybody knows, that's the camera shaking. The bodies on the car don't shake like that. So don't try to think that the body's coming off, because it really isn't.
Scott Pruitt, by the way, did not lose a lap as Gordon slides to the inside. He did drop to 6th, but he did stay on the leader lap. And here's Gordon, forcing his way past. And Gordon now comes up into 4th place.
Remember, Gordon with no radio, he cannot talk to his pits. They can talk to him. That is a handicap, though, no question.
So Robbie Gordon now to 4th.
As soon as they radioed to him that he was going to stay out.
Now another thing, all these drivers have computers in their cars. They can read on the dash, theoretically, how far they can make it.
Pruitt just got around Villeneuve. That's a move for 5th place. Now he's got just ahead of him Robbie Gordon. Nice tight little fight here. Leaders are separated by 2 seconds now. Michael Andretti sitting back a full second yet from 2nd place. Thank goodness we have EDS scoring, because on this oval, you have to have a computer figure it out for you.
Well, hooked up with the traffic, things happen so fast here, it's difficult to keep track of all of it.
You see Villeneuve there in that blue car. Just move inside Christian Fittipaldi.
Villeneuve's really charged hard all day.
He's had a well-balanced car, but now we know that they're taking a chance on their fuel.
Expired, he'll disconnect, and Fittipaldi will be sent on his way. So look for a 2-second stop.
And also, let's keep in mind now, the other guys are very, very close on fuel. Everybody is that's been running fast. Now, some of them will just gamble for a win, as opposed to a 2nd place behind Fittipaldi, who's obviously the class of the field. And one of the guys that may do it is Villeneuve. Barry Green is the type of guy that could be gambling just a little bit.
The Reynard chassis had a Lola rear wing on both of those cars.
Better straightaway speeds as we're getting ready. And the green flag comes out. Lap 33, we're back to racing. And looks like Villeneuve's got himself a problem. He was lined up right behind Gugelmin as they came back to green, and then he just pulled to the side.
Obviously, it's a power problem. The nice thing about it is it's such a good driver, that young man. You notice how he got clear out of the way so nobody would rear-end him. He really is a good thinking driver.
And Bobby, he was tied for 2nd in the championship behind Paul Tracy. You see Rahal now. Rahal also tied for 2nd in the championship. Now becomes, at this point in the race, the front runner. There's been quite a reshuffle in the championship standings as of right now.
So Gugelmin comes into 3rd place. Rahal now runs in 4th. There they are, all right together.
Michael's really working hard on little Al right now.
Rahal's 200th race here, as you pointed out, Paul, but he's never won it. He's been 2nd 4 times.
And we go to full course yellow.
Oh, yellow, yellow, yellow.
Let's go down to the pits, Gary.
Yes. A very concerned crew on Team Green. The word from the radio, they suspect it's gearbox problems. That's the nemesis of Long Beach and so many of the street circuits. It was a problem in Australia. A 24th birthday has just hit a real sour note for Villeneuve, who was the winner in Miami.
He sits in a very precarious position, and that's the reason for the yellow. I bet he's real glad to see it.
Oh, for sure. But one of the things we have to remember about the transmissions, we tell everybody they have transmission problems. It's because they build them real light today, Paul.
So here are the top of the field after 35 laps. Al Unser Jr. is looking very strong. Will he be the king of the beach again? Let's see. You must have seen something on board. Gary Gerald?
Jacques Villeneuve has made the long walk back from turn 3. I'm assuming it related to the gearbox, Jacques.
Well, it was the drive shaft or something. Yeah, something in between the engine and the wheel just broke, and we had no more drive.
Was it an instant break, or did you have any warning at all where you had to struggle?
No, it just broke on the restart out of the hairpin.
This is an awful tough way to celebrate a birthday.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Happy birthday, Jack. You called that one, though, Bobby.
Yeah.
When it's this cool, they all know about it. Yes. Getting those tires heated up. Away and racing. Dusting off that first turn. This is the track they talk about with the revolving. pivot points on those corners. Wherever you think the axis is, seems to move just in front of you forever. Robbie Gordon jumps out in front. Great move.
Oh, Michael Andretti there. Jimmy Vasser touching wheels as it went through turn 3.
The field pretty much settling down now for the next few laps until they start lapping, which is the nature of this course. And of course, I think lapping cars and being able to run in traffic like that is going to make all the difference as far as being able to make competitive passes.
Villeneuve running in fourth. Right behind him comes Fittipaldi.
Fittipaldi, Villeneuve, and Vasser, they're running in very, very close company.
And behind Fittipaldi is that Honda. Here this afternoon on CBS. At the present time, Michael Andretti stays in front at lap 27. Caution free thus far. And you're watching Vasser right here being challenged by Villeneuve. Tracy is in there. Fittipaldi, all four, continuing their war for third place. Let's go to a report from Dick Berggren.
Well, Robbie Gordon is slipping back, Ken. He's all the way back to 7th spot from his pole position. The problem, the car is very, very loose. They were the light
behind Michael Andretti as they go into that turns 2 and 3 complex, and a bunch of traffic in front of them, which they're going to be overhauling before this lap is out.
And Villeneuve goes to go on the outside.
Yes.
Oh, but now he's boxed in, but he gets through.
Actually, I've been watching Villeneuve during practice, and I tell you, you could tell that he was really making tremendous progress on his chassis because he was very consistent with his lap times, and it's showing right now that he has a good race setup.
And Fittipaldi went by Michael.
Yeah.
Michael's car, could he be going off a bit?
Well, no question. At this point, 57 laps, yeah, the tires obviously, I would say he's loose again, that's really the problem.
Hurt, they're running right over the grass to give these guys rooms as they went by him.
Ray Hall stays fourth, Ribeiro fifth, Al Unser sixth, Fabi seventh, Johansson up to 8, Christian Fittipaldi up to 9th, Robbie Gordon 10th.
Now this will be the stage of a stint where if the tire, that right rear tire that you and I have been talking about over the weekend, if it's going to start showing signs of wear, this is going to be about
now's the time.
Now's the time, right?
So, but it's
Salazar ducking down.
If your car is working at this stage, you're looking pretty good, actually. You're not going to need any changes when you finally pit.
Oh, Fittipaldi got badly boxed in there. He went low, and unfortunately Dean Hall went low as well. So that's definitely given Villeneuve a bit of breathing room.
About 20 car lengths.
A lot of breathing room. Salazar from Chile in that green car with the yellow helmet.
Mario, the Andretti pit stop has just been completed. He is back on the track, and we can get more on the story from Mike Joy.
Ken, Michael Andretti was in, but it was a brief stop. 4 tires and fuel. He had complained of looseness entering the corners. The team feels that's because he was coming to a very light fuel load. They're hoping that just by filling the tank, it will balance the car out.
We're watching out here, Mike. Salazar. Elisero has just been lapped again, but no, that's Wilson Fittipaldi that's just been lapped. By Villeneuve running in first place, and again at lap 88, so we're just a few away from where we should see the leader on pit road.
Christian Fittipaldi really hanging on there to Jacques Villeneuve, although he's a lap down, of course, but he has stopped.
Leader is on pit road.
Wow.
Dick Berggren standing by as the young Canadian from Quebec, Montreal, is on pit road.
He made an amazing 92 laps on 1 tank of fuel, 40 gallons in that tank of fuel. They're going to fill that thing right back up to the top again. They've already got it. Ordinarily, the fuel is the limiting factor. It is the limiting factor right now. There, the tires were done much sooner than the fuel. Fuel is now in. They're ready to roll. Great stop.
Roll they do.
That looked like a good stop. Boy, oh boy, when he dropped that clutch, he shot him. That was terrific.
I know, I have to say unbelievable because, I don't know where he's getting the mileage.
92 miles.
92
we
miles.
better just check that car, Sonny.
I have to
Team, as Mario said earlier, this is such a short, fast and furious racetrack here, and as you pointed out, Villeneuve there trying to get around. Is that
he's having a tough time with Pruitt.
Yeah,
it's Pruitt indeed.
Pruitt, of course, on Firestone. Firestone's coming back to IndyCar racing after a 20-year layoff, doing very, very well with Pruitt. Pruitt leading the championship as we go into this race.
And Guzelmin in second. Unser in third after having some problems at the start of the year.
Wow, that outside pass. Boy, it looks brave to me. Oh, no, he's getting...
3 wide. Unbelievable.
You got to weave your way through that traffic. Oh. Tremendous judgment called on here from everybody. The lapper and the lappee.
Make you wish you were still out there, Andretti?
Oh, yes.
I think it make him glad he's in here, I think.
Oh, not Mario. Hope we get to see in some sports car races real soon. Back out there.
Well, I'm keeping that one open, obviously.
And that interval between first and second has widened out again. When he was caught up in that traffic, he lost several seconds. So
the heart jumped right up into the throat.
We're at lap 151 or 150 when we saw that pit stop that was made by Fittipaldi. Now, what about Villeneuve here?
Well, I'm still perplexed by that one, but, you know, they're doing something right, obviously. They're just... The one thing that for sure they're doing, they're picking up every ounce of the fuel, and many times that makes a difference, especially on a mile track, because a lot of cars have that problem. They don't pick up the last gallon and a half, so...
Round Robbie
Something's
Rahal.
really working for them, and it's going to make a difference.
Round Rahal back there in 14th spot. You just saw him slashing through traffic, closing up again to put a lap on Salazar. We're showing 155 laps complete here. Villeneuve, Cheever fighting first and second.
Which for sure has to make another stop, want to back down on the power or lean the mixture.
You don't think they're trying to be...
I don't think that's the case.
You don't think they're trying to be super clever, do you? And really go without stopping again on Villeneuve's car? They couldn't possibly
they're not really going to have a chat with him.
Well, Villeneuve looked pretty long the last time out there. Dick Berger.
There's more from the Villeneuve pit. We have heard that the car is understeering, it's pushing, and it's getting worse every lap. That surely is not going to help his fuel situation, but he's also got a chassis problem.
Well, there you see Villeneuve through that first turn in a millisecond. Then that second turn that takes forever, about 2.5 seconds.
Well, I can understand the chassis problem, yes, being the cause more of him slowing down than anything else, but honestly. And understeer, well, you know, that could make sense. This particular track really changes after midway. Rubber really makes a difference here, and it does bring in a different characteristic in the balance of the car.
And Stefan Johansson now only about 1.5 seconds or less behind.
Stays first. You see Fittipaldi in second and Villeneuve moving in.
I think right now we have a battle for second, really.
Yeah, Villeneuve is the guy who's obviously trying to snag that second place away from Emerson Fittipaldi. But again, they're coming to heavy traffic too, and it's going to be difficult.
They're 2 7/10 seconds down as Villeneuve slashes to the inside. Tries to get himself some room under Fittipaldi.
Villeneuve has some new vigor in him after that
pit stop.
Carson, yes.
Old Lions and young Lions right here. Cheever stays well in front. And now the 197 marker is on the board. A.J. Foyt.
Wow, and they're coming up on lap traffic there.
That's Cheever going back. Eddie Cheever is not going to make the distance. Fittipaldi's going to first. Villeneuve into second. Cheever sliding back at 198.
Oh, wow.
Do you believe it? And it's a battle for the lead.
2 laps to go, 1 lap to go.
Getting down to the final moment. This is it, like Phoenix, but even closer. Fittipaldi in front, Villeneuve in second. Closing ground.
Wow.
Coming down, checkers are out. Give it to Fittipaldi. Emerson's 22nd IndyCar win is another surprise as Cheever runs out of fuel 1.5 miles from home. We'll be back to meet the winner as Eddie Cheever crawls to a halt at Nazareth. Dick Berggren.
Well, Jacques Villeneuve, just a couple of weeks ago, you celebrated your 24th birthday, and here you are with a strong second-place finish. How close were you on fuel mileage in that first run?
Fuel was never a problem. The first run, we ran it to its limit and just stopped when we were out of fuel. But we didn't need to stop before because the tires were still good. The car was still handling beautifully, and we could run strong. We had more problems with the second set of tires. My player's Reynard at that point had a lot of understeer because of the less stagger, and at the same time I picked up oversteer toward the middle of the run, so it was a little bit more difficult to do consistently quick laps at that time. Then after the second pit stop on the third set of tires, the car was really, really strong, and I could push ammo.
Ken Squire?
Other incident of the day was last year's second-place finisher and rookie, Jacques Villeneuve, who on turn 2 just drove right out and grabbed the wall.
Now again, I was standing right up above that when that happened. I was on Jacques Villeneuve watching him, and there you can see him. He's out in the gray, very slow into the gray. Kaboom, he hits the wall. I think he had a flat right front tire is what I think.
Now the good news is that with Jacques Villeneuve, there's no problem at all. The Davey Hamilton
make with that particular car, and Christian Fittipaldi also has another spare car that he can also use as Jacques Villeneuve lines up to make his official run, and Jan Beekes is down there.
Well, speaking of Jacques Villeneuve, Derek, we just talked with his team owner, and he said that they're not confident that they have the speed right now. What they have, as you can see, we're being ushered out of the way as they move some of these cars through the tech line. He thinks that right now they'll be lucky to get a 225. Barry Green says we have a push in the car, and now that the temperature has come up, we're not certain we're going to have the kind of speed to make this thing. He says, hey, it's all down to the luck of the draw. We did 230 miles an hour in practice, and now we'll be lucky to make the field. But knowing Jacques, he'll stand on it and put it in the show.
No question, Jacques Villeneuve will stand on it. His best lap to date, 230.556 miles per hour.
But then his effort got derailed 2 days ago when Friday evening he had a monster crash coming out of turn 2. Just got on the high line on the way into 2, got out of the groove, got into the gray, no grip up there, and just pounded the outside wall and brought back his other Reynard car in a very sorry state. Destroyed the chassis. It is on its way back to England as we speak. A new car is being built up, so Villeneuve is down to one car. I can't imagine, though, this team not having enough speed to be safely in the race. They are too good and too deep in engineering talent, and this car, quite frankly, is too good for them not to be very safely in this field.
And after the performance that Villeneuve turned in last year, running second in the 500-mile race, you see the car shimmying just a little bit. There is a big bump in the middle of that north short chute, as they call it, the stretch between turns 3 and 4.
Down into turn 1 for the first official lap. You can take 2 or 3 warm-up laps here. You tell the starter how many you want. Just about everybody today has been taking 2 to try and catch these new tires at their absolute perfect optimum heat range to get the most grip you can from them.
Another big hop. Wing waggles just a little bit.
Remember, he already knows. He knows by looking at his digital dashboard what speed he does before we do. We have to wait a couple of seconds, and we do wait and watch the scoring monitor. Whoa! 228.54 miles an hour. Whoa! If he pushes this up just half a mile an hour, he is going faster than Michael Andretti. There is a possibility for a man who said he'd be lucky to get in the field, or hopes to get in the field, that he could end up on the front row of the grid here. Can he go faster? He needs to push it up. He needs to dig a little bit deeper. Maybe get closer to the walls. But here's lap 2, just about to finish now. What is the time? What is the speed?
Another 228, in fact, faster, 228.693.
So right now he's inside second row. Michael is safe. Michael is safe on that front row unless Jacques Villeneuve pulls some magic here. And you don't usually make a huge jump if the first 2 runs are fairly consistent.
It's like a baseball player's batting average or a pitcher's ERA. Once you get late in the effort, late in the season, it's very difficult to change it very much.
So impressive here last season. Finished second. First time ever at the Speedway to come home second. Quite a remarkable feat, and he gets even faster. Whoa, almost 229, 228.903. as Tony Sicali looks on. Tony Sicali, his engineer, has such a close friendship and rapport with this young man. Tony Sicali, of course, was a driver himself. Now he's an engineer, very accomplished engineer. Barry Green, his team owner, his team manager, looks on. They check the watch. Oh, they know he's well clear. Let your breath out. You're safely in the race. You can go ahead now and start thinking about next week's work and race setup. The last lap was slower, 2:27.4, but it doesn't make any difference. Solidly in the race, and Barry Green delighted, and he's with Gary Gerald.
You have got to be elated with this young man and what he's just pulled off under these conditions.
Kid's fantastic. You know, Gary hit the wall on Thursday there, and just come back and run that speed under these conditions is just fantastic. I'm so excited for the players' team, and he's just a great little driver.
I get the feeling that maybe this even has surprised you.
We were a little worried, you know, because we felt if we picked up too much understeer, we'd be in a lot of trouble. And obviously, he handled it a little bit slow on the last lap there, but I'm super impressed. I got to get down there and meet him and give him a pat on the back. Thanks, Gary.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Give him an attaboy for us as well. Inside row 2, last year's runner-up in the 500-mile race, Jacques Villeneuve, whom Barry Green freely admits he expects to lose to Formula One. The winner in Miami in the season opener this year, Jacques Villeneuve, is rapidly becoming a motor racing superstar. We'll be back with more in a moment.
And Jacques Villeneuve has climbed out of the car, and Jacques, outstanding effort in qualifying. I know you would like to have run quicker, but considering the heat, 2:28.397, quickest of the day and 4th quickest overall.
Well, we're very happy with that lap time in the heat. We didn't think we could run as fast in the heat. The track is pretty slippery today, but you know, the team made a great effort during the whole month so far on working the car. Actually, it's the same people as last year, and last year we had a terrific car, and this year the car is still incredible. And it's actually even fast in the heat.
You're very modest, giving the crew all the credit, but your comeback from an incident earlier in the week with the other car, that took quite a bit of courage to go out there and push the button, knowing you might have a bit of an understeer.
Well, we crashed 2 days ago, went straight in the wall, and I didn't want to have any understeer today. And actually, the car was almost too well balanced, and in the last 2 laps, the rear was sliding in corner 2, so I lifted a little bit in the last lap just to be safe.
What'd you learn last year as a runner-up that you can put to work this year maybe to move up a spot in the 500?
Well, we'll work hard on that. It will be very difficult to be in the top 3 anyway. And of course, we'll try like anybody else to win it. I know that the team makes good calls on strategy during the race, Barry Green, and I know the car is going to be strong as well. So now I'll just have to do my job right.
Incredible talent, guys. Jacques Villeneuve, he is 24 years old and already a runner-up in the Indy 500.
Jack, 2nd place last year, your rookie year. What did you learn from that run that you can apply to this Indy 500?
Well, from running here, you get used to running in the traffic at high speeds, and you get used to the amount of downforce you lose being behind someone else. So you know, there's not going to be any unknowns this year, a lot less anyway. And last year I was with a great team, and this year's the same team, and all the people in Team Green, I know they're going to do a great job during the race.
Paul?
Well, Jack noticed Steve Horton made no adjustments to that car. Now that's something else we want to watch as the race goes on.
So Jacques Villeneuve, French-Canadian, picks up the lead of the race. He made his stop on lap 35. So Villeneuve now in front of the race as he moves up from his position past the front row. Villeneuve is at the top as 34 laps are now complete in the Indianapolis 500-mile race. We'll be back with more of our coverage from Indy.
What's happened is the computer just went astray on him right there. It's no different than what people can understand as a carburetor choke being on when they try to leave their driveway. It was just dead rich, wouldn't keep running. He had the throttle down, but there's nothing he could do about it.
Now, they have had some problems on those cars with the fuel pumps, too, Bobby Unser.
And you got to remember, Paul, this could be giving them problems throughout the entire day. Plus, it makes the computer give the engine too much fuel. But at high RPM, may not be a problem.
So the leader of the race is the blue and white 27 car of Jacques Villeneuve. 35 laps are complete. We're back. We're still under caution, expecting green very shortly here. Under the caution, Jacques Villeneuve went into the pits. He was the leader of the race at the time. It was a very frustrating stop for him, though, filled with errors. As the team tried to get him away, they were still connected when he pulled forward. Shades of Lloyd Ruby. Fortunately, they didn't pull the hose free. Let's go to Jacuqes.
Well, Paul, here's the problem on the Patrick.
All right, now the word comes from the stewards of the race and race control while we watch Michael, the leader, and we look for Jacques Villeneuve, who runs in third place in that blue and white number 27. Because he did not pick the pace car up properly, there he is. They're going to assess a two-lap penalty. A two-lap penalty on this car. They'll just take it off of his total and drop him down through the field.
Well, that's got to be a disastrous thing. I'll guarantee you, Barry Green is going to really worry about this one. This is a serious penalty.
So Andretti leads. Goodyear second. With that penalty, Ribeiro moves up into third. Now here's a look at them trying to get Villeneuve about 10 minutes ago behind the pace car.
Now that's Villeneuve on the outside of the pace car. He went by the pace car. Now he's coming back to it. So far, he hasn't broken any rules.
And the move of not following those orders precisely cost him 2 laps in the race, and he has dropped well down in the field. In fact, out of the top 20. So Jacques Villeneuve with a tremendous penalty. They haven't assessed one like that in several years in Indianapolis. Now he runs in 24th position. The leader of the race is Michael Andretti. We'll return with more of the Indianapolis 500 after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Running in the top 3, and now you're all the way back to 27th after a 2-lap penalty. What does that do to your chances in this event?
Well, I wouldn't count us out yet, Jack. Obviously, we're devastated. I can't understand what the hell they think they're doing out there, but they waved the spy twice, you know. I mean, all the driver does is do what the pace car said, and I think I don't think it's a very good decision what they're doing, but we just got to soldier on. We just fight a little bit later.
Well, we saw on the video when he finally got packed up properly. We didn't get a chance to see it on the video when he went by the pace car, but what was the conversation with USAC like?
I just voiced my opinion. I mean, the driver says he was waved by. That's what I've told USAC. Thanks, Jack.
Paul?
We saw Lyondike was into the pits while we were talking with Barry Green, and we did not see then the actual video of what USAC perceived to be the violations. We saw it when he was finally picked up.
The car...
Jacques Villeneuve comes into the pits. Of course, he has not been a factor since that 2-lap penalty. He dropped down to 27th, now runs 19th as he came in on this stop. They're still working on Michael's car.
He's obviously told them that it didn't feel good after he touched the wall. Of course, we don't know exactly how hard he hit the wall, but it made something because Michael has a super good feel for things like that.
What's even more important as you look down through this order, look at 11th place, and just beyond that, you're going to see that Jacques Villeneuve has been moving steadily forward through the field. He's back on the lead lap. He has run what we believe to be the fastest lap so far today at 220.9 miles an hour. All of that for him is despite a 2-lap penalty assessed early on. Now let's go down with the stops. Jimmy Vasser picks up the lead of the Indy 500. Another new name at the top of the order here. As we look through the full field rundown at the conclusion of 139 laps. Keeping an eye, too, on Jacques Villeneuve, who has really come back from a 2-lap deficit. Unbelievable. Stan Fox, the report, is still in surgery at Methodist Hospital, still in serious condition. We'll give you further updates as we have them.
In the last 20 years, 14 Indy 500s have been won by drivers who have already won at least once. 9 of those men were Penske drivers, so it's no surprise they were headed for what looks like a first-time winner.
Here we go again. Vasser in the lead. The 27 car, Villeneuve in second place. Vasser is actually sitting third in the order. Villeneuve is another 4 cars back. There goes Vasser. Keep an eye on the blue and white car, the 27 of Villeneuve. once again. Let's go down to Jacuqes.
Well, Paul, here's the way it's unfolding for the cars that are running presently first and second, Jacques Villeneuve and Scott Pruitt. Villeneuve, according to Team Green, is real close, but they are going to try and make it on one final stop. They say they could be running on as little as fumes on the last lap here at the Indy 500. The same will be said for the Firestone-tired Pat Patrick car. They're coming in, believe this, on lap 170, and then they're going the distance. Pruitt presently shown in second spot.
I'll tell you what, though, what a terrific story this is with the car that went 2 laps behind. Right now, he'd be 2 laps ahead of the race were it not for that penalty. Pit board going out. You never know. You never know at Indy, because not only do they have that board, they have two-way radio, and maybe sometimes, Sam, don't they put a board out hoping that the competition will read it?
I think since Bobby Unser has retired, there's less and less of that.
Yeah, they don't do that. I promise you guys, they're serious right now.
So you were the last one, Bobby.
I was the last of the innocent cheaters, I suppose.
All right.
A major admission here. We've now moved into the last 100 miles of the 500-mile race.
Villeneuve just 24 years old, just reflecting on Villeneuve today. Bobby, what a great day it has been for this man to make up that lost ground and to be running in a position to win the race.
That's just what I started to say, Sam. One of the biggest stories today is that young man leading that blue and white car. There's Scott Pruitt, though, taking a run at him, but just to think, he got a 2-lap penalty. We almost rode him off, and now he's leading the race.
First 3 cars running right together. Pit stops are due just any old time now for these cars at the front of the order, especially for Jack, as he leads Scott Pruitt down the backstretch.
They talk about Jack entertaining offers from Formula One. Of course, his dad was a great Formula One driver for Ferrari. He was killed in the early 1980s. It'll be interesting to see whether Jacques makes that move or stays here in IndyCar racing.
Look at Pruitt as he takes the lead, and the yellow comes out. Wow. Look what that does. That means that the pits close. We've got Davy Jones into the wall. It means that as he was going for the pits, Pruitt was able to pick up the lead from Villeneuve. Then Villeneuve saw the pits were closed and veered back out onto the racetrack.
Will he have enough fuel?
What a good call.
Will he have enough fuel, though, now?
Let's go to Jacuqes.
Sam, you're exactly right. We saw it happen one time before with Scott Pruitt. Their concern on Team Green is they wanted to run this one as far as they could. They cannot afford to have the pits closed for more than 1 lap, because they have to come in and take on methanol as soon as possible.
Unbelievable. There you see them ready to refuel the car and unable to do so with the pits closed.
So they wait at Team Green, hoping that they will get this field gathered up quickly and Jack can get into the pits. Remember, that was his problem before, but they don't have him gathered up. The pits are still closed. You see the sign, no pit. Now, he is at reduced speed. That's going to help him a little bit.
That helps him, and if this works out, of course, that projects him that much closer to the end of the race.
Another thing you guys want to keep in mind, these fuel tanks, the pickups on them are made to pick up the fuel when they have centrifugal force going around the track. Sometimes when you're running slow, they quit picking up fuel. Let's hope they don't get in the air now.
All right, here's the view down from the blimp. That's Villeneuve in the front of the order here. Now watch, he started down into the pits. When he slowed down, Pruitt took over the lead. Then he saw the yellow and stayed out on the track.
Boy, was that quick thinking.
Boy, quick thinking.
The third car in line.
Well, what you have is all 3 of the leaders heading into the pits. Pruitt, Goodyear, Villeneuve.
Whoa. You have a situation where all the leaders come in. Keep in mind, gentlemen, the Team Green 2 years in a row have put Jacques Villeneuve and their team atop the pit stop competition here. Then earlier this year, Team Green, with Jacques Villeneuve at the wheel, Jack came home victorious after a brilliant set of pit stops, put him back out in the lead in Miami. So this team knows what it takes in terms of pit stops and pit stop strategy to make themselves a winning contender. They clean off the debris, they hold them as long as they possibly can, taking on as much fuel as possible. And the engine stalls, they try to refire it as Adrian Fernandez tries to come into his pit.
And Goodyear gets out ahead. A traffic jam there right at the pit as Villeneuve tries to get away under this caution. There he is, finally rolling out. Bobby Rahal rolls out behind him. Boy, another bad problem for Villeneuve, who has not had the best of luck today, but seems to be able to outdrive it. No. Now's the time when the crew will turn them totally loose and say, race it on your own. As Jimmy Vasser picks up the pace. Matsuda heads into the pits as they come back to green. Vasser passes him. Pruitt moves to the inside. That's Goodyear sliding in just behind them. Pruitt can't get it done. Drops 2 wheels below the line onto the rumble strip. Battle for the lead in Indianapolis.
Second place team manager and owner is Barry Green. Does he have anything for the run to first place?
Well, Jack, we're going to wait and see now. I mean, we're pretty excited about being back up here after our fight to get back after being 2 laps down early in the race. The whole team, the players' team worked real hard.
Well, what do you tell him? What do you tell him before they drop the green flag?
Well, we've had a good talk to him. He knows who's in front of him, who's behind him, and he's just hopefully the track will come to us. He's getting ready for the start now, Jack, so I'm going to go back and join him.
He doesn't have any lucky socks, guys. He's just got his fingers crossed.
And look at this. The first 4 cars are right together on the track, approaching the 500th mile. All 4 are right together.
And to compare them in experience, it's Scott Goodyear with 6 years of racing here, Jacques Villeneuve in his 2nd.
So a veteran, a sophomore, and 2 rookies. There's Leslie, Scott's wife, as she watches on. They live now here on the north side of Indianapolis. He is Canadian if he can win. Be the first Canadian to do so, but remember, Villeneuve is also Canadian. And Salazar then hit a ball.
No, that can't be right.
Can't do that.
Pace car was too slow, Bob. He needed to get a run.
But they gave him the green flag anyway. Dwayne Sweeney is waving the green flag. Goodyear got a run on the pace car.
I think it was only a normal deal. The pace car just wouldn't accelerate. He just went too slow.
Jacques Villeneuve was not anticipating that. And as a result, Goodyear got a good run on him. Now that's Ari Luyendyk that's moving in there. He is not part of this battle. Luyendyk runs in 8th place, a lap down. But now he pokes his nose into the fight. Oh no. The officials are now reporting they're going to show the black flag to Scott Goodyear, the 24 car. You're on board with him now. They're going to show the black flag to the leader of the race. Stop and go penalty because he passed the pace car before the green. Scott Goodyear is about to lose the Indy 500 on a penalty. A black flag, stop and go. And look at Leslie.
And Jacques Villeneuve may be about to win it because of a penalty, despite the fact you see him there in that blue and white car, despite the fact he himself suffered what appeared to be a death blow penalty, a 2-lap penalty much earlier in the race. So the story of this race, Bobby, no question about it, has been the role that the officials have played in the race.
It's been a roll of penalties this entire race from start to finish, and it's just sad to see races end like this.
A Canadian has never won at Indianapolis. There are 2 leading. One is due in the pits to acknowledge the black flag any moment now.
This will so propel Jacques Villeneuve's career forward. You will see Formula One teams make million dollar offers, huge offers for his talents for next year. Will he go? That's up still in the air.
Villeneuve in front. Fittipaldi. Christian Fittipaldi runs in 2nd, 7 laps to go. There's the black flag being given to the leader.
And we talked about the changing of the guard. Here is a sophomore, 2nd-year man running 1st, and a rookie running 2nd.
And a really good man right there. Villeneuve has really done a good job. Penalty down 2 laps a day. Now leading the race, could possibly win.
Unbelievable drive. Last time that a driver won in his 2nd start. Should Villeneuve do it? It was Rick Mears, 1979. Is that a prediction of what this driver may be? Scott Goodyear is ignoring the black flag now. He has not yet turned in. Christian Fittipaldi, he runs 2nd. A rookie. Ray Hall is 3rd.
He's probably having a hard time believing it. If I were him, I would too. It's such a sad thing.
But it can only add to the penalty if he doesn't answer it, doesn't Bobby? He can't really stay out there hoping that they'll change their minds.
Oh, you're certainly right there, Paul. According to them, they did break the rules. It's just sad to see something like that. Pace car should never be figured into a race win.
Jacques Villeneuve running at 207.4 miles an hour on the last lap. 5 to go. Car 27, the number his father carried in Formula One. At That's Ari Leyendijk staying right there with him. Leyendijk is a lap behind the lead, running in 8th.
Villeneuve knows that he's not in the contest with Leyendijk, so he's not going to pay that much attention to it. He's more worried about keeping his car on the track, worried about the wind gusts, things like that right now.
Now, despite the fact that the black flag has been displayed, they've not yet taken an action with regard to Scott Goodyear. The USAC computers have been showing him at the top of the order, but now they're beginning to flash a warning on their computers that they are updating the field and moving Goodyear out of the lead of the race. The leader is now officially Jacques Villeneuve with 4 laps to go. Second is Fittipaldi. Bobby Rahal runs in 3rd. Salazar is 4th. Gugelmin is 5th. And Goodyear has been moved down to 7th place. Rahal chasing Fittipaldi. Battle for 2nd. 3 to go.
Rahal, too, battling the vicissitudes of officialdom today. Coming back from that stop and go, which he was luckily able to make under the yellow, now battling for 2nd. Fittipaldi on the left in that car, which if you look straight down on it from the top, looks like a Brazilian flag. If you look straight down on that green and blue and yellow car.
Eliseo Salazar, the 7 car from Chile, now closing on Rahal. He's in the fight too.
Also got to keep in mind, these guys have tires that are not quite as sharp. They run these cars right now just as hard as they can be run. So adhesion to the track is a little bit scary sometimes.
There's Salazar in that yellow and green car going by. An experienced road racer, Eliseo Salazar, coming out of IMSA. Driving for Dick Simon here. A very, very fine performance for him today. 40 years old, a very veteran driver, but a rookie here at Indianapolis.
No one has ever come from 2 laps down to win the Indy 500. The youngest winner thus far in the history of the race was Troy Ruttman. Now, Jacques Villeneuve will be looking at a white flag and one final lap, a final 2.5 miles. An unbelievable run. The story will be told that Jacques Villeneuve went 2 laps down on a penalty and fought his way back to the front of the field, across the South Chute for the final time in front of Bobby Unser.
Going by us, and he's looking really good, Paul. No problems.
Ari Leyendijk staying right there, wants to get in that winner's picture. Jacques Villeneuve on the backstretch.
The magnitude of his achievement. Listen to the roar of the crowd. Back from 2 laps down. Only his 2nd year.
One more turn. The first Canadian on his way to winning the Indianapolis 500. Jacques Villeneuve on the home stretch. And the 79th Indy 500 has been won by Jacques Villeneuve as Ari Leyendijk screams by on the outside. The young Canadian has taken the win. There's 2nd place, Christian Fittipaldi. 3rd place is Bobby Rahal. Eliseo Salazar finishes in 4th. Robbie Gordon comes across the line in 5th place. And look at the despair of Leslie Goodyear. The jump on the pace car cost Goodyear the 500. Let's go to Gary.
Gary Green, tell me the emotion of coming from 2 laps down to win the Indy 500.
What a fight. What a driver. I mean, geez.
Have you ever seen anything like this in your long career?
We just won the first 505-mile race, huh? I got to get down to Victory Circle.
What was the thought when the black flag came out for Scott Goodyear?
You know, a bit of bad communication maybe on our part. We should have made him aware he's in P1, but we're going to get down there and enjoy it. Thanks, guys.
Savor it. Barry Green's on the run to victory lane. Jack will be there momentarily.
Here's Jacuqes.
Taking the customary congratulations of everybody, the swig of milk. Jack, first of all, tell us about your emotions when you were 2 laps down with the penalty.
I was really, really unhappy, and I think I was swearing a little bit, actually, but no, I didn't know I was in the lead when the yellow fell, and all I was trying to do was get back to the pack, and everybody was flying back the pace car, and I didn't see it trying to stop me. So, you know, at that point, I thought, that's it. We can get a few points, but then the car was really, really good, and the team did a terrific job.
Let's talk about the team, because the teamwork on the pit crews and the pit stops, it was just incredible. They got you back in the hunt.
Yeah, the team did an unbelievable job. I stalled it in 2 pits and in 2 pit stops. And the first pit stop, I started to go before the refueling was done, and they just did an unbelievable job. And we talked with Barry and Tony during the during the run, and we worked on the car a little bit, and the car was really strong for the second half of the race.
And then the final restart.
Yeah, the final restart was, I stayed close to Scott Goodyear, and I knew my players Reynard would be strong for the last few laps. But then when we got close to the pace car, I hit the brakes because you can't get by the pace car before it gets in the pit, and I knew he was going to get black flagged.
So let's talk about your feelings having won the Indianapolis 500. Has it sunk in yet?
Oh, it's great. The first part of the race, I didn't think we could make it with the 2 laps down. And I tell you, I'm lucky to be with a great team, and everybody just worked hard. It's the best team out there, and I'm lucky to be with them.
Will we see you back to defend your Indianapolis 500 title in 1996?
I don't know yet, but it sure would be a lot of fun.
Let's go back to the tower.
Okay, here we are.
All right, so Jacques Villeneuve takes the win. Let's go further down the pits. Gary Gerald.
Then there's the other story, Scott Goodyear and his passing of the pace car in the closing laps of the race. Well, again, we go to the video, and it clearly shows that he did, in fact, pass the pace car. There's no question about that. Scott's question was whether or not the green light was on when he did so. Again, the video shows that the yellow light was on when he went past, and so Scott has registered no protest. He understands his mistake, and Jacques Villeneuve is indeed the champion of the Indianapolis 500. But being and staying in pursuit is Teo Fabi, but now that Al Unser Jr. Seems to have a head of steam, he is rolling up, coming around Jacques Villeneuve.
Boy, you can watch little Al when he came out of that corner over number 2. His rear end was wiggling. That means a little bit loose, or he's using the car to its 100%.
Hey, Jacuqes, little Al now has the lead. And Paul, 2 great auto races next Sunday here on ABC. Jacques Villeneuve currently closes on Adrian Fernandez in a battle for 7th place. They are 1 lap off of the leader. The leaders are stringing through this battle as well. And Christian Fittipaldi is lining up right behind the fight as well.
Villeneuve just drove right by Fittipaldi right down to turn 1 and 2 a little bit ago, Paul.
You see that nothing's changed at the top of the order. Al Unser Jr. is the leader, followed by Paul Tracy. Now let's go to Gary Gerald.
Andre Ribeiro back in the pits for a second time. Race control reported possible contact with Paul Tracy. The crew checked all the suspension, changed the tires, sent him back out. He took 1 lap. He's back in. Don't know if he'll get back out. Let's go to Jack. Thought the track was going to change dramatically early. It did not. So they've had to come back to the racetrack. They say the car's handling much better now. They like the way they're moving forward. Also, to follow up on Brian Herta, who went out early, Morris Nunn said it was simply a lack of grip. The car was ill handling, and Herta came out of the competition early.
Gary Villeneuve was running up as low, actually, as 15th position just after the start, so he's been working his way back up.
This has got to seem like nothing, though, for this Barry Green-led team, because after all, last week they were 2 laps down early in the Indy 500. That was 5 miles down.
Barry Green, in my opinion, is one of the best team managers in the business.
Let's go to Jacuqes.
Well, Paul, let's update you. We went to the IndyCar officials to get a determination on whether Rick Mears is indeed doing something legal or not. Here is direct from Kurt Russell. The spotters are not allowed in anywhere which is considered a TV position. Therefore, Rick Mears was not allowed up on the roof, but he is allowed to...
And here comes Gordon and Jacques Villeneuve. This is a battle for 6th place. As Gordon moves around Jack, can he hold on to it? At the line, Gordon has 6, but Villeneuve comes on the tighter turn in the corner. Still Gordon holds on to it.
Robbie Gordon has got a real neat groove around here. If he can make his car handle that groove, my hat's off to him. Over all the years that I've ran this track, I found that can be the fastest one if you can make your car work there.
Al Unser Jr. has dropped from a rapid pace of about 148 miles an hour. Last couple laps, he's been running down at 140 miles an hour. Obviously, he finds no need to jeopardize that position at the front of the field and is now beginning to take care. Robbie?
Jacques Villeneuve, who, of course, last week basked in the glory of an Indianapolis 500 win, the season points leader. You started 11th today, Jack. Went backwards at start, back to 15th. You end up in the 6th spot. Tell us about your day and how the track really didn't do what you expected early on.
I had an awful start and lost a lot of positions there. I was very low in turn 3 and 4, below the pit-in lane, and And then, you know, Pruitt came close, of course, and then I couldn't go back out, and had a pretty bad start. But after that, we were expecting the car to go loose, so we did. So we set the car up with a little bit of understeer, and it was way too much for the race. Until the first pit stop, I had a hard time in traffic, and even by myself. And after that, we made some changes a little bit on the front wing, and the car was running stronger, and we could keep up with the pace. But we lost a lot of time just up to the first pit stop.
Well, does it seem like Indianapolis is a long time ago now, even though it's just been a week from today?
Oh yeah, definitely. There's been a full race, and it was a hard race. It was a fun race towards the end with Robbie. There was good dicing there, and you know that's what racing is all about. But you know, the championship goes on. We've got a street course next week, and after 3 ovals in a row, it's good to get to another type of racetracks.
Congratulations on protecting that points lead.
Thank you.
Paul?
Allen's just went by the look at that, big tire marks on the nose. Got into somebody's rear tire getting its turn with that one.
47 laps are complete, 77 laps the scheduled distance. 161.7 miles, the distance scheduled.
In 3 successive weekends, these drivers go from 230 miles an hour speeds at Indianapolis to 160 on the mile at Milwaukee to just over 100 here on the road course at Belle Isle. A compression of speed, but with the situation changing, it just shows you what great variety this IndyCar series has.
And what versatility you have out of the drivers, that they can move from one to another. Not just the drivers and teams. You think of the drivers. Scott Pruitt making a look to the inside of Jimmy Vasser. On the restart, Jacques Villeneuve. Look at this. As Paul Tracy got outside him, and he almost lost it totally, but gathered it back up and saved it.
Well, I showed you that kid's one good driver. He really should have lost that one.
The heavy Indy car pitched like that. Nice piece of recovery. Nothing changed. He is losing points by remaining back in this position. In fact, right now he's going to allow a closure of 13 points, or nearly half the advantage that he had coming into this race. More than half the advantage.
And if we look ahead to the next few races, which are road races, is this a hint of things to come? Robbie Gordon on the pole. Robbie Gordon leading this race with just a few laps to go. Jacques Villeneuve, who you see here in the blue and white car, maybe not so sharp on road races. He won Miami earlier in the year, so it's hard to believe that this isn't just an anomaly. But maybe it is a sign of things to come.
Now, he's a good road racer, no question about it. Getting a setup right on this track is a very difficult thing to do.
Right. Let's go now back to the pit once again, and Lynn St. James.
Okay, well, we're with Jacques Villeneuve, who's a disappointed but a finisher. Jacques, you didn't have the best car out there today, so you had a lot more work to do probably because of it.
Well, we thought it was okay after the warm-up. We had very old tires, and they didn't go off, and the lap times were fast. But once we got in the race, after a few laps on the first set of tires, the rear just got very loose. Then on the first pit stop, I went in the pits wide because Pruitt's got his hose very wide, and I didn't want to run over it, so we couldn't fuel, and we didn't get any fuel in the first pit stop and lost some time there. And afterwards, during the race, some reason the front tires grained and we lost the front end, so the whole race was a lot of work.
A lot, too much work, but at least you got to finish. Thanks. Congratulations, Steve. Yeah. Okay, Jack.
Field now in the hands of Jacques Villeneuve, the pole sitter, as he pulls just a bit ahead and is being chased by Al Unser Jr. And we go green. Now that first turn, that critical turn, as Al Unser Jr. ducks in ahead of Jimmy Vasser, and Guzman tries to get inside Vasser too.
And look at Paul Tracy did. Down the inside of Guzman, or Vasser forced the issue, and Vasser gave him just enough room.
Well, if he's got some sort of problem, it's not evident in that start. Paul Tracy looking very strong. Guzman for G.I. Joe's 200. Here is the interval in between positions 1 through 6, and you'll notice Al Unser Jr. is sitting there at minus 1.8 seconds. He's closing that down very quickly. Look at him now as he comes around on this lap. That interval is going to close down to less than half a second, and he just may challenge Jacques Villeneuve for the lead of the race as they get down into the festival curves.
And we know how good Al Unser Jr. is, particularly under braking. The last 2 laps that he did were considerably faster than Jacques Villeneuve. In fact, Al Jr. at the moment has the fastest lap of the race under his belt. Now, one of the questions that came up when Villeneuve ran all these fast laps with such low downforce levels, they said in the race, can this last? Can the rear tires stay under this Reynard when he begins to slip and slide? particularly if the temperature rose. And it is hotter today than I believe it's been in most of the weekend's running.
As we watch that battle for the lead, how does the crew keep track of this sort of thing? Well, of course, they have two-way radio with the driver, but they also have a television set in the pits that allows them to sit and keep track of the action. And what they know right now is that on the last lap, Al Unser Jr. ran the fastest lap of the race at 114.2 miles an hour. The EDS scoring keeping us up to speed on that. Now they flash down the front straight past the pits over the start-finish line, and Al Unser Jr. continues his pursuit.
And he's good under braking, but he's not close enough. The Ford engine in Villeneuve's car with less rear wing is fast down that straight. So I don't know whether Al Unser Jr. has the horsepower advantage in that Mercedes-Benz engine to catch Villeneuve. But all through the twisty section here, Al Jr. looks much, much faster than Villeneuve.
Unser Jr. scored his first IndyCar victory here. He's also the defending champion of this race, holds the race record, held the track record until Jack headed out yesterday in the final round of qualifying, and just in the final minutes grabbed it away.
Oh, he's under pressure here. Barry Green will tell you that Jacques Villeneuve is very, very good under pressure. Likes to absorb the pressure and not make a mistake. Look how quick Junior is through that S's.
Jan Beekes, you can update us on Al Unser Jr.
I sure can, and in particular about the Penske chassis. Keep in mind that when Derek's talking about the low downforce of the Reynard, the one thing about the Penske chassis we know, it is extremely consistent. That's why he's able to close in on Jacques Villeneuve. The Penske chassis throughout the duration of the race and the history of the Penske racing machines have always been very consistent. We also have a report that that car is showing a lot of bottoming. They have jab rocker wood underneath that car, and when it is on full tanks, expect to see just a little bit of smoke, but not a problem for Al Unser Jr.
Now nothing else has changed in the order as we continue to watch this battle for the lead. Jacques Villeneuve in front, Al Unser Jr. in pursuit.
You can see under braking for the Festival chicane on the last lap, Al Jr. closed right up. I think he's beginning to pick his position. I think he's beginning to test where Villeneuve is quick and where he isn't. What's Junior here? Very quick to the right-hander. Right up behind him here. Penske team watches on television. And here's the important run. Can he get close enough under his rear wing to make a run down the inside? I don't think he's close enough this time.
Roger reaches up, talks to him by touching the transmit switch, which is actually on his headphones. Turns to keep track of him around the course by watching the same television picture you are. Gary Gerald, we talked about the Mercedes-Benz engine and Al Unser Jr.'s car. What about the Ford?
Just an interesting footnote on the Ford power plant. The two Newman Haas drivers, Tracy and Michael Andretti, are using what they call the Series 2 Ford engine. It's been redefined early in the season, as we talked about on several occasions, from the top of the block. It's better aspiration. It creates more horsepower. Unlike the Newman Haas team, Chip Ganassi's team used that engine for qualifying only for Brian Herta and for Jimmy Vasser. They've gone back to the Series 1, a little more conservative approach. They're concerned about how that car can last in the Reynard chassis. And so they've taken a little different approach to this race today, Paul.
It's interesting, too, that was a possibility at the Indianapolis 500, but it was enough of a change internally in the engine that it no longer fit the rules. Here comes Little Al, but Jack comes right across the front and blocks him.
Oh,
but Little Al at least knows where he can do it.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. Never been closer. Never been closer. Al Jr. knows if he's going to chop the nose off Jacques Villeneuve, he better get all the way alongside him, because Villeneuve will turn to take that apex. Villeneuve does not have that Series 2 engine. He has the stock Ford Cosworth engine in that player's Reynard.
You know what I found remarkable there is that Little Al didn't lose that much momentum despite that maneuver.
Al Jr. knows he has the measure of Villeneuve right now. He knows he's faster. He's got to just pick his time. Look at this. He's closer than ever here. Coming up on Eric Bachelard. Almost an impossible move here. Oh, Villeneuve blocked him too.
Into the carousel now. Eric Bachelard still ahead of him.
Here's the key run. The slingshot off the hairpin.
They should be able to handle up Bachelard on the straightaway itself, but Little Al just might get trapped. Look at him drop back, looking for a little running room. Now what does Unser Jr. do? Stays right there. They don't want to deal with the slower car in front of him. Boy, he could strike at any second, couldn't he?
double apex right-hander. Short run uphill, all in the same gear. This is third gear.
If Unser Jr. has an advantage here, it certainly would be experience on this track and on calculating traffic.
Won his very first race here back in 1984, the opening of Indy cars here at Portland. And the Rose Festival has welcomed Indy cars every year here. What a great event this city puts on.
Still watching the fight for the lead, 13 laps. Complete. Nothing else has changed in the order. This is the battle on the course.
And you'll notice that Al Jr. takes a wider exit line all the time off that hairpin. Seems to come off a little bit faster. Oh, he's on the limit too. See that little twitch? Under braking as he turned in.
Lap speeds are falling off about 4 miles an hour. They've been turning the last couple laps at 110. So 4 miles an hour down from the fastest laps turned in the early going.
Penske chassis goes under constant development. They came here with a brand new underwing. It is completely different. Crew still watches their man in action, but this new underwing on the Penske generates more downforce than they've ever had on this car, and this may be the product of that type of wind tunnel development that goes on back in Poole in England under the direction of Mick Guzzi.
A group that keeps pretty good track of us on the global broadcast as well. Probably proper to say hi to everybody at Poole.
Now watch Al Jr.'s line. See where it's wider? It's about half a car length wider, exiting a big swoop onto that front straight, but he's not close enough to Villeneuve now.
As the leaders flash by, the board goes out for Paul Tracy. You can get an idea of the interval back to third place. Tracy now, Jimmy Vasser, then some distance back and forth. Mauricio Gugelmin still in fifth, so no change there. Same with the bottom half of the top 10. Sixth is Christian Fittipaldi, then DeFerrin, Brian Herta, Bobby Rahal, and Michael Andretti rounds out the top 10. So no change in the order.
And if you move on down 11th is Fabi, and Robbie Gordon is worth mentioning because he has made a big jump from his lowly grid position, currently running in 12th.
Started back in 18th, was very disappointed. In fact, before we came on the air and I talked to him on television this morning, he was kind of hesitant. Boy, don't mention too much my starting position because it doesn't look good and I'm going to have to work hard. Well, he's gone to work.
Up over the curve on the left side as you get down through that fourth gear left-hander. Again, Junior's line is different. It is hard to close up behind the Ford engine in Villeneuve's car. Oh, this looks good here.
This could be the move as Al Unser Jr. ducks to the inside, can't get it done. Oh.
And it's such a risky move, Paul. If you cannot get all the way alongside the car, he will chop across, and then you're in line for a big crash.
That's Hero that lies just ahead of them now. Let's hope that he's very aware of the leaders closing on his position.
Needs to move aside. Hopefully he'll see the leaders move aside. Caught the wrath of Emerson Fittipaldi yesterday during qualifying. Emerson said he ruined both of his laps on a new set of tires, waved his fist. So hopefully he'll move over.
So could this be the lap? Matsushita sitting just ahead as Al Unser Jr. closes in but gets trapped. Hero traps him, and that's going to give Villeneuve a good opportunity to pull away. And with a very tentative move, Unser Jr. moves alongside. We'll be back. Back here at Portland, nothing has changed. It is still Jacques Villeneuve being pursued by Al Unser Jr. In third place is Paul Tracy. He's running pretty much alone right now. Jimmy Vasser sits back a bit of a distance from him, about 2 seconds back, in fact. And then Mauricio Gugelmin of Brazil, and the other young Brazilian who is so solid this year in the rookie fight, Christian Fittipaldi. And once again, they work through the festival corners, and still Al Unser Jr. can't get Jacques Villeneuve. Now, the question I have for you, Derek, is if Jack has a lower downforce car, and little Al is carrying all that downforce, is his current position running really in the vacuum of Villeneuve's car helping him?
Oh, it helps Al Jr. definitely drag himself up towards Jacques Villeneuve. But overall, he's not quite able to get close enough because Villeneuve's car is still quicker down the straight. However, if he does manage to squeeze by, it looks as if Al Unser Jr. overall on the lap does have a faster car than Villeneuve. But track position is vital. You have to get by him first, and Villeneuve can drive defensively. He doesn't need to block. Blocking is illegal, as Wally Dolomac told all the drivers yesterday. Look at the change in line here. Al Jr. still using that wide line, trying to get on the power earlier, but he can't just quite draw himself near enough to Villeneuve. Oh, he's having a look again.
And still no result. Just not enough to get inside Villeneuve in that corner.
It's a 90-degree right-hander, so you almost have to force the other guy to back off. And Villeneuve, if he thinks he has the line, he will slice down. And those precious front wings on that Penske could easily take a bit of a whack. And Al Unser Jr. knows that. But look at Paul Tracy come into our picture. Paul Tracy isn't letting this gang of two get away.
And I want to emphasize that except for this battle on the track, everything else remains static. Drivers here very concerned about tire wear and fuel economy on this course, especially if you get offline. Remember the lessons in Detroit. These new tires, the softer they get, the more they tend to throw off excess rubber, and that gets just outside the groove, and if you get out on that, it can be deadly.
This is where the whole race could change face. Oh, he's close now.
Barry Green watches in the Villeneuve pits as Al Unser Jr. tries it again, and still he sweeps across. So Roger Penske remains in second place.
Great fight here. So difficult to make the pass in this infield, but you can see at the apex of the corners, Al Jr. is quicker through those apexes.
While we continue to watch this battle, let's go pit side. Gary Gerald.
Paul, we're in the Villeneuve pit. We just got a quick word with Barry Green, who, of course, is the team owner, and we were asking him, are you having to play it conservative in terms of fuel? And he says, yes, we are. How concerned are you about the Unser situation right there and the pressure? He says, well, I'd much rather have a 10-second lead, but the important thing at this point, he stressed, we are right on target with our fuel mileage. And that business of downforce also relates to the drag, and that, of course, relates directly to how much fuel you use. Everybody knows Portland, year after year, is always a fuel-conscious race right down to the end, particularly if you don't get the benefit of yellow flags. So that's a big issue, even though it's early in this event. Let's go to Jan Beekes.
Well, Gary, speaking of fuel, and we also saw Roger Penske in a shot earlier. Roger Penske has radioed to Al Unser Jr. with a different report. That is, your fuel is fine. Fine on fuel here in the Penske camp. Remember, they have a Mercedes. They're chasing a Ford.
Continuing to watch that battle for the lead. Nothing changes down lower in the order. The fight is right here at the front of the field, and once again, slower traffic lies just ahead.
Let me give you a quick, easy way to determine whether cars carry a lot of downforce or low downforce. Just look. Oh, look at that jab rock burning at the end of the Penske. Just look at the rear wing of Villeneuve's car and how deep it is, and look at Junior's. Much, much deeper. Quick, easy way to visually see whether a car carries a lot of wing or not. Particularly down this straight, you can see it.
Eliseo Salazar from Chile just ahead. Will he become a factor now as Unser Jr. continues to pursue? And no, he's not going to try it. In fact, he wanted to make absolutely sure that Salazar saw him.
Excellent move by Salazar. Stayed way, way off the racing line. Saw both leading cars come through. Al Jr. sticks a wheel on the dirt, but Villeneuve was particularly slow through those festival curves there.
Unser Jr. once again using every inch of this track, and he closes up even more. In fact, at this point, this may be the closest that he's been thus far. He might have a better run going on him when he gets out of the carousel.
Paul Tracy is beginning to reel in these boys here. Paul Tracy is closing the gap to Al Jr. and to Villeneuve.
But Tracy has been consistently running laps about a mile an hour faster while this battle goes on, and that's allowed him to close. Unser Jr. again takes that slingshot wide move off, keeps his momentum going.
Oh, look at this. Villeneuve comes to the inside. Defensive driving. Oh, he forces Al Jr. down the outside. Oh,
and he loses brakes, and Jr. moves into the lead. Nice bit of tactics, but boy, it definitely cost Jacques Villeneuve. Experienced move by Jr.
Oh, very, very, very good move. He absolutely sold Villeneuve all the way down the line. Villeneuve tried to block him. Al Jr. read it perfectly, moved offline, took the perfect run, and Villeneuve was high and dry.
Interesting definition as we take a look at it again.
Now, Villeneuve is committed to the inside line. Junior says, okay, bye-bye. I'm going to take the normal route. Watch Villeneuve's front wheels. Locks them up, and Al Jr. says, bye-bye.
And what they both know is Jack can make the first move to block, but the minute he makes the second move, he runs the risk of a black flag. You can't go all the way into the corner steering in front of him. We go back. Al Unser Jr.'s out. Jacques Villeneuve picked up the lead on that stop. And Paul Tracy now moves up to second place. And this is going to be interesting then on the battle of the fuel tanks.
That's right, Paul. The key is here. Al Jr. does not have the same fuel economy as these two leading cars here. They can go longer. Now, if Jacques Villeneuve or Tracy can go 2 more laps, they can maybe make this race in just 2 stops. I'm not sure Al Jr. can do that if this goes green all the way.
Well, we can consider this, too, that Al Unser Jr. came out of the pits 15 seconds behind Paul Tracy and slid into 3rd place. But if lighter cars, maybe a little faster, they can pull away for another couple of 3 laps. They might just put enough interval on Al Unser Jr. to be able to get in and out without him being in that much of a challenging position. But the reality seems to be that they may come screaming out about the time Al Unser Jr. comes past.
And look at the traffic jam coming out of that pit lane. Stefan Johansson, Raoul Boesel. But here's the 2 leading cars, 34 laps in the book. They will do 35. Those cars possibly can do just 2 stops.
Marco Unser Jr. was a mere 18 seconds behind. He's gobbling up the distance right now. But Jack makes his stop. We look for any changes.
And we look for a battle of the pit crews here. Who can get their man out? Half a second will make a difference here.
Remember, Jack's crew has been great in pit stop contests, but then so has the Newman Haas team.
Oh, they had a great one. There goes Villeneuve.
Jack. Jack got out just ahead of him, and Paul Tracy's coming out slow. There he goes. He finally gets the clutch dumped. He really didn't
too much of that. And Tracy's not being too careful now because he closes up on the back of Jacques Villeneuve, about to give him another headache.
As they come onto the pit straight, Jan Beekes has been watching that situation with Jimmy Vasser.
That's right, Paul. We had a chance to check in with Tom Anderson, who, of course, is the team manager who looks after Jimmy Vasser. We asked him, is there a brake bias problem? Is there a problem with the brakes on the Reynard? He said no. Just tried a little too hard, got in there too deep, and locked them up. So, not a mechanical problem, but maybe an enthusiasm problem there for Jimmy Vasser. Let's go to Gary Gerould.
Well, one of the things that comes along with brilliant clear skies and all this sunshine in the Pacific Northwest, increased track temperatures. At the start of the race, tire engineers tell us it was 130 degrees on the asphalt. It's now up to 136 and obviously is climbing. This is the highest temperature we've seen on the track thus far this weekend.
The one problem that he had, which was Scott Pruitt sitting ahead of him and put some distance between himself and the 3-car of Paul Tracy. Jacques Villeneuve is able to close in just 1 car back, separated only by Eric Bachelard.
Look at Christian goes by Villeneuve.
Oh, what happened there?
Well, Villeneuve was in trouble under braking. Locked up the right front, was slow in. Now he's in all sorts of trouble.
Now, there's more than that, yeah.
There's more than that now.
Villeneuve just suddenly slowed on the exit of the corner. And now he's almost nowhere to be seen as Paul Tracy continues to try to work his way up. Comes around Alessandro Zampedri in the Peyton Coyne car. There's Villeneuve, but running off the pace and well back.
In deep trouble. Something wrong with Jacques Villeneuve. We don't know. In deep trouble. Look at the traffic jam behind him, and Johansson goes to the outside. Big Mo is in there.
And in fact, Jack's trying to keep out of the way as the rest of the field comes stringing past.
Whatever it is, it's a shame they couldn't have fixed it under yellow. Has he got a puncture?
They all look up.
That's funny.
Well, the race control is saying that, and this comes in from the corner workers, SCCA corner workers from several regions around here, manning the corner stations here, that he might have run over debris, but the tires look good. Of course, that doesn't mean that they are good. Gary Gerould's right there.
Well, we watch this team and this sensational driver. Boy, you see him shake his head in frustration. We hear it may be debris that he ran over on the track. I'm not sure that the crew knows. They're all anxiously on this side of the wall watching the crew change tires. Now they're pointing out something back there on the left rear suspension, and there may have been debris from Scott Pruitt's car. Now the engine's off.
And one of
so
the
they're going to have to peel the bodywork back here.
One of the IndyCar officials, Gary, noticed something on the left rear of the car. Let's see if we can look at the replay and figure out what happened, Derek.
And it's a simple start. Al Jr. clears Scott Pruitt. Paul Tracy pulls out a line also. Jacques Villeneuve back behind. He's following Paul Tracy, nowhere close to him. That's Robbie Gordon right behind him. Now watch what happens when he gets into the braking zone. There's something flickering.
Yeah, that's just a tearaway that I think came from...
Oh, Jacques Villeneuve goes over it, and suddenly the car begins to... Something happened right as he put his foot on the brakes. The car made a twitch, locks up that right front, and he's slow from there on.
Well, that was flickering on the course there looked to be a tearaway off of Matsushida's car. Gary Gerald?
Well, here's Jacques. What happened?
Just when I hit the brakes, something broke on the left rear, and that's it.
Do you know if it was suspension, or was it a rotor in the braking, or do you have any idea?
It must have been in the suspension because the right front was raising up in the air.
Possibly a shock mount?
Could be.
Boy, how tough is this after this terrific run that put you on the pole with a new track record?
Yeah, the car was pretty good. We were pretty low on downforce, and with the heat, the car was sliding a lot. It was a hard race, but we were keeping our position, and it was looking good for the end.
And it doesn't help as far as that championship is concerned right now either, does it?
No, definitely not.
Well, he continues a wan smile, and he looks ahead now to the next event. It'll be at Elkhart Lake.
No points for Jacques Villeneuve today. Interesting problem, though, on a car that is very strong, that Reynard.
Yes, it is. That was a surprise. And Barry Green's philosophy for these middle-of-the-season races is no consistency. We need to go for race wins. Interestingly enough, one of the observers here this weekend who, although he won't say he was watching Jacques Villeneuve, was Bernard Dudot, the engine designer from Renault Formula One, and Christian Konzen, the director of motorsports, is here. Now watch the slow-mo replay. It's right as he puts his foot on the brakes. You'll see the car begin to twitch. That's when the rear suspension breaks. He's in a straight line. There it is right there. See that little twitch? The car begins to twitch. He's on the brakes. The left rear suspension is broken. That's why that right front begins to lock up, because it's lightweight. Jan Beekes.
Gary, the man who sits on the pole today is Jacques Villeneuve. Of course, he got his first IndyCar victory here last year. Jacques, obviously, you love this racetrack. Is this the kind of racetrack, the style of which you like the best?
Yeah, this is the type of track I like the best. All those road courses, it's like the track used to be 20, 30 years ago, and it's a lot of fun.
Tell me, you're running your car with very little wing, and it seems as though it's heating up today. Is that a concern for you?
The cooler, the better it is for us because of the low downforce side of our setup. But, you know, it worked last year, and there's no reason it shouldn't work this year.
Now, you were driving the wheels off that car, getting the pole position, got it in the very final lap. Can you drive it that hard in the race?
No, those aren't laps you can do in the race. First of all, the tires wouldn't last, and you yourself probably would end up making a big mistake at one point. So, no, that's just the type of driving you can do once in a while in qualifying to get that extra special lap. But you need a good setup in the race, and you need to drive within the limits.
He's the man who starts inside row one. The man who starts next to him is with Gary Gerald.
The bright yellow car of Gilles Villeneuve. Jacques Villeneuve on the pole as the field now begins to move very, very slowly under the control, of course, of the pole sitter. And I think they want to make sure they come through this corner at the bottom of the hill, the last corner on to the main and pit straight, very, very carefully. Now they begin to accelerate. The pace car takes off. They come up the hill, pass under the bridge. The green flag should await them at the top of the rise. And here we go as Jacques Villeneuve jumps into the lead. De Ferran right behind him. Raul Boisel comes down. And Michael Andretti moves to the inside, tries to battle it out for third. They're wheel to wheel. Jacques Villeneuve, he's the leader. Only 4 times in 13 IndyCar races at Road America has the leader of the first lap gone on to win the race. Last one to do so was Paul Tracy. As the green flag flies again, and here we go.
And don't take your eyes off Paul Tracy, because when he gets a sniff of the front of the race here, he is dynamite sometimes. Look at Christian Fittipaldi behind him, bringing Teo Fabi down past Scott Pruitt.
Teo Fabi swings inside, outside.
May be costly, and we can measure that when Jacques Villeneuve makes his stop.
About a 13.5-second stop for Gilles de Ferran. So in and out in good time, as Jacques Villeneuve, the leader of the race, has now completed his 16th lap. And his crew begins to anticipate by setting some tires up on the edge of the wall, but not yet over. Raul Boisel moves up to second place. Gilles de Ferran came out of the pits in third. Paul Tracy is fourth. Christian Fittipaldi is fifth.
What a familiar color scheme. This is now leading these races, and obviously fuel consumption is something this team works very, very hard on, and they do it as good as anybody. Barry Green's team here again showing just how fuel efficient this player's Reynard is as Jacques Villeneuve continues to run away from everybody.
Raul Boisel comes into the pits. Christian Fittipaldi comes into the pits. Let's go to... Well, this will be the question mark now. Suggested that Team Green gets really good fuel mileage, but do they get an extra 4 miles? Can they get this done? He's still got considerable section of race course to go.
And of course, remember, the more laps he runs with this light fuel load, the faster he goes, as opposed to everybody else who just about has a full tank of fuel, and he still runs light.
And he still has the fastest lap of the race at 136.2 miles an hour.
And he set that just 2 laps ago. So Jacques Villeneuve, no trouble here. No trouble with tires. Our car, will he come in this time?
And there he is. So Jack heads into the pits. He is the first pit at the top of the hill that is open and available. And Gary Gerould waits for him.
He's got a wide open shot as he comes in here and perfectly spots it right on the line, and immediately you hear those air guns go to work. This crew has been sensational this year. They won the pit competition at Indianapolis. They won a race the season opener in the pits at Miami. He's rolling. We've got him in 12.5 seconds. Good and clean and routine for Jacques Villeneuve. See DeFerrin come in now, and he gets the late fuel. How much does that impact your strategy, and you're concerned over your fuel consumption since you were first in?
Well, it's going to be tight for us, Gary. We took that gamble just now. It was pretty obvious after the first stop that we were making better fuel mileage than DeFerrin. So we're not too concerned. It's still going to be tight for them. They were a couple of laps short of us, but it'll be interesting. We should be okay, though.
Now that you've had this much yellow, that obviously is helping your situation a great deal, I would think.
That one extra yellow made a big difference. So we'll see what happens. Keep your fingers crossed for the players' team.
I'll tell you what, fuel always comes into it here at Elkhart Lake, Paul.
Settle the helicopter. Up the hill they come. They watch. There's the green. All right, here we go. Jacques Villeneuve leads the field down. Boisel second. Boy, take a look at the weaving and bobbing that we're seeing out of Vassar.
Tracy had to protect that position. Look at Fernandez goes down the inside of Scott Pruitt, but Tracy having to fend off the advances.
DNF of the year. Theoretically, he could get it out and get it going. Gary Gerould?
Kind of mixed reaction here in the pits of Jacques Villeneuve. Team Green watching the monitors. They're aware, of course, and now we're going full course yellow. They had stretched the margin to just over 3 seconds, and as we suspected, one of the reasons was because he, too, like Tracy, was able to go close to 100% full rich on the fuel. So he was generating a lot of horsepower, a lot of speed, but now that 3 seconds is going to be gone underneath the yellow. With time running out, it opens the door for Paul Tracy.
And it has taken some time to get these cars out of the gravel pits. They'll be burning up laps. We could probably come back with like 3 laps, 12 miles to the checkered flag, with Paul Tracy and Jimmy Vassar sitting right on top of the 27 car of Jacques Villeneuve.
This is what he's going to try and do. But make no mistake about it, Villeneuve knows what Paul Tracy will try and do. And don't forget Vassar. Look at the line of cars here. Ray Hall has been through this scenario so many times. Anything could happen with 3 laps to go.
And as Jan suggested, there sits Ribeiro. Who knows what his power plant can do for him, or his skill.
Look how slow Villeneuve takes him through Canada corner.
Interesting. You notice they're displaying a course condition flag there at Canada corner. It's apparently very slick. And look at Villeneuve. He picks the pace up plenty early. Lagged off the car, but Tracy is right there. They both pulled away from Vassar. Not green yet. They're climbing the hill.
Oh, this is what we anticipated from Tracy.
There's the green.
You can.
Now keep an eye on him. Tracy coming down the hill. Ribeiro got around Vassar on the restart. No. Ribeiro still battling with Ray Hall on the restart.
Now here's where Tracy gets all his slingshots. He's very good off turn 3, and if he can get close enough, oh, he kicks the back out. Turn 5 is where he's made his brave moves. Oh, he's too far behind.
Down now through the woods, heading for station 5. Key braking area, key passing area, but Tracy's not close enough.
He remembers what Carl Haas told him earlier. Think championship points. Most of your championship contenders are out. Oh, he's right behind them.
Tracy has matured so much this year. been such a bright driver.
So many times he's fell off the road under pressure. Not this year. His displays in so many of the races, and particularly important when he had a mechanical failure running right at the front. 150 miles an hour off this corner, 180 through the kink.
Down to Canada corner, remember, course condition flag says it's slick down there. That's where DeFerrin was off. Tracy closes just a bit.
Villeneuve is very good under pressure. Very, very good. The more pressure you put on him, he does not make many mistakes.
Nothing changes at the front of the order. They'll see the white flag this time. 4 miles to go. Villeneuve, then Tracy. There's Vassar, Andre Ribeiro, Bobby Rahal, Fernandez, Pruitt, Fittipaldi. All answer the white flag. Christian Fittipaldi.
All in a line here. Scott Pruitt still hangs on to the back of Adrian Fernandez. And there's Christian Fittipaldi, who should have been right up with these leaders, except he lost track position with that fuel stop. And look at Johansson. Johansson running. He is running in 10th. He's in the top 10.
Parker Johnstone, who's off and on, back on, trying to make up, still at the tail end of the leader lap, running 13.
Emerson still running. You saw a quick glance of him running 15. Had that wheel problem earlier. But here's the battle. Can Jacques Villeneuve hold off Paul Tracy?
He does seem to be somewhat quicker, though Tracy's been closing under braking. On the final lap, Tracy's trying to stick with him. Get under braking, closes just a bit, but Jack's faster off the corner.
Oh, Jacques kicks up the dust. He has the right side wheels over the curbing.
Looked down for a second, too, as he did that. Now back to that more traditional kind of head slightly cocked to the right as he moves into the kink.
Fastest part of the racetrack. Down between the trees.
Through Thunder Valley, Canada corner now.
Oh, Ribeiro's making a challenge on Vassar. He gets closer.
Ribeiro, Rahal, they close. Coming to the final corner. Unchallenged now. Jacques Villeneuve makes that final turn. Tracy drives her deep, but he protects second place as Jacques Villeneuve climbs the hill, and he will take the checkered flag at the Texaco Haviland 200, the 4th win of his career, followed by a very heads-up Paul Tracy. There's the celebration down in Newman Haas. They're real pleased with that second place. Nothing changes as they come to the top of the hill. It's Villeneuve, Tracy, Vassar, Ribeiro, Rahal, Fernandez, Scott Pruitt, Christian Fittipaldi 8th, then Teo Fabi and Stefan Johansson rounds out the top 10. So where they won a year ago, they've done it again as Barry Green gets on the radio and congratulates his young champion. We come back, we'll be talking with him. We'll also have some highlights from the entire race weekend here at Road America. At Road America, the 27 car, Jacques Villeneuve, now with back-to-back victories here where he scored his first win. He's now scored his most recent win. He, Paul Tracy right behind him, and Jimmy Vassar, first, second, and third, make the final turn that takes them into the winner's circle area. Boy, what a happy group they are going to be as the Team Green, Barry Green, Kim, the rest of the group, await the arrival now of Jacques Villeneuve, who's slow for the first time today, coming around that final corner.
This is very much a team victory because they measured the fuel consumption and the downforce this car would carry right from Friday morning. So everybody in this team that makes the engineering and management decisions can be very proud of the effort they put in. And of course, they have Jacques in the cockpit to bring it home.
He scores the win and pulls a full race, 21 points ahead of his closest competitor in the points fight, Robbie Gordon. His third win of the season, Gary Gerald.
Yes, it is. We just got ourselves trapped on the wrong side of the car as he came springing out. We're working our way through some traffic as he works on the helmet, and we'll get over here and get a chance to get a word with this young man. He got his first victory here a year ago. And there were some concerns early today, but it proved not to be a factor. And Jacques Villeneuve now with a helmet off. We'll get him turned around here. Jack, congratulations. Now, we talked about concern early. I know this morning was not easy for you because there was a sensor in the shifting mechanism that was giving you all kinds of difficulty. How apprehensive were you when this race started that problem might still exist?
Well, I didn't really want to think about it because you don't want to think about problems. But the biggest thing was we had done only 2 laps, so we weren't really sure with the race setup. And we just opted for what we had on. We weren't sure if it was good, and it proved it was good.
It got hot. The track got a little more slippery, and you had a very low downforce setup. Did you slip and slide a bit?
Yeah, mostly with the full tanks. You know, my player's Reynard was really strong. Mostly after a few laps when the fuel went down a little bit, the car was really, really strong. And everybody in Team Green did a great job in Portland and here it went well.
And the young guy just gets better and better. Win number 3, and it keeps you right on top of the points. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Jan?
Driven by Johnny Rutherford, they become aligned. The rows of 2 moving through the 10th turn under their final bridge and looking ahead to the starter. Green flag. Jacques Villeneuve jumps right out in front. Vassar comes to the inside. Tracy into 3rd place. Now down the long fast section, heading for the next passing area on the course. The field through nice and smooth. Boy, Jack gets a tremendous jump. Michael Andretti trying to make a move from the outside. And he comes around.
And our first report on handling characteristics for both Andretti and Tracy. Both are reporting a touch of understeer. They may be having to make changes to the setup when they come in for their first pit stop. But both drivers reporting the same condition. What we don't know is if both cars were set up identically at the start of this race.
Doesn't seem to be affecting performance at all. Fastest lap of the race. Bit of a surprise is Scott Pruitt at 107.6. He turned that on lap number 7. We're on the 15th lap right now. So 3rd place Scott Pruitt, very much a contender here, especially considering that Jacques Villeneuve has traditionally been the fastest car on the circuit and certainly was a week ago at Road America. 15 laps complete.
A good break for Team Green and your leader, Jacques Villeneuve, because just before it, in that last caution, they were extremely upset with IndyCar officials. Now, I asked Barry Green about it. You were upset because you didn't feel you had enough time after the pack up to pit?
Well, Jack, it's very clear on a road course we should be given the opportunity to pit. We're the leader. They should key the full course yellow off us. And we're very upset right now because IndyCar need to pay a little more attention to that. This is big business right now, and we can't afford. Now we're stuck in 5th position. And only by great pit work here on the players' team are we still in 5th position.
Now, the other question, though, is also we understand that there might be a slight problem with Jack's helmet, and that in all of that pit stop strategy, back and forth, trying to come in, maybe fell out of sequence, and you weren't able to repair the helmet problem that he was complaining about.
Well, it's not a major problem. The cables for the radio come a little bit loose, and we were going to tape them up, but it was so important to maintain a good track position there that we couldn't mess around with that. We had to get him back on the racetrack. I don't think that's a big problem.
But Lynn St. James, as you know, having sat in the cockpit of one of these, composure is so very important, and knowing that maybe a connection there for your radio isn't actually taped down properly, well, you could think about it a couple of times, couldn't you?
Michael Andretti still leads in the Molson Indy Toronto. But look at Herta, look at Villeneuve as they battle together.
We see a car running slowly. There's Vassar right behind.
Sorry.
You meant Vassar right behind Villeneuve there. Tight battle for 3rd.
Well, Michael Andretti, Bobby Rahal, and then Villeneuve and Vassar. And Rahal just upped the ante at 108.2 miles an hour. He is flying. In just 6 laps, he whittled 4 seconds off of Michael Andretti's lead.
Rahal, in addition to his win back here in 1986, has finished 2nd and 3rd any number of times. He's a real master of this track.
This is the fight on the circuit right now. Coverage just a bit ahead of Rahal. Now the lead of the race will go over to Jacques Villeneuve. And he should have several laps, maybe as many as 10 or 15 before he has to stop.
Well, and this is where the crucial tactics comes in, because Villeneuve is now running light. He's near the end of his fuel load. He will be very, very fast compared to the just refueled cars of Andretti and Rahal. So this is a chance for Villeneuve to pour it on and to pull away decisively.
He has to do that, actually, because that, making up for that time that he has to make a pit stop.
Go to the pits, Gary.
And Paul Tracy gets away, and there's no problem. Remember the concern with that injured and broken left foot when he had to drop the clutch. Pit stops really hurt him the first time round last week at Elkhart. This time, no problem.
Well, here's a bit of a surprise as Villeneuve comes in, Jack.
Well, let's take a look at Jacques Villeneuve. We alluded to the fact that Team Green thinks that they are one of the quickest pit stoppers in all of IndyCar racing. One of the reasons, most of them have been together for 3 years. It's a choreographed, and you wouldn't believe it. Once the tires are on, they tap the gas man. They are waiting for fuel. This is what is taking so much longer, and they give him the signal. He has no pitch to go out of. He is on the last one. He's back on the track.
And he has to be careful not to get 4 wheels over that yellow line on the pit exit. That will cost him a stop-and-go penalty between Villeneuve and Jimmy Vasser. They started first and second. Now they battle for third, and they are still, well, the interval's actually widening back to Ray Hall, back to 19.5 seconds. So the battle remains right at the front of the field.
But throw in Fabi there and DeFerrin. Fabi in the white and orange car, DeFerrin in the yellow one. This battle for third is intense.
Glenn, we were looking at Paul Newman earlier, and I made the statement that if he had found racing before movies, he might have stayed there. You've raced against him. Your admiration carries him perhaps even further than that.
Well, I think if he had started racing at a younger age and had the benefit of, you know, age and all that experience, maybe a world champion there, you know?
Of course, he fell in love with racing after making the film Winning. Vasser beginning to show some smoke at the back end.
It doesn't look like brake smoke.
Oh, yeah, that's not brakes there, I don't think. Right at the right rear of the car. So Jimmy Vasser may have a new problem, and it might not be one of brakes. We'll keep track of that for you. Michael Andretti is leading Ray Hall. Ray Hall's right on the back of the car. So a battle for the lead, battle for third. We've got a pretty good race going here in the Molson Indy Toronto. We'll be right back.
Carl Hogan's advice to back off from Michael Andretti has solved the problem. The temperature is stabilized. What they've also done is they've gone to full rich on the fuel mixture, and they say right now they're back in the hunt to try and chase down Andretti.
Full rich, of course, will let the engine run a little bit cooler, but they are back 1.78 seconds, Jack, right now, so they have got a little work cut out for them, but there is time to do it.
In the meantime, Jacques Villeneuve has his hands full of the Italian tail. Fabi, look at the buildup on the outside of that corner.
Yeah, and I'm sure Ray Hall and Andretti are both looking at that too, because they know that if Bobby's going to find his way past Michael, it's going to have to be out in stuff like that probably. And under a braking and out braking maneuver, Lynn showed us the 2 possible zones, both at the end of straightaways, but it's going to be tough.
Let's go to Jacuqes once again.
Well, you think a race for the lead's important, a race for position just so very important for Jacques Villeneuve. Knowing that he's in a points chase, his Team Green, Barry Green, the chief, has radioed to him, don't give up the position. Fight for it. Points are at stake.
Back behind this battle, Robbie Gordon has just got back in the closing laps now, 93 laps of 98 complete, watching the battle for third place. Teo Fabi is right there doing everything he can to get around Jacques Villeneuve, who started on the pole, but only once in the history of this race has the pole sitter gone on to win, and that was Michael Andretti in 1991. We'll be with you to the checkered flag here now at the front of the field. Michael still holding off Bobby Rahal. And this interval is just a little bit closer, so for the moment we'll stay here.
It's like Jacques pulls away, you know, and he gets ahead a little bit, and then Bobby just seems to whittle it right back. So it's a real fight.
From time to time, you get a view of Robbie Gordon, who is closing in from 5th place. Danny Sullivan just reported out of the race with a blown engine. He was running 18th at the time. He's only won 2 of 23 IndyCar races held in Canada.
This is so exciting because Ray Hall, again, was able to pull up, you know, and chip that lead down, but where would he be able to pull off a pass with 2 cars that...
Robbie Gordon still closing on Teo. Look at him back there.
I was going to say that Jerry Forsythe now owns Teo Fabi's car. He was partners with Barry Green, who owns the Villeneuve car last year. They split up, and so now there's a rivalry of owners as well as drivers on display here.
Well, this is going to very quickly become a 3-way battle as Teo tries to get Jack and Robbie Gordon tries to get them both. I would not advise moving offline on that corner, though.
Not exactly.
That's why you're seeing such caution. Just direct your eyes to the edges of the road. Take your eyes off the cars for a second. You see that gray line. That's that tire dust, the marbles. Gordon, of course, a championship contender very much.
He in second with 94, and Robbie Gordon in third with 91, and Michael Andretti in fourth with 90, followed by his teammate Paul Tracy in fifth. That's the points if they were to flag the race right at this moment.
And remember, there are 6 races yet to go in the PPG season, so there's really quite a lot. We're around the 2/3 point.
Boy, now we have an interesting situation. There's Gugelmin just ahead of that battle. Remember the effect that he had on the lead earlier. It's over now. We'll keep an eye on this battle for a second. I want to tell you, we would like to interview Michael Andretti at the conclusion of the race. We watch the battle for third. We're running out of time. We're going to try and do this interview and try and get Michael around as quickly as possible. We'll do the best we can for you. We continue to watch the battle for second. For third place, it remains unresolved. Now resolved with Jacques Villeneuve crossing the line in third, then Teo Fabi, then Robbie Gordon. Raul Boisel in sixth. He has any severe damage on the car that would prevent him from continuing on. So back to the run itself. Gilles Villeneuve, Jacques Villeneuve. Let's go pit side, Jack.
Let's give you a report on Paul Tracy. He radioed into the Newman Haas crew that he thinks something has been on the car, but they are hoping that maybe they can keep it under control until he comes in for his normal pit stop. This has put the chips on the wrong side of the deck for him right now, Paul.
Jack, any indication of what they're worried about, an aerodynamic or suspension?
Well, what he radioed in is he felt something was bent on the car, and it seems to me it might have been in the suspension area.
Jack, I think it's that right front. He really tagged the right front wheel, bent wishbone or something.
Sam, that's probably what it is, because he just radioed in. It's handling terribly, but he's going to try and hold on as long as he can.
The one thing about this track, of course, it's so wide that if anything goes wrong, you've got big, safe runoff areas almost everywhere. So a driver tends to want to experiment a little longer than you would somewhere else.
It's also so bumpy that the suspension piece that's already not...
At this point in the season, in the 12 races, and he is certainly one of the people who might add to that list of 7.
A tremendously wide, 96 feet wide straightaway, which is a runway most of the year. Here's a taxiway, and then on to another runway right alongside the lakefront. In fact, there are all kinds of boats, sailboats, power boats that watch this race from out in the lake, just a few feet off of that back straightaway. Only 2 times in the 13 previous races has the leader of the first lap gone on to win.
Throw the car sideways and then catch it on the other side of the bump.
Moving back to look at the battle for second, Villeneuve and Teo Fabi. Teo closes in once again as they pass Bobby Rahal, put him a lap down. There's the view from Rahal's car.
The amazing thing is that Fabi is pushing so hard with a pit stop just ahead. He has tried Villeneuve several times. You see him again running side by side. It really doesn't seem to matter that much. But once you get Teo, there's...
Seemed to matter Bobby Rahal. I think he got such a view out there that he got distracted.
He got caught up watching that fight. And of course, Carlos Guerrero, you saw him come through there as well. Now they close up on Herta. Herta coming up through that field.
This is going to create some interesting strategy because everybody's pitting on a different cycle. And so, you know, it's not like the leader came in and then everybody followed him in. So it's going to be everybody's pitting at a different point, which dictates and shows their hand a little bit, I think, on fuel mileage as well as just their pit stop strategy. I think Herta just came in the pits.
With his stop, DeFerrin fell all the way down to 5th place. That gave the lead to Jacques Villeneuve. Herta was able to move around Fittipaldi and doing so assumed second, but then he rolled off into the pits, and now it is once again Villeneuve and Teo Fabi in contact, though now battling first and second.
I'd be interested to hear from Jack and Gary on this, but it seems that the pit stop strategy is more abstract. People are not doing things because of what other drivers and teams are doing. They're doing it just to maximize their own situation and really not caring so much what the others are doing.
Sam, that's almost contrary to what all the crew chiefs were telling us before the start of the race. They were saying we'll all pivot off what the leader does. It'll be dictated if we get by that opening when the window is open. They're trying to make it a 2-stop race, but a lot of these guys are doing absolutely their own thing. I don't know if that's an indication of fuel mileage or the way the car is handling.
And Gary, the only team that had elected not to do that, not do a monkey see, monkey do, was Team Green and Jacques Villeneuve. They have said that they were going to come in on lap 30. That's indeed what they have done. Team Green is ready. Now remember, we said before they came into the pits, they were going to add
some front wing. So we'll wait to see if a crew member will reach over and try and adjust the wing. First job is to change the tires, take on the fuel. There's the adjustment on the left side, now the right side. It looked as if a full turn, clean off the radiators, take on the fuel, and Villeneuve's away according to plan.
And DeFerrin comes screaming past. Now, Fabi did not head into the pits on that lap. He elected to stay out, so he'd be scored as the lap leader at the conclusion of that lap. Here comes Jacques Villeneuve as he joins the fight once again. And the order after this series of stops is DeFerrin once again in front, followed by now Jacques Villeneuve, but Fabi may have gotten Jack coming out.
Yeah, it looks as if the exchange of second place took place during the pit stops.
Wow.
That is very unusual, because when you look at the Team Green car here, the blue one of Jacques Villeneuve, he is the guy that typically has been picking up spots throughout the year.
They've had spectacular stops all year. Fabi with a nice piece of driving and perhaps even better work off of his crew. Forsythe team doing a nice job. DeFerrin still doing the best job. Leads this race. 33 laps now complete on the Burke Lakefront Airport. Back, take a look at Michael Andretti. Robbie Gordon currently runs in 4th place. On board with Robbie. There's Villeneuve just to the inside. Gordon may just have him. Also turn the radio up there on Robbie Gordon's car.
Stay on the tail.
He's talking with Derek Walker, his team manager.
It's interesting to hear Derek say, stay on his tail. I mean, it's like he's really coaching.
Coverage coming from the Honda Helicam here. Looking at that battle for 3rd place. Jacques Villeneuve, the blue and white car. And Robbie Gordon, red, white, and blue, predominantly white. Wide open circuit here. Flags fly back there. It looks like they've got somebody on the edge of the course. Must be the wrecker. Yeah, in fact, it's the safety crew who are trying to get Marco Greco off the course.
For many exciting minutes at the end of qualifying yesterday, it looked as if Villeneuve might stretch his run of pole positions to 4 consecutive pole positions. He lost that battle to DeFerrin, and now today his car seems just a little off course.
Derek cautioning Robbie Gordon, be very careful about passing in that yellow zone. You also saw the white flag, which during the run of the race is telling the drivers that there is another vehicle running slower on the course. Most often it is the IndyCar safety vehicle. Jackaroo?
Well, remember in Indianapolis, we were able to eavesdrop on Derek Walker. Well, it's very unusual to have Derek Walker or any crew chief be able to talk a driver around a road course. But the nature of this place, for the most part, at least 3/4 of the racetrack can be seen from pit road. So that enables Walker to do a little more coaching. Very similar to what we see on oval tracks for his driver, Robbie Gordon.
Oh, wow, it's Robbie Gordon taking advantage of the positioning of Parker Johnstone.
Hang on to him, you got him, keep him there, keep him there. No braking at the end of the straight, you got him, you can do it. Keep it there.
And Robbie
Get it back together again, let's go at it again. He's off too, keep it going, keep it going. Come on, you're okay. Let's get after him. Still a long way to go.
So these passes aren't quite as easy as they seem to be. Robbie Gordon with Jack, and they both get into the corner hunt.
There's plenty of room here. This is a personality thing. Robbie pushing Gilles and Jacques, and Jacques having none of it. Boy, that is, I am going to take this corner first, and you're not, and they were willing to go off the road to make their point.
One against the other, and boy, Robbie, you know, off-road he likes.
Look at that. Look at him try to intimidate Jacques.
Yeah.
Is this also an issue, though, of where they can't pick up their marks going into a corner?
Well, that's true, but they were still more concerned with each other.
Look at that. Is that incredible? As they continue right on it. And there it is.
Good job, good.
Takes him right back.
Great pass, great pass. Let's get after Andretti now and Herder. Come on, let's get after them.
Setting new goals. You hear Derek Walker immediately set a new goal.
As if he hadn't done enough there, now go ahead and get Michael halfway point here in Cleveland.
Back in fourth. Big day for Michael Andretti if he can keep this thing together.
And for the moment, it's a three-car battle to Ferrin Herta Villeneuve. As Michael Andretti, can he make it two in a row? He's trying to pull away. Scott Pruitt's in the fight, but he's 2 laps down. Floating over the Burke Lakefront Airport is one of America's most enduring corporate symbols. The Goodyear blimp, the Spirit of Akron, is providing us with an aerial view of the Burke Lakefront Airport and the Cleveland IndyCar Grand Prix. Some great shots it's provided, some good analysis shots for us here. Right now it is still Michael Andretti that leads.
Discussing back and forth what fell off the car. That's exactly what the crew has to do. You know, they try to radio in, the driver tries to relate as to what's happening, but this isn't enough.
Whoa, look at Herta. Herta comes inside of Villeneuve, and that battle continues. Villeneuve can hold him off as they go to the Lakeside Straight. Wow, great overhead views now on board with Herta. Oh, what a super battle this has been.
You know, on the widest track they run on all year, we have seen the closest wheel-to-wheel competition. Boy, is that a thrill.
Well, as you know, Sam, no matter how wide the track is, there's still one lane on the racetrack that is the line is where you want to be. So it all funnels down very quickly.
Also, I think there's a diminution of the fear factor, don't you? Here, you know you're not going to get badly hurt. Very late in the game, so has he here again.
This is the fight for second as Herta and Villeneuve go wheel to wheel, 2 corners now. Is this going to end up in trouble?
Sam, forget that line about one line on the racetrack. They're doing this double for sure.
Unbelievable. So Ferrin obviously angered by what happened.
You can't go 2 abreast everywhere, though, and that's the turn that also had the marbles, even though we had the
ride. Then he had a good start to the season, a bad middle part of the season. Look at him now.
Here comes Herta as he makes his move on Michael, and he's got him with 2 laps to go.
But no!
Michael comes back as Herta falters.
But look at Villeneuve.
The white flag comes out. Villeneuve comes in on the charge. The white flag is out. 2 miles to go. 1 lap as Villeneuve moves for the lead.
Anything is possible. He comes in.
Oh, what a great run.
The greatest race of the year.
So now Jacques Villeneuve has picked up the lead. The crowd is on its feet and cheering.
Unbelievable.
Herta tries to play catch up now.
Just a little dirt to put onto the track.
I think Herta missed a gear. I don't think he's in real mechanical trouble. I think he missed a shift. That's why he dropped suddenly back.
Final set of corners now for these 2. Jacques Villeneuve has it, but Herta now has the challenge. Can he come up and close on Villeneuve?
This is Villeneuve's canniest race. He's driven great races all year. This is his smartest, most patient, and he will extend his championship.
Quick little straightaway ahead. Jacques Villeneuve, and then Brian Herta as Villeneuve screams for the checkered flag. Herta can't catch him. Villeneuve takes the win, taking the lead in the last lap. Brian Herta comes across in second. His teammate Vassar in third. Bobby Rahal in fourth. Jacques Villeneuve has scored the victory here on the Burke Lakefront Airport, his 4th of the year and the 5th of his career.
Back here in victory lane, Jacques Villeneuve away from his car, getting the congratulations of everybody, getting the kiss. And Jack, describe the emotions of that last lap, because boy, everything broke loose.
Oh yeah, that was tough. You know, the car, we had a pretty low downforce, and the tires went down pretty quickly, and this yellow allowed us to cool down the tires and to be strong for the end, and we could fight. And then when Brian went for the hole and took Michael, there was still a yellow flag. They both screwed up and slowed down, and I just went for the hole.
What about the chase for the point standings? This was such a disciplined race for you and Team Green.
Yeah, when I couldn't fight, I thought, okay, let's hope this race finishes soon, because I had a hard time to stay there and get some more points. But when we had the yellow, I knew we could cool down the tires and that I could push hard for the last 10 laps, and I would have a go at it, and it worked out.
Let's check in with Gary Gerald.
And right now, Jacques Villeneuve is over with Jacuqes.
Well, Paul, Jacques Villeneuve is the winner of the other 500-mile race. Of course, that one coming at Indy. And, Jacques, the question that begs to be asked is, your win there, how has it affected the way you're going to run this Michigan 500?
Oh, it's going to be very different. First of all, in Indy, we we lost 2 laps on that first pit stop when they took it away. So you know, we had to be pretty aggressive to come back up. Where now we're leading the championship. This is a race where in the past there's been a lot of engines blown. So it's really important to, you know, take it easy and be there at the end to make what points you can and think about the championship.
Points so very important to this young man. Gary Gerald?
And it is hot, but no matter the heat, when you come to 500-mile races, a special air of anticipation. And remember, the last superspeedway race, Indianapolis, this young man from 2 laps down to get the Indy 500 win, Jacques Villeneuve, getting ready now. He's leading the point standing. This season has been just like a Hollywood script. With more, here's Jacuqes.
Success dreamed of by the child is earned by the young adult. But Jacques Villeneuve denies personal accomplishment. For him, it's a team thing.
I was born in Montreal, near Montreal in Canada, and I grew up in Monaco while my father was alive, following his career. And after that, I grew up in a boarding school in Switzerland. I got into racing because I've always wanted to race. I've always loved speed, risk, being on an edge.
Jacques was only 11 when his father Gilles died in a terrifying crash, but there are memories.
You know, I'm really proud to be his son. He's accomplished a lot in motor racing. He's a legend, basically. I don't know if a young gun is a lack of intimidation.
It may have been an absence of intimidation, personal drive, and self-promotion, which quickly moved him through Formula 3, Atlantics, and into Indy cars.
Every year I went up, it took a little while to adapt to the power, to the speed. But once you adapt to that and you're relaxed inside a race car, it feels like any other type of series. It's only that this one is very competitive. To me, it's not a choice between F1 and IndyCar, it's a choice between teams.
Forget the legacy. How does he pronounce his name?
Jacques Villeneuve.
Move again. Front row kind of a line, and again Teo Fabi drops down, but this time it's going to go green. And here we go, 4, 5 wide into the first turn. Parker Johnstone leads them through 1. Teo Fabi runs up high. Michael Andretti drops into 3rd. Villeneuve 4th.
That he was going to block, Scott, this racetrack because of the grooves being so wide. There's
Jacques Villeneuve comes off and into the pits.
That's unscheduled, Paul.
Oh, absolutely. 22 laps into the book. This could mean trouble for the points leader.
And he's going too slow. He's got some sort of a problem. He's going way too slow coming in.
Green team is right there, and the IndyCar officials are saying, hold it, we've seen something here.
That's the crew guys saying they found some sort of a problem right there with his hand in the air.
Something in the right rear. Suspension, we're talking to Reynard. Wheel bearing, what could this possibly be? But before you answer that, whatever it is, it may speak once again to the toughness of Michigan.
Well, it's definitely in the right rear. Everybody's seeing something right in the right rear. I can see smoke coming back there a little bit too, Paul, so he's probably got a bearing in the upright that's gone.
One thing isn't a rumor. Jacques Villeneuve, the current points leader, is going to Formula One, we assume at Williams, though that hasn't been announced, and that may have an impact on the points fight and his focus on the championship. Let's go now to Jacuqes.
Paul, we'd hoped to talk to Jacques Villeneuve about his impending change to Formula One, but just moments ago he informed us that he refuses to do an interview concerning it. Of course, as you alluded to, the fact that possibly his mind may be distracted from the chase at hand, and that is the PPG IndyCar World Series Championship that he leads. The rumors abound that he has already signed the contract with Williams to run there in 1996. Team Green, a big question mark as to what they will do, but right now what's most important for this team and this man, maintain focus and try and continue his chase to the championship here in IndyCars. Gary?
Those tight right and left-handers that are the trouble zone. And here we go. Whoa, somebody gets off the edge and back on. Kicks up a lot of dust as Villeneuve comes down to the inside. Michael Andretti moves into 2nd place. One car
race. That's a little weird, too, because they've had the jet, meaning that it blows everything off the track. They've had it out there completely around the racetrack and through the pit, so that's a little strange.
Jacuqes, Parker Johnstone situation.
Well, Paul, he radioed in. Parker did to the crew that he got hit hard in the back and it tore the front end of the car up so bad he does not think he can continue. They're waiting his arrival on pit road. Could be an early exit for Parker Johnstone. pole sitter in the Michigan 500.
We see two Formula One aspirants running 1-2. Jacques Villeneuve, who of course is going next year in the blue car leading the race, and Michael Andretti, who went 3 years ago and had a tough season with McLaren. It'll be very interesting to see how Jacques fares next year in Formula One.
83 laps, the scheduled distance here, 186.75 miles. This is Al Unser Jr.'s 200th career start, and already he's struggling a bit with it. Gary,
the hinge on the joint is loose, and the wicker is slowly working its way out of position. And the crew says they can see it sticking out maybe 3 or 4 inches. I don't know if you'll be able to see that or not.
We're seeing it like 18 inches now.
Is that
Gary?
right? It's really working out. And you wonder now, how is that going to impact the handling characteristics of the car? Because that's a critical piece that relates to aerodynamic downforce.
Now you can see, Gary, I'll just tell the folks that you can see that piece sticking out the left side of the wing. You can also, when we get a good camera shot on it, you can see the little flap that's intended. You see a little black flap? That is up. That is supposed to be down, holding the wicker bill from coming out to the...
For the distance back. Without the wicker bill, he appears to actually be doing better. Jackaroo?
Well, Paul, Jacques Villeneuve, your leader, doesn't have a wicker bill problem, but he is being counseled by Team Green to take care of 2 things. First, the left front tire on the car. They're a little bit concerned because of the temperatures, and what can happen under hot temperatures is if you don't hit the setup just right, you can either have severe understeer or severe oversteer. They are trying to monitor it because they were searching for the right setup this morning. More importantly, lap after lap, they are telling Jack, be sure to take on fluids. They want to hydrate their driver. So as Parker Johnstone alluded to, in the last quarter of the race, he's fully aware mentally and physically.
So Jacques Villeneuve is the leader before a giant crowd here, many of whom camped overnight here, including Robbie Gordon and a number of the drivers. We'll return after this message. Andretti may be learning something about the car's operation without the wicker bill. It's completely off the car, but look how he's closed on Jacques Villeneuve. Now here we're at a key area of the course, running downhill to that right-hander, which is the primary passing zone.
Well, of course, what it means, having lost the wicker bill, is the rear of his car is sliding a little bit more, and it may have been just the ticket, because he's closed up from just over a second back to where you see him now, right on Villeneuve's rear end.
Now the wicker bill, just so everybody knows, makes the wing work harder, makes the wing push the car in the back down to the ground harder. Now, without it, it also makes the straightaway speed a whole lot better. Even though there's a lot of downforce to those wicker bills, the thing that they really gain is the straightaway speed. So that's the reason you saw Michael at the end of the long straightaway run right up behind Villeneuve.
Now, Michael might have qualified better. He qualified third, and he seemed a bit off Villeneuve's time. But I think he had engine problems right at the end of qualifying, and obviously things are running fine now. The team has changed from their Series 2 engine, which had bedeviled them during the season, a lot of reliability problems, to the same Series 1 engine that Villeneuve has. So for the first time in the season, these cars are matched in engine configuration.
Just ahead of Villeneuve is, of course, Matsushita and Salazar, and they're becoming very much a factor in this battle.
And here's that straightaway that Bobby mentioned. This might favor Michael here. This is the longest straightaway on the track, and it's downhill. You really see some mighty speed.
Look at Villeneuve over on the right trying to block him. Villeneuve's completely out of the groove on the right trying to block Michael, and he came out, almost shoved him into the grass right there. That was a purposeful thing done. That's something that I don't think Hart should be allowing.
Well, I think the rule is you can make the first move, and that's protecting your position. You make the second move, and it's blocking.
Yeah, it was obvious that Michael was up alongside of him coming off the turn, which is exactly what Michael was planning on doing there.
Yeah, but you wonder how it affects Michael. Remember, he was placed on probation after the race at Cleveland. And does that make him hesitate a little bit when he gets in a situation like that?
Yeah, well, Michael's as aggressive a driver as there is. He knows what he's doing. He's been here a long time. The officials putting him on probation, that's not going to bother him.
Well, I agree with Bobby 100%. I mean, when you're in the heat of battle like this, I don't think you think, I'm under probation. You drive as hard as you can, and that's exactly what he's doing.
He'll have something to say to Jacques after the race is over about that one, because...
But Bobby, I disagree with you there. I think it was an okay move under the current kart regulations. Jacques moved over, kept the door shut. It was Michael's move around the outside. Let's see what happens this time, if anything similar.
Not close enough. enough to make the drive, but close enough to help him move in just a little bit, maybe next time around.
Blocking him in the origination, Sam, was not bad. It's that when Michael did say, okay, you got the inside, I'll take the outside, he was there. And then Jacques just pushed him right off the racetrack. If Michael had stayed there, it would have ended up being in an accident.
So they stay together, first and second, separated by barely a half a second, and Michael closes back in, trying to set position. So when they come onto that long straight again, he'll be in a clear position to try and pass.
One thing to remember about Jacques' year, he's only gone out of races 3 times, one of the real low retirement rates, whereas Michael has been out of at least twice that many. He's had a tough season for retirements. He's brought some of them on himself. He's had some mechanical problems. So right now, you know, Jacques is the steady one, so to speak. Michael, the volatile one.
Now onto the long straightaway, but Michael's not anywhere in attack position, Jacuqes.
Well, Paul, we've heard all kinds of strange things so far. A cut tire by a stone, a woodchuck getting run over. Believe it or not now, Jimmy Vasser has a problem with his pop-off valve. He is only getting 43 inches of boost. They have called to CART and asked for an additional pop-off valve. If there's a full course yellow, Tom Anderson and his crew intend to change the pop-off valve. In the interim, just a couple of laps from now, this team will go to work over the wall on the leader, Jacques Villeneuve. They're trying to conserve the left front tire. They intend to make no changes during the stop. Let's check in with Gary Gerald.
Jack, most of those teams are hitting the projected window for pit stops, but Al Unser Jr. 2 laps ago came in a bit early to make a change on tires and fuel in 13.7 seconds. The Newman-Haas team is expecting now Michael Andretti on this next time by. In fact, the crew just now going over the wall with their supplies, and we just checked in with Tommy Wirtz, and he said they will not change what's left of that wicker bill on the rear wing. Apparently, Michael says the car is handling to his satisfaction, so they're not even going to tinker with it.
Makes you wonder if your wicker bill is psychological or not, Bobby.
Well, it certainly does, and you know, it's a big crunch for a driver. It feels so good you wouldn't believe it.
Ohio Sports Car Course, I apologize. A great deal has gone on in the past few minutes. First of all, most of the leaders made their stops. Michael came out right behind Jacques, and then they began a battle, and Michael was able to get around Jacques Villeneuve. So this battle continues, while at the same time some cars have not yet stopped, and so the scoring will be out of balance until all cars have made their pit stop. But this is the key right here, Bobby. Here is the pass. Now watch Michael. Look at his set of moves.
Going right on the outside now. Back to the inside, he's faking him. He's letting Villeneuve try to block him, which he did.
But look at that corner that Villeneuve drives.
Villeneuve made it in there. He locked his front brakes up. You can see going as fast. But look at Michael. He's upset now. He's really going to try harder. Now watch him. Just keep watching. Now he's got a run at him coming off the turn, and now he's got him blocked. There's nothing that Villeneuve can do right there. Michael has the lead.
Villeneuve and Michael, when you put 40 gallons of fuel in these cars, they go to even a bigger push. And just before that pit stop, Michael had a perfectly balanced car, and Jacques had quite a bit of understeer. So it was much easier on 40 gallons of fuel for Michael, whose car was relatively better balanced than Jacques, to drive right past him. What a great racing duel between the two of them.
Parker, I find it ironic that you, who are probably in the best shape of any driver here, going to run a marathon, you told me this fall, are not in this race, which of all races could have played into your hands. I'm sorry about that.
Well, thanks very much, but if you're around racing for any length of time, you know it's got its highs and its lows, and we just take this one and look forward to our next race in Vancouver. But I tell you, the kind of racing that's going on here today, I've forgotten.
Trying to battle with DeFerrin. Now watch this. Here is DeFerrin. He makes the move on Villeneuve. And now watches, by the way, they've gone to a full course yellow as a result of this, but watch Villeneuve as he comes alongside Rahal. Just straight off into the wall. The good news is that Bobby climbed out of the car immediately. The question is, what may in fact be the problem, if there is any, with Jacques Villeneuve's car? Or is that just a quick push off the course?
No, I think Villeneuve's obviously got a problem. He's been slowing down. Rahal, he got off the groove there. Rahal was actually passing Villeneuve on the outside, Paul. And watch it right here. Here's this one now. He's right alongside of Villeneuve. Right alongside of him. Now Villeneuve just went out there, hit him, and boom, off Rahal went to the outside. Here's another one here. Villeneuve on the left, Rahal on the right. Right there. Boom, they touched. Out Rahal goes. There just wasn't room enough. That's up over the hill where Sam was elating earlier to how the cars get a little bit airborne. Bad place to be touching right there.
Well, that means that on lap 40, 3 laps before the halfway, or lap and a half before the halfway, a full course yellow comes out. And there's the PPG pace car as it winds its way around, leading Michael Andretti, the leader of the race, and Gilles Villeneuve, who currently occupies second. Now, here's the car we care about. And Rahal, look at him.
Watch what Rahal does here. He did not approve of that, and of course it has huge ramifications as far as the championship is concerned.
That'll probably be about a $5,000 fine, but he's not joking right now.
So we're under a full course yellow at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. We'll return after this message.
Prior to the accident with a problem on Jacques' car?
No, we were a little unusual how we're dropping back a little bit there. We started out with a nice easy pace. The car, he thought, when we put the second set of tires on, had a little more understeer than before. That slowed us up a little bit, but I think we'll be okay. You know, I don't know what happened between him and Bobby. He said they got together. I didn't see it.
How about the hard hit, though? Any concerns now for the drivetrain on your car?
No, we ran there was still 1 or 2 laps after that contact under green conditions, and he said the car felt okay. So I think we're okay. We're looking good.
Now, what do you have to do? You keep counseling them about taking on fuel. You're trying to run this a conservative race. Is it a situation where you're really concerned about points?
Well, for sure we are, yeah. We've got to look at this race at a podium finish. That's what we're shooting for. You know, there's a lot of racing left in the championship, and we don't want to be too conservative. So, you know, he feels good. The car feels good. So a long way to go in this heat, though. So keep your fingers crossed.
Paul.
So still under a full course caution now with 41 laps complete. We're at the halfway point at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, and Michael Andretti leads under the yellow.
And the transmission. For sure the tires.
Michael Andretti has pulled away to a lead of almost 7 seconds, and you have to feel that perhaps the reliability problems he suffered with that Ford Series 2 engine earlier in the year might be behind him. The brake problems he suffered might be behind him. He might be a real threat to win this race. And here comes his teammate on the attack. Should Tracy get by, Newman Haas will be leading 1-2.
Look at this great lineup behind second place, Jacques Villeneuve. Christian Fittipaldi is
goes down like 20, 50, 75 degrees at a time. So it's possible right there. That car, Jacques Villeneuve, it's possible they forgot to put in new brake fluid. And I'm not saying they didn't. It's just very possible that they didn't do it. That makes such a difference on a course like this.
You wouldn't think that that would be likely with Team Green. Jackaroo, would you think that?
Well, I would have to think that they are so meticulous that that's not the problem, but rather what's happened is with the tight racing that we've had and the fact that Villeneuve has had so many close quarter contacts that maybe he has begun to use up the brakes, and with the heat and humidity the way it is, it's began to boil out. One of the things I find fascinating is the radio communications back and forth. What they're saying now to Jacques Villeneuve is, look, if you have to give up a spot, go ahead. Just try not to use any more brake than you have to. I still think that probably what they're trying to do is forestall as long as possible that tedious process of trying to bleed the brakes. That takes a very, very long time, and if he can limp home in a points-paying position, that accomplishes what they've set out to do today.
Well, a long time, but not only that, working right down alongside those hot discs, I'm not so sure I'd be willing to do that.
Well, you know, it's possible if he eases up, which he probably has. Sometimes you can go faster when you ease up. But when the brake fluid boils, you lose your good pedal. And you can finish the race by just losing good pedal.
View down from the Honda Helicam as we continue to track. Jacques Villeneuve runs in second place, continues to be reporting a problem back to his team with the brakes, and Paul Tracy is lurking just behind, followed by Herta, Gugelmin, and Fernandez. Fangio, who started this race as his very first IndyCar start, is up and running in 10th place right now in Danny Sullivan's car.
Fangio, of course, the nephew of the great Juan Fangio, who died so recently, the great 5-time world champion, who incidentally was born back in 1911, the year of the first Indy 500. So two legends have that same starting point.
Running back in 12th position.
Going back to just before he went to Formula One.
EDS scoring showing us that when he came into the pits, Michael had 15.7 seconds over Jacques Villeneuve. So that's kind of sense, the benchmark for what Team Green will have to pull off on this stop, and it sure isn't likely that he can maintain the lead. In fact, the question is, can he stay at the top of the order and get that podium finish that Barry Green spoke about earlier?
Bad thing like about Villeneuve right there in the number 27 car is you can't pass if you don't have really good brakes. Passing is predicated on road circuits and driving in deeper in most cases and being able to stop the car. If you have to back off earlier, you've given away your advantage.
This, of course, is what championships are made of, is nursing a car home to the finish in the points, being aware that there's a real championship end game after this race. Only 3 races left, fewer points to be scored by your opponents. Ray Hall out of the race, so Villeneuve knows what he has to do, which is basically bring it home in one piece.
Show you what an inspiration that long stop, 38 seconds, was for Robbie Gordon. He is now running 13th, but he just turned the fastest lap in the race by nearly a mile an hour, now running a lap at 115.5.
Well, one thing that was great, you heard Derek Walker able to explain to Robbie what had gone wrong during the pit stop. That's the benefit, isn't it, Bobby, of these radios? Because in the old days, we'd go back out on the track, not really sure what had caused the delay, and sometimes worrying that there was a mechanical problem perhaps aboard the car. Robbie knows there's nothing wrong with the car. He can push hard.
Yes, of course, a lot of times the guys don't know about the little things. Sometimes the pits, Sam, don't even tell them if there's something small. There's Villeneuve coming in the pits right now.
Yeah, finally. So Jack heads in, and Jack waits. Jacques
Jacques Villeneuve knows that he has got to try and make up some time and also conserve the brakes. The crew will go to work, and the first thing that they will do when they put the tires on is they took a cursory glance at the brakes. They have signaled that they have completed the rear end. They have completed the front. They're taking out fuel. They are not going to do anything about the brakes, and he is off and away very quickly in 13.6 seconds.
Boy, that's interesting.
And what a great camera angle.
They just can't afford to bleed the brakes right now. It would take too long. It totally would take him out of any chance probably to even get any points in the race if they were to stop bleeding. But for safety's sake, if he couldn't maintain it, Barry Green would absolutely stop that car and bleed him.
So the new leader on the news, and there are, remember, 66 points left in the season. So, well, mathematically, you can still run down through Paul Tracy on the chart. But as Jacques Villeneuve continues to stay in the order, it's not the podium finish that he may in fact have wanted, but it certainly is still a position to extend, if not extend, but protect his lead in the points fight.
Even though Villeneuve is getting a little further away in the points fight, the other guys are really closing up. And of course, second and third is really a big thing in IndyCar racing today.
Bobby Rahal, you may not be aware of this, but there have been extensive reports on the quality of Jacques Villeneuve's brakes, that they were in fact at one point considering bleeding his brakes and replacing it with new fluid, and now they've told him just to stay out there and stay involved. How do you react to that position as we're watching Fernandez close down on Villeneuve?
Well, I don't know, Paul. It doesn't look like it's too bad here. He's, Fernandez isn't going slowly. He's going pretty quickly. Now, it looks like Jacques has a little bit of a problems coming into the last corner, into the carousel, but, obviously he's still going fairly quickly. So, whatever problems he has, you can see it there, but they must not be that big at this point in time.
And either they hit something or it flew off the car.
Yeah, it looks like he ran over something on the road, like one of the appendages on the front wing, on somebody's front wing might have come off and they ran over it, but it looks like no harm.
Bobby, I think it's hard for a lot of people to believe that you could drive pretty fast in a racing car with almost no brakes at all. Could you describe what that's like?
Well, it's amazing. Sam, when you run endurance racing, you decide, well, I'm not going to shift as much because I want to take it easy on the gearbox. The next thing you know, you're going as fast, using half the gears as you were with them all, and it's just because you're a lot smoother and you're able to carry the momentum into the car, into the corners. And I think you can do that to some extent with the brakes. Now, obviously, if they get to such a point that, there's nothing there, no brake pedal to speak of, that's a whole different situation. But, as long as there's some brake pedal, it might be a long one, but as long as there's some brake pad being used, you can still go pretty quickly.
And Bobby, don't you think what he's doing, like, for example, down the long back straightaway, he's able to pump his brakes just a little bit without putting too much drag on them. But all the way through the S's and the tight turns here, no time to pump them.
Yeah, exactly.
With French-Canadian audience at the moment, and everybody's wondering about the incident. And I don't know, Jacques, tell us about the incident that involved you with Bobby Rahal earlier.
Rahal got me, thanks, on the outside. Well, I was a little bit forward, I slid, and he was too close to me, and I just slid into him.
No damage to the car, no concerns. Will you talk with Bobby Rahal about this incident, or was it just a racing incident in your mind?
Well, I think it was just a racing incident. You know, it was very slippery today, and I tried to stay inside, and I slid into him. It's sad because it would have been a tough fight for the championship.
Well, he gets those points, Paul.
So there's the incident that decided the day and maybe decided the championship. Here's the
settling in, getting into a race rhythm. Also, a radio report that we picked up, heavy bottoming from one of the observers reported on the #1 car. That's Al Unser Jr. Remember the last time we had reports of heavy bottoming in Portland and what transpired?
Well, it's still a matter of fact. It's an appeal. And by the way, for those of you that may wonder, it is in the appeal process now. There'll be 3 judges appointed to hear that issue over the run at Portland that eventually got Jimmy Vasser the win awarded to him. But our calculation of the points, where we suggested at starting that Jacques Villeneuve, as we watch him here, has to leave this track 45 points ahead of everybody else in order to be the champion here. That does take into account that hearing going either way.
Good pictures of Jacques here. He had hoped to get into the top 10 as soon as possible. Tony Sekeli, his engineer last night, made a lot of changes on this car. Villeneuve believed that on full tanks, which he ran this morning, full every time he ran, he thought he was equal to Robbie Gordon. So now he chases Brian Herta, who has actually been in his own bit of a struggle this weekend. Not quite the match of Jimmy Vasser, except for one session on Saturday.
And Jacques, as we look back from Brian Herta's car, sits in a 1-point position. He is 12th. Brian Herta is in 11th. Dale Fabi still the leader. Gordon second and River Barrel third. Then Scott Pruitt and Jimmy Vasser. Let's go to Jan Bikas.
Paul, in regards to Jacques Villeneuve, he is receiving radio communications at the moment from Barry Green, his team owner, not on how close he is to the other competitors, but where the leader is. They're very concerned about keeping the leader in sight, making sure they don't go a lap down.
Of course, there's something that happens so very quick on a 1-mile oval. It's the front of the field already overhauling the back end of the field, despite the fact that they were so very close in qualifying, a second covering the first 20 positions here.
So Jacques does his bit in the cockpit, and Barry Green does his bit on monitoring what happens in the race. What a team this has turned out to be, Paul. I mean, a team makes a driver, and a driver makes a team. But they are an example of a team who have spent their budget very wisely and had so much success on basically having harmony and the right people in the right place.
One man has struggled throughout this weekend has been Stefan Johansson. Gary Gerald, those struggles continue?
Apparently that's the case, Paul. We understand that we know that they had to make a motor change after the warm-up session this morning. They only got a couple of laps in, and apparently they developed some kind of an oil leak. We anticipate that Tony Bettenhausen is going to bring him in. They may just park it for the day.
Jack going into turn 3 tries to make the inside move on Brian Herta, but fails to make the pass. The question would be, where does Jack have to play this whole thing? He's got 3 races, counting this one, left. Go for broke here or just take it easy?
Absolutely not. But here he's a run on Brian Herta right here. Can he duck down the inside of turn 3? Yes, he does. Under brake, he makes it stick. Now he's only 1 place away from that top 10 that he wanted to be in before his first pit stop.
But I think some indication that he is being very careful. Let's... Farron looking to the inside of Teo.
And Jacques Villeneuve where he wanted to be. He's in the top 10. He's actually running 9, looking strong, trying to pass to Farron.
Still can't get it done.
See the twitch on the front as he turned in there. That means the car may get away at any second. That tells the driver that's the limit. Don't go any further.
So for the young Canadian, must be a frustrating day. He knows he can wrap up the championship. He knows because of that he has to be careful. But as a driver, he also knows you can be too careful.
And he also knows that Frank Williams watches every move he makes, and Frank Williams likes him and has already put his contract in his back pocket, so he's happy.
Yeah, so no worries. Jacques Villeneuve and Gilles Villeneuve battling side by side as Jack finally gets around them. Interesting battle considering it's well back for 9th place. That's Robbie Gordon in 10th, just behind. 1 minute he seems to tiptoe, and then suddenly he moves past somebody.
Which is an example of a driver measuring up the moves he can make. Remember, he has to think of the end of this race, so he has to think of championship and consistency, because if he makes a mistake here, then of course his championship chase becomes that much more difficult.
Let's go back and look at it again. Jack and Gilles.
Now, who was that, Paul?
Jack and Gilles, there they are.
Remember
Gilles
this.
and Jack.
This is together at 150 miles an hour. The slowest point they reach is 146. Now they're side by side. Speed increases, 185 miles an hour. They both turn into the left-hander. DeFerrin obviously doesn't want to make it easy. Oh, look at this here with Gordon.
Gordon, Fabi. Gordon has to pull high to let the rest of the battle through.
Gordon got in deep trouble there. He got so...
Get after them now. Get back in your rhythm.
Was leaking.
Paul, I happened to get a chance to take a look underneath the rear wing as they brought the car back up on this side of the wall, and it's very congested. They couldn't move it, and you could clearly see drops of oil coming off the whole lower stanchion. So apparently there was a very pronounced spray. It's definitely a lot of fluid. It appears to be oil, and there's no question it was significant, at least in my opinion.
Well, Gary, while you're talking, we're watching Jacques Villeneuve as he really is carving his way up. Just came up alongside and around Michael.
That was not for position. Not for position. Yes, he's back on the same lap now as Michael, but you can see Michael beginning to struggle. We can only presume his car has gone loose. The rear does not have enough grip. That is a problem here. These cars tend to go loose the more these races go on here on the Magic Mile in New Hampshire.
We've been away, and Jacques Villeneuve, you see him there, the 27 car pulling up just behind Robbie Gordon. He is in a position to walk away from this race as the IndyCar champion. The New England 200, we're at now lap 152. And there's the running order of the top 6.
Good at staying focused and keeping their driver and team members focused. That's what they're doing right now. He says that Jack is telling him that the car is good. It's not great. It's very, very slippery out there, and the slightest miscue that gets you off the primary groove can be disastrous. But as far as fuel and everything else, they're right on target. They like the way they've been moving consistently up. I think they'd be delighted. Well, we know they'd be delighted if they could get this thing over right now with 2 races to go, but they just don't really want to talk about that particular aspect. They're just trying to do the best job they can at the moment in these remaining 32 laps.
Well, the possibility seems very real at the moment. Andre Ribeiro, Michael Andretti, 2 cars on the lead lap. Andretti 12 seconds back, trying to close on Andre Ribeiro. Fuel may help decide.
The man who is involved in it, of course, the smile on his face, a tough day's work. Your worst qualifying effort of the year, Jacques, starting 15th, you end up 4th, and you take a huge, huge step now to clinching the championship. So I would think you and this team have got to be very proud.
Oh, we're very happy. You know, it was a great effort from everybody in Team Green, starting where we were. It wasn't looking great for the race, but we knew we'd have to go in there and be aggressive. And on the first set of tires, after 10-15 laps, the rear started to slide quite a lot, but we're always running in the gearbox of someone, so we're using the tires a lot. But after that, we made a few changes, and the car was really strong for the end of the race.
We were just talking with Al Unser Jr. about his title hopes, and of course it all hinges on the appeal that is still pending. How much does that appeal enter into your thinking and the thinking of Team Green?
Well, in a way, it's annoying to think that, you know, points can be given back, and then that would change the whole championship. You know, that thing happened a long time ago, and it's funny that you know, it might still change. But if it changes, you know, mathematically, it's still possible that Al gets it. So we're not going to stop fighting till the end.
Well, congratulations on your drive today, and thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Paul.
So now, once again, very slow. Assume that Jack is counting on something that they've planned very carefully. Lower gear to get off the line. Pace begins to pick up. He's in the proper position, as is the rest of the field. And here we go. Boy, look at the jump he gets with that start. Scott Goodyear for a position. Michael Andretti comes up inside Scott DeFerrin, very brave, coming up on the back of Gordon. And that is one of the issues that can be so critical to Jacques Villeneuve's championship, because just the slightest mistake, he's in the barrier, and this thing goes to the final race of the season in 1 week at Laguna Seca.
Remember what we said in the opening. The drivers are more concerned about who may hit them rather than the mistake they may make. Now, Michael is clearly faster than Jacques Villeneuve at the moment, but Al Unser Jr. is still the fastest car on the racetrack.
Whoa, there's the move as Michael comes to the inside, pushes Jacques to the outside. Michael Andretti takes the lead of the race.
When you force the issue, and it's Michael Andretti doing the forcing, sometimes you have to just let him go, which is what Jacques Villeneuve did there. The championship is still his if he maintains his track position at the moment, irrespective of what Al Jr. does.
It's an argument really not worth having, but it looks like Jack wants to get right back into it. And Al moves up there as well, so first through third all together here, with pit stops for these cars due at just any moment. Jr. is right at the back end of Villeneuve now.
He loves this move, Paul. He just misses the rear tire, slides down the inside. Now he hopes Villeneuve sees him, realizes he pulls it off, and he accelerates away.
That's the move that put Michael Andretti into first place. And now Al Unser Jr. is beginning to worry Jacques Villeneuve as well. But it's still the position that Jack needs, as Derek suggested, for the championship. So at the front of the field now, it's Michael Andretti, then Villeneuve, and Al Unser Jr., Robbie Gordon, and Teo Fabi rounds out the top 5. We're back in Vancouver, and here is the battle for the championship, presuming the outcome of that September 18th appeal. Villeneuve and Al Unser Jr., they currently battle for second place. Michael Andretti is the leader. But boy, if you want a demonstration of the points fight, there it is.
And Jacques Villeneuve is in all sorts of trouble. The right front of his car keeps locking up.
You looking down on this very tight circuit. There's the hairpin from the Honda Helicam. Look at Al. Boy, he pokes the nose right into the back end. Great shots. Now they head right under the stadium, and little Al's going to try him. Nope, moves to the inside, then drifts back behind him, lets him know he's there. Right behind, Gordon and Fabi continue to close, continue their fight.
And it's only a matter of time here before the pass is made or before contact is made, because Al Unser Jr. is way quicker than Jacques Villeneuve at this moment. But Villeneuve has track position, but he is hanging on by the skin of his teeth. I don't know how long he can hang on here. Look at that right front again.
30 laps into the book right now. Al Unser Jr. pulls alongside on the main straight. Drag race right down that pit straight across the line. Villeneuve still has the nose, and he pulls away in the corner. But that tells you a little bit about what might happen coming down here to the right-hand hairpin. Al Unser Jr. still can't get the acceleration there, but coming off of this corner. Jan Bikas, you've been watching Villeneuve.
Yes, I have, and it turns out, Paul, that he is on the primary tire for Goodyear, and of course they are thinking about that. They know that Michael Andretti and Al Unser Jr. are on the option compound, and they know they're the two fastest cars on the racetrack. So Team Green is ready at the first pit stop to change over to the option compound. They have them down here in the pit. They're all scrubbed. They're all ready to go. First pit stop. Right now, they're just trying to hang on so they can make it to that point. Paul?
Jan, he has really been lighting up the fronts under braking. In fact, Robbie Gordon closing in on the back of Al Unser Jr. now. I'd be interested in the condition of these tires once they come off, because Jack has really been using them. Here we go again. Al Unser Jr. goes for that position. This time he's blocked as Villeneuve sweeps across the front. Almost looked like there was contact there, but Al Unser Jr. hangs on to him through the first turn.
Jacques Villeneuve is entitled to use the line he is using. He is not varying his line as he goes to the apex. He's taking a defensive line. Al Jr. almost hits the back of him.
Boy, look how everybody closes in under braking. That's got to be scary on board. Now we're with Robbie Gordon, and Villeneuve locks the brakes again. As Al tries to get around him. This time he gets a close nose on him, gets alongside him, and in the tunnel, Al Unser Jr. gets around. And Robbie Gordon's moving to the inside as well. Boy, look at his whole gang bottled up. up behind here. Jack is in serious trouble here as everybody through Tracy, everybody through 7th gets through.
Well, he waited a lap too long because he is a lame duck out there right now. Surely he is on his way to Barry Green and that crew in the pit lane to get rid of those tires.
And there he comes off of the track and into the pit. So Jacques Villeneuve, after some problems on the course and problems that could definitely keep him from scoring his championship here, now heads toward his pit and Jan Bicentennial.
That's right, Paul. He brings it in, he stops it on the marks, and we took a quick look at the tires. They are going to be putting the option compound onto Jacques' car. Now, of course, that is what Michael Andretti and Al Unser Jr. have been very effective with. Now they're just waiting for fuel, and as Sam Petrie's a little bit in the way. Kind of a slow stop here for the Team Green.
Boy, Jason King on that left rear really changed it fast. Sam Pedri, by the way, was answering not only for the pits, he'd been black flagged for a front wing problem, so they were taking a look at that as well. 5th, Pruitt in 6th, and Johansson in 7th would all come past. Now that would put Jack into 6th position, and he could still win the title from 6th. But look at this, he just got hit. He just got hit by Goodyear. Goodyear's trying to save the car. He's in trouble, comes off. Thought he was going to make the turn into the pits despite the damaged tire. Didn't do it. Well, that doesn't change that scenario, except how much trouble might he be in? He doesn't look like he's running full tilt now.
Well, Scott Goodyear was taken by surprise there because Jacques Villeneuve suddenly slowed coming out of the notch. The group of cars behind him was suddenly, Goodyear pulled out of line, jumped ahead, thought he was past Villeneuve, pulled over, and you can see the damage to the right front wing in Jacques Villeneuve's car there. Villeneuve suddenly goes slow. Look at Goodyear. Thinks he's by, boom, clouts the wing of Jacques Villeneuve, destroys his left rear tire, and now he luckily gets down the escape road, or else Scott Goodyear was in for a hefty accident here. Look at Pruitt and Johansson down the inside. They get to watch and stand clear.
And another key to that situation right there, as we watch Goodyear come into the pits, is that Scott Pruitt got past and put Villeneuve to 7th. And if he stays in 7th, Jan Bicentennial, the championship goes on to Laguna Seca in a week.
Yes, we had the opportunity to check with Team Green, and right now they're all huddled around, and they've not been able to give us an answer if there is a problem with Jacques after that contact. But he didn't look as though he was at full speed when he went by us. Right now, a lot of discussion going on here at Team Green.
Yeah, there are cars going past him that should not. Jack is apparently in fairly serious trouble right now with regard to the race and the championship. Unser Jr. is where he needs to be at the top of the order. Rahal occurred right at the pit entrance. He got in, got his tires changed, and came out in 6th. That's fortunately for him. Not so for the driver of the 27 car, Jacques Villeneuve. It keeps him in 7th position, and that position will not get him the championship here today.
I wonder, is it gearbox problems? We're trying to find out from the pit lane. They will not give us any information, so it's only speculation. Look how slow he accelerates.
Here's Fittipaldi. As Fittipaldi comes around him, puts him down to 8th place.
He may have a problem with the gearbox, but you can see how slow he runs down this long straight. Normally 180 miles an hour, and that is considerably slower. The championship at the moment is going to California.
Remember, points paid down to 12th place, so he is still going to score some points, but they're not going to be points that are going to be worthy here today. It'll send the championship on to Laguna Seca. That is, if everything remains the same right now. Junior leads it. DeFerrin, despite a heavy incident that caused a red flag in the opening lap and jumping into his backup car, now runs in 2nd place. Results, and what this does is set up a battle for the championship in 1 week right here on ESPN at Laguna Seca. Al Unser Jr. has to finish 3rd or better, plus the pole and bonus points to beat Jacques Villeneuve for the championship. I'm Paul. Final race of the IndyCar season, and this is the man where the spotlight rests. Jacques Villeneuve, you can wrap up the championship here. You must be 8th or better to do so. What does that do to your race? What does that do to the pressure?
Well, there's a lot of pressure because we can lose or win the championship this weekend, depending on what happened with Al Unser Jr. But it's gonna the plan is gonna depend on what happens in the race. If we can stay in the lead, that's the best way to keep out of trouble. It's better than to be in the middle of the pack and try to avoid anybody. And you know, if you're trying to take it easy, you're gonna break a little earlier, and then you have the other guys fighting. Then that's when something stupid could happen. So if we can stay in the lead, that's where we're gonna try.
So it's really more dangerous to lay back and try and only be 8th.
Yeah, if you can be in the lead, it's better to stay there. If you're in the middle of the pack, then you still have to drive aggressively, so you're not laying back too much, but you don't want to make any stupid move.
Well, Jack, we wish you the best today. Hopefully we'll see you as a champion at the end. Now, there are other drivers here going to contest his positioning. Let's go to Gary Gerald. Now, I want to show you the point standings right now at the top of the points order. And look in parentheses alongside Villeneuve and Al Unser Jr. Those are the points they would have if the current appeal would actually reverse the disqualification of Al Unser Jr. at Portland. It's kind of complicated, but Gary Gerald can make some sense of it for us.
Paul, there's no question now that this appeal has cast a big cloud of uncertainty over this final race of this season, but I think a couple of simple things to remember might help make it an easier day for all race fans. Keep this in mind. Jacques Villeneuve finishes 8th or better today. Regardless of the outcome of the appeal, Jack wins the championship. Al Unser, however, if he finishes 3rd or worse, he's eliminated from any championship consideration, depending what happens with the appeal. Now, the appeal process begins September 18th. The 3-judge panel has been picked. They will hear the appeal that's been filed by Roger Penske, and then they will render a decision. But that's down the road. Junior, of course, is determined that he wants to keep the hopes alive as best he can today. He has to win this race. He's starting way back in 14th position. Nobody's ever won this race from that far back in the field. He's got a long way to go. But then remember, in the last 4 races, he's won 2, he's finished 2nd, he's finished 3rd. He wants to keep that roll going, Paul.
Al Nettis, the starter, will be watching them so very carefully. Jacques Villeneuve takes them off the corner. The revs come up. And here we go. The final race of the season is underway. Villeneuve takes him down into the first corner. DeFerrin tucks in very close. Herta works to the outside, as does Fabi. Down through the first corner, it's still Villeneuve.
Even without the tire unusual characteristics that we have this weekend, this Laguna Seca racetrack has a history of making Indy cars go loose. But we saw that mechanic wind the screw out on that front wing. That is taking downforce off these cars, off the front wings.
First, second, third on the pit straight, climbing the hill. Oh, what a great view this is. There's that first turn. This is turn 2 in the pit access road.
What a great qualifying battle this was, Paul. Remember yesterday's qualifying? Spectacular.
Back and forth. DeFerrin, Herta, Fabi, finally Villeneuve. And most of that in the last 60 seconds.
And now you see Villeneuve has track position. Look how quick Fabi is up behind. Gilles DeFerrin. DeFerrin was slow through there. Fabi, this is outside our commentary box. That's where they drift up close to the sand. And here's the uphill run, the first of the uphill runs. 100 miles an hour at the apex there. Villeneuve has breathing room in these medium speed corners. This is 5-6 in the uphill run to the carousel.
Bobby Rahal hit the pits for his first stop of the day. Gary?
Routine all the way and nicely done. 12.6 seconds for a fresh set of Goodyears and a full complement of fuel.
So Rahal in and out, stop number 1. Al Unser Jr. has been there. Jimmy Vasser has been into the pits, as has Michael Andretti.
And the times are dropping off. Villeneuve is now 7 seconds off his qualifying time, and the people behind him are obviously suffering just as much. They are also running slow.
Well, they're now reporting that Jacques Villeneuve should be in the pits any time now. We'll hang here and see exactly what he plans on doing. Originally, they were talking about making it all the way to lap 30, but the report now is let's come in next time, which would be at the end of lap 28.
And you can see DeFerrin is loose. When he exits these corners, he's got a handful of steering, trying to steer this car and keep it straight. But I can only presume that Fabi has a similar handling characteristic, and Villeneuve, who's not being caught, is grappling also with the loose car. We had that radio report earlier.
All right, so tactically, what do you do now if you're DeFerrin or Fabi? You follow him into the pits?
Oh, you follow him. Yes, you do if you can. Ford engine, Ford engine, Ford engine. Mercedes in the middle of 2 Fords.
So let's Let's see. Of course, the question is...
I'm sorry, Paul, you asked. No, with the engine manufacturers, they will run as long as they can. The risk is, if Villeneuve gets in and suddenly he runs 4 or 5 seconds a lap faster, then you may lose too much time.
All right, he is in the first pit. Gary's there to watch.
He sneaks around the corner with a clear shot, hits the marks perfectly. His final drive for Team Green before going to the International Formula One Series. Turns up front on the wings. Again, dramatic changes. Will they go for the full load of fuel? Looks like it. Rolling 14.3 seconds.
That's Barry Green as he turns to watch his car head onto the track. Of course, Gilles Ferrand took over the lead, followed by Teo Fabi, Pruitt, Tracy, and Jacques Villeneuve in the pit lane came up in 5th position. It's DeFerrin's first time to lead an IndyCar race since Mid-Ohio. Jan Bikas?
Well, Paul, that's some interesting strategy because generally when you're running in second place that close, you follow the leader in when he makes a pit stop. But Jim Hall deciding now this time is for the time for Gilles Ferrand to come in to make his stop. He'll be in here very shortly.
Gilles Ferrand has the lead here at Laguna Seca, being chased by Jacques Villeneuve. A 10-second stop, very quick. You wonder if they didn't short the fuel load a little bit and were just watching up track, and as soon as they saw Villeneuve's blue nose poke around the corner, go ahead and pull the fuel so they could keep him in track position. Jan Bikas?
Paul, we have the answer for you on that question. They did take a short load of fuel. When I was calling the pit stop, you mentioned that he tried to pull away a little too early. I checked with the engineers here, and they said they planned on taking a shorter load of fuel. That's why they were able to do it in just over 10 seconds.
Well, it gave him the lead and created a problem trying to catch for Jack. There was another potential problem. Look at this. This was on the lap out of the pits. DeFerrin closing on Carlos Guerrero. Now watch this.
Down to the hairpin. Watch Guerrero. Doesn't see him. Squeezes down the inside. Realizes the leaders are there and thankfully gives them room.
We were talking about Villeneuve and in terms of what he does and how he approaches now, pit stops, everything. Despite the fact that he said it's a routine race for him at the start of the show, that's at least what he told me. The question is, doesn't he really have to be careful?
Oh, he has to be so careful. What Gilles Ferrand's team did here with that short fuel load has given him a huge advantage because he has track position. He can go away from the traffic. Villeneuve, we saw him very close to Ferrand for a couple of laps. There is no way he was going to take a chance and try and charge down the inside of Ferrand and get his nose chopped off. He has to think championship. This has been a long haul for Team Green. They have done such a superb job at bringing Jacques Villeneuve along, and they hope to be champions at the end of this day.
So no contest at the front of the field here at the moment. Stop by Jacques Villeneuve. There he is, Gary.
Unscheduled, Paul. Don't know what the problem is. I'm watching with the crew, changing all the tires. I don't know if he suspected he cut a tire or what. This is not fast either. They've got a problem trying to get the rears mounted. A championship could be in the balance. You just don't know. Now he's rolling. That was a 20-second stop.
Boy, and a lot of checking of suspension parts. You see him down there wiggling all the control arms to be or not to be. Jacques Villeneuve needs to finish 8th or better to clinch the championship. And with that stop, he fell back into 11th place. And Al Unser Jr. is to finish 3rd or worse if he's then eliminated from the championship. Right now, he is 6th, so he moves up while young Jack falls back.
Tony Sakala, Jacques' engineer, said earlier, anything can happen. He said Villeneuve, who's running 11th right now, makes very, very few mistakes in racing situations, but they feared a mechanical problem or getting sucked into somebody else's accident. And they have had a mechanical problem. We do not know yet if it's cured because all they did was change tires.
Wonder what the report on the radio was. Boy, can you...
A puncture in the front tire. He thought it was something in the rear, so found the problem. We're back in there.
Okay, that clarifies the situation because all the concern was at the rear. Jacques on the radio thought something had broken in the rear. They checked it. They couldn't find any problem. Now they've examined the tires. There was a puncture up front. That's why the car wasn't handling.
You got a glimpse of Barry Green a little bit earlier. He, of course, is the owner of Team Green, Australian from Perth. One of the great guys in IndyCar racing. A lot of fun to be around. Good sense of humor, like most Australians.
One of the great team managers in IndyCar racing. Has a special discipline about his team. He says he wants his driver at the truck 1 hour before the start of every official session. He wants all his mechanics in the morning at the same time to start work. And he wants his driver in the car 15 minutes before the start of every session. He said it is a discipline that he believes everybody should adhere to. And who can complain about his success ratio? Look at Christian Fittipaldi gets loose.
Well, Jacques Villeneuve on the pit out lap fell from 11th down to 13th place, lined up behind 12th Christian Fittipaldi right now. Bottom of the hill will probably tell this pass. DeFerrin's still the leader. Fabi is second, followed by Tracy Gugelmin and Pruitt. As now Jacques Villeneuve must work his way up through the field if he wants to clinch that championship.
Wavy there. Villeneuve is in again.
Jacques Villeneuve, lap 45, is back in. He was in 15 laps ago. He'd moved up to 10th and gives it away with this stop. Tires once again. I didn't see any changes on the car, did you? Would have been at the rear wing if there was. Oh, look at the frustration. Roger Penske calculating.
Now remember what Barry Green said. They found a puncture in the right front the last time. So that poses another question as to what caused him to stop after so few laps this time. He's got a brand new tire on that left front. What a struggle this has become trying to win this championship for Jacques Villeneuve.
Gary Gerald, do you have any idea what's going on in Team Green?
Well, yeah, I saw a front tire that they were pushing on clearly way down in pressure. Tony Cicali in disgust, in contempt actually, pointing to the side of the tire, and I thought I saw a little cut or an abrasion there. And so this team that's hammering for a championship, they don't want this thing to have to wait out an appeal. They want it done today, and they're getting roadblock after roadblock. Let's go to Jan.
Well, Gary, on the other end of the championship battle, Alonso Jr. seems to have things going his way. The car was a little bit loose, and they now have told him to go full stiff on the front sway bar. That will make the car tighten it up somewhat. Also, remember, he was one of the first to come in. So Alonso Jr. is not that far away from making his second pit stop, Paul.
After his last, they finally, I guess, decided it was pushing him back way too far. And that's the tire that came off of Villeneuve's car.
And there is a chunk of rubber gone from that tire. But look, they're examining that tire to see, was it punctured, or is there something on his own car that might actually be nicking those front tires? Perhaps his front wheels rub on the wing of his own car for some reason.
During those stops, Marco Greco with a shredded tire, and they've decided to make a physical change to the car. Apparently they do believe that part of the front wing and nose assembly is getting into that left front. So Jacques Villeneuve into the pits again. He was 10th when he came in. So again, he is dropping out of the position he needs to wrap up the championship here. And Alonso Jr. cannot now get the bonus point for leading the most laps. And all Jacques has to do is 9th or better if he wants to clinch the championship. 57 laps complete. We're now in the closing moments of the season. And so they have now changed it out for a fresh wing. I assume everything's in good shape on the new nose. Villeneuve, 13th. All 26 cars that started this race are still running. We're 60 laps into the run, 24 laps to go in the season.
Including Brian Herta, so maybe Chip Ganassi now knows what that gremlin was, and it will be fixed for next year.
Villeneuve, 13th place, needs 9th or better. Ahead of him, Johnstone, Ribeiro, and Fernandez. Go back to Fangio. Take a look at his orange. 5th first time ever winner this year. 10th different driver to win a race this year. That's a record. And the first win for Jim Hall since 1991 as the checkered flag is unfurled. He acknowledges the flag, comes under the Toyota bridge, and Gilles DeFerrin has won it. But now Michael Andretti tries to make a move in the last corner. On Gugelmin, he can't get it done. Tracy finishes second. Gugelmin third. Michael Andretti fourth. Scott Pruitt fifth. Alonso Jr. will come across the line in 6th place, and Jacques Villeneuve will take the championship, Gary.
Well, with even greater emotions, I'm sure, is Barry Green. How are your nerves here? Congratulations on the championship.
Thanks, John. What a great day. I mean, you know, a bit worried there for a while. It wasn't a normal day at the office for us. Junior was mounting his attack through the field, and you know, we were going backwards there for a while, but we had 2 punctures and knocked the front wing off and hit some debris on the racetrack. But I mean, just we soldiered on. The guys did a great job, still finished 11th, and got the championship. Just feels fantastic. Got to thank all my sponsors, Players and Klein Tools and Ray Bestis, just for all their support, and great team effort on Team Green's part. I mean, I just love them all.
Well, judging by your hat, you guys had a lot of confidence coming in already there. 1995 IndyCar champion. Congratulations.
Thanks a lot, John. It feels damn good, I tell you. Thank you.
I want one of those Team Green, the 1995 IndyCar champion caps. They've held them on now for 3 races. And finally, the dream comes true. A Canadian, the youngest ever to win an IndyCar championship. Jacques Villeneuve has taken the win in the IndyCar series. We'll be back to talk with him.
Well, Gary, Gilles Villeneuve has won the race, but the championship, of course, goes to Jacques Villeneuve. Congratulations. I know for you it's a huge relief to finish it here and not have to wait till September.
Oh, yeah, it's great to know what the championship is right now. Whatever happened with the appeal, you know, we've won it, and then, you know, that's great for whole Team Green. They've done a great job all season. You know, the championship, it shows the chemistry, the work of a whole season, and they sure proved they were the best.
Now, share your emotions. We know you're leaving next year. Is this a bittersweet moment for you? I mean, you've won the championship, but this is your last IndyCar race for a while.
Yeah, it was the last race with all the guys there, and it's going to be tough, and it would have been great if we could have finished on the podium. But, you know, we did a lot of pit stops today, so we worked well together.
I know, Jacques, you've got a lot of celebrating to do. Again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's go back to Gary Gerald.